Hello everyone, good morning. Welcome. Hopefully everyone's doing well. Alright, I'm gonna quickly do my dailies on my Xenon. I haven't done a lot of random things. I did a stream yesterday and I did most of my dailies on my Wild Hunter, but I didn't do anything on my Xenon. And it's so close to maxing out its arcane symbols too, so we're almost there. I think if I finish today's one, and then tomorrow, or rather, like after reset, I'll have all of these maxed out, which is nice. Because I think all of these are missing like 80 something, so we get 20 from each area twice, and then we can do the weekly mini game, and that should max out our symbols on the Xenon. You hyped for Bugcat? You missed out last time? Yeah, Bugcat's it's a cute event if you like the cosmetics. I know a lot of people like to roll for the the weapon, big muscle cat weapon. Hopefully my voice sounds okay because it's still pretty early for me. It's one of those days where I had to be up early. So yeah. It's a weapon? Yeah, it's a weapon. So technically you only need to roll for one thing for that giant cat body. And because it's a weapon, you can actually wear items like hats and stuff that have particle effects that that clip through the weapon. I think there's one I remember people wearing where there was this it's like a headpiece, but that was glowing. That was perfectly lined with like the Bugcat's nipples. I don't know, it was very childish, but it was kind of amusing. Thought it was free. I doubt it. Whenever it comes to these sorts of events, they tend to put a lot of things inside the PSSBs. And the annoying part too is that the things inside the PSSBs tend to also be mixed with normal stuff, so it's not going to be like Bugcat only. I think that was an issue with the Konosuba event, right? Was Konosuba also like that? I think people did not enjoy that event because the box had just random stuff in it too. But thankfully, at least for Bugcat, it's just like a bit more of a chill event. So maybe it doesn't feel so bad. The battle pass is $50? Is that what you're saying? Wait, are the patch notes already out? Oh, wow. It came out like 20 minutes ago. I didn't even realize. Well. Ooh. Oh, well, let's have a look then. Maybe we'll go out on the patch notes with a bit more people. You can get one fam card a month from the fam shop. That is tragic. Once a month is crazy. But I had a quick look at the Sunny Sundays. They look pretty good. For 10,000 familiars? What? That's crazy. They really hit us with 10,000 familiars to reroll. With 10,000 fam cards, fam points, how much is that? It's like 1,000 familiar cards. You're better off just re-rolling a unique. That is crazy. Well, at least we saw that the Star Forcing events were kind of what we expected. I didn't think that they'd give us one on the first week, I'll be honest. So in like 3 days, we have a 30% off. That is whack. That is whack that we have a 30% off like this weekend. I was so confident that they would not give us a Star Forcing event on the first week. But they did 1 in 3. I mean, 5, 10, 15 in 3 weeks. That's pretty good. I'll probably do both. Because 5, 10, 15 is not bad. I mean, sorry, 30% is not too bad for what I need. Well, I don't see you guys being excited for any new fam changes, so I'm going to assume that Familiars did not get what's the word? Did not get pushed into new areas. Wait, so you're telling me that for this familiar card that they added, you can buy like 3 of them. 4 of them actually. You can get 4 familiar cards across the duration of this. That is... You know, I didn't really expect much, but that is something. That is something. Okay. I don't need to do my 3,000 mobs actually. Because don't need to do my grandest dailies anymore if I'm doing the grandest dailies on my Wild Hunter. Okay. Yeah, you're definitely better off just getting your own unique fams. That fam card is just not worth it. You will spend way less on average just getting unique fams. Should I max out your arcane dailies on your second classes or do arcane dailies on other classes to level up for bossing? It just depends on what you prefer. I tend to try to give it to my second mains where possible, because when you're trying to make second mains, the main issue is the fact that a lot of the later bosses require arcane force. That's what's kind of stopping me to progress on my Wild Hunter as well. Because I don't have like full damage on the Arcane River bosses, it's hard for me to do my 5%. Woke up to your stream, now I'm gonna go sleep to your stream? Wait a minute, wait, what time zone would you be in then? Are you in Europe? Does that line up? That sorta lines up, right? It's always crazy to me, like how many people watch my stream from like all over the place. Yeah. Let's do this. I actually haven't done the tomato thing on my Wild Hunter yet. I'm not gonna fuss too much about this, so I'll just like do some cheap buffs and call it a day. I don't even have Goddess. I mean, it's kind of whatever. This character's kind of weak. It doesn't really matter. Oh. I don't actually know how to do my culvert or anything like that, so you guys are gonna have to accept a pretty suboptimal tomato. It's okay. Central Asia? Ah, I see. Oh, so you're just up late then. How much do you guys get on this thing? I'm assuming most of you probably put this on your main, not a mule like I am. I have no idea what I just did, so let's just hope that this gives good EXP. It probably does. You can get around 600. Alright, do I just have to clear here? How much XP will I get? Oh, 16%. I'll take it. Just free EXP. Okay, now it's... I think I've claimed everything from this event. Okay, cool. And, yeah. I think the only thing left I have left to do is probably a reattempt Hard Lotus, but I'm kind of lazy. Because I've tried it a few times already. And I did not get the clear, unfortunately. And, yeah, I'm a little lazy to do Hard Lotus. So, of course, I don't know if I'm up for another 30 minutes of Hard Lotus, especially this early. I don't think I have the focus to do it. I'll just do normal Lotus. Eight-hour maintenance tomorrow? Yeah, that's assuming that nothing breaks as well. There's always a chance that something breaks. Of course it speeds up. It would not be a Lotus experience for me if it didn't speed up. Alright, everyone make sure you do your last minute things. Everything's getting closed up soon, except for I guess the shops. The shops are open for a little bit, aren't they? Oh. Alright, that was a little bit overkill. Rip event buffs, for real. Oh, I should have bound the boss actually. I still have my boss running. Oh. There's a lot of combat power. Yeah, event buffs will definitely be missed. Unfortunately, this is how it is. I guess we'll sort of get them back soon. The next event has event buffs, I believe. But yeah, rip fams. We had such high hopes. Look, the 10,000 fam points is already kind of crazy, right? That one by itself is kind of crazy, and then they put it once a month. That is wild to me. That's how you know that the developers of the fam, like the developers of the fan cards, does not play MapleStory. Because I feel like they just put a random number. Like 10,000 is just like, oh, this is a clean number. Let's just put 10,000, see what happens. That is definitely an interesting choice there. But there's not much we can do about that, unfortunately. So what's happening with familiars? They showed a thing called, what's it called again? It's like some familiar card that lets you re-roll your familiars. It's kind of like a cube, right? But you can just re-roll your familiars, and they're allowing you to buy it from this familiar shop here. Much like any of these things, you can just buy the stuff, right? But in the shop, it will be 10,000 points, 10,000 shop points to be able to re-roll a familiar. So if you have like a unique fam, you can get a re-roll on this for 10,000 points. 10,000 points is worth the same about 100 common cards. So 1,000 common cards. So 10 stacks. 10 stacks of this. Imagine you're spending 10 stacks to reroll one unique. You're genuinely just better trying to make a new unique with the same amount of cards. Because not only do you get the unique reroll anyway, you also get the epic reroll working towards it. And it's probably going to be cheaper than 10,000 or like 1,000 cards. I don't know who thought that this was a good idea because the number just does not make sense. 10,000 cards. 10 stacks of familiars, guys. For one reroll. That is very questionable. That's very questionable. Yeah. Might be better to upgrade new ones. It's definitely better to upgrade new ones. You're better off completely ignoring that shop, honestly. I would rather just spend my coins buying these gas cans. And that is exactly what I'm going to do because I want to train. My MVPs are expiring. Good evening. Oh, thank you. Hopefully you're doing well. Hope everyone's doing well, actually. How's everyone? I want to farm a lot because I upgraded my second mastery with the expectation that I was going to clear Hard Lotus. And evidently, I was not able to do that. So I'm going to try to farm back my fragments a bit. Hopefully. I also have like 3 expiring MVPs, so I should probably use them. Why don't you open the third fam slot? I'm too lazy right now. It'll probably take me like 30 minutes to an hour to get the last fam slot. So I'll probably just do that after reset. You're 30% on Sunday? Yeah, I was talking about this and saying like how I wasn't going to save because if they announce a Star Forcing event, it's probably going to be like within the second week or after, which was kind of true. The 30% off, sorry, the 5, 10, 15 is on week 3. I really didn't think that it would just give us a 30% off on week 1. That's kind of crazy. Giving people 3 days to prepare for a Star Forcing event seems like such bad EV for them, no? It just guarantees that people are gonna low-key skip it. Any tips on clearing P2 and P3 Hard Lotus? My tip is just wait for the reset. Because the event buffs are gonna go away in about 2 hours. And then after reset, it's gonna be a completely new boss. I'd say because you're learning how to do the current version, you're probably better off just waiting. Unless you really want to clear before reset, in which case I would just recommend you find a party right now. Because, yeah, the boss is getting reworked. I tried to do the current version yesterday just to see if I could get a clear before reset. I couldn't get the clear, and that's fine. Alright. I did the math for this Wild Hunter. I need to farm 50 fragments or 60 fragments within the next couple of days if I want to be able to get Soul Jadis by the time that High Mountain resets. Do you still like Wild Hunter enough to main it, or will you boss me all it? For the time being, it's my main focus. Whether or not I stick with it is another question. I think I need a little bit more experience with this class to have a proper opinion on what I want to do with it. And this is always the hard part of making new characters, right? Like, the initial setup is quite long. I think by default it will always take at least 2 months to set up a new character if you want to try to push it, because that's how long it takes by default to probably get your superior set. This is also assuming that you actually see both an earring and a belt drop by the time that you buy your other 2 pieces. So if you get unlucky, realistically it will probably take you about 3 months to do. 3 months is a long time, but at least that lines up with my Hyperburn. Like, my Xenon wasn't even 4 set superior until after I cleared Black Mage, which is crazy to me. I cannot believe that that I cleared Black Mage and green dotted without superior set. That class is crazy. But we'll see. I want to give this character a decent amount of work. I need to figure out pretty quickly how I want to use this 5-10-15, because that is like a really important, pretty big event. But the problem is I don't have spares of most things, so I might be forced to go down Absolab route. I might have to do what I did with my Xenon, because I don't have spares of anything. It's kind of rough. When it's 5-10-15? In three Sundays. So if this Sunday is week 1, it'll be like 16 days, right? 17 days? What's the math? Wait, how many days until Sunday? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so 18 days. What is a blaster? It's another job. It's another class that some people have joked about on stream about me playing. And I said as an off comment, if we reach 1,000 donations, then I'll consider making the class on the next Hyperburn. What is my regular job? I'm not working a full-time job. I have taken a step back from my previous career, which was in IT consultancy. And I've decided to do YouTube for, like, as a full-time thing for a little bit. Let's see, just because it's like I'm a little burnt out from working in a corporate job, and I have this opportunity to try to do this full time. So I'll give this a go for a bit, and worst case, I can go find a new job. Just gonna lurk until I fall asleep since your time zone. Oh, good to catch you though. I don't usually get European guys in my stream around this time. It's quite late, right? What would be the time zone here? Also, why am I moonwalking? Did they release the Sunny Sunday? Yep. The new patch notes are actually out. Oh, wait, I can do something. Hang on. I can pin this comment, can't I? There we go. Ah, look at me learning how to use my platform. Is 8k subs enough to try to full-time it? I'm full-timing it in the sense that I'm doing I'm putting my focus on this channel just for the time being. I have enough money to not be fussed about my living, my cost of living at the moment, so I wanted just to give it a try and see what happens. You know, if I can actually make enough from this to also supplement it with, like, say, a part-time job, I think I would actually do that. I've mentioned it before, like, if I can make enough off of YouTube and then have another job, like work at a cafe, which I would love to do, something like that, you know. And then with those two together, I think I'll be okay. It's probably possible to live off of. So I don't think MapleStory is big enough for me to full-time. But I'm also, like, not sure if I can pivot over onto other games. I know that there's a few other games out at the moment that are kind of popping off. I think the first one that comes to mind is Deadlock, the new Valve game. But I also don't really know what I want to do. So I don't want to, like... For me, streaming is like... It doesn't make that much. Most of my income is definitely from my videos. and I don't know if I can make videos of that sort of content. But yeah, we'll see what happens. I'm just giving it a try, and I have the luxury of getting this chance to do something like this. If it doesn't work out, that's fine, but at the end of the day, it's something that I probably would never get the chance or time to try ever again. I hope to make 10k a month with only YouTube. That is quite the dream. That would be very that would be insane. But I do not make anywhere close to that money. 40 bill or 20 star for Arcane is enough. 5, 10, 15. Possible. That is a reasonable amount of money, but Arcanes can be pretty finicky, so I wouldn't hold my breath for that many Arcane stars. It's because if it gets stuck 15 to 17, just like in the safeguarding stars, it can eat your money pretty quickly, unfortunately. I don't know if it's enough, but it's possible. Missed the first part. What line of business are you in? I used to be an IT consultancy. Then I realized that it's not really for me. The consultancy part is not for me. The IT part is fine, but the consultancy part, not so much. Yeah, but I've left that line of work because I just got burnt out from it. Because I was doing that for like 7 or 8 years. Basically straight out of university, right? And yeah, I never really got the chance to explore other avenues. I kind of wish that I knew more about it's gonna sound really weird, but like I wish I knew more about how the workforce was a little bit more when I was younger, because I would have loved to pursue other things that I didn't realize was an opportunity. Because I grew up in a very typical, at least here in Australia, a very typical Asian household where you don't really know much about career choices outside of like obviously the most obvious ones. And I kind of feel, I wouldn't say sad is the right word, but I wish I had more insight into what other career opportunities there were when I was younger. Because, you know, the world's not just full of doctors, lawyers, and and accountants and that sort of stuff. Did you miss out on the patch notes? No, I haven't gone through it yet. Right now, I just feel like just getting some grinding in. I'll have a look at the patch notes later. So yeah. As much as I would love to make this a full-time thing though, it's very difficult because I built my channel around MapleStory, so the only way that I would possibly make it work is if I tried to do more content of other things. Because MapleStory, if we all play it, at least I'm assuming the guys in the chat, we all play MapleStory or have played it. This game is inherently like very slow and it has a lot of grind associated to it. So the video making part of it, which is where most of my money would come from, is very slow. Unless there is something that I find like super interesting and it's just I'm just doing a lot of things at once, which was what was happening with my Battle Mage series early on, where I was working on my main and then I had a lot of links and legions to work on, a lot of things in the events to try to collect. That made for a lot of videos, but now it's kind of slowed down a lot because I've already finished all that sort of stuff. But as much as I would like to pivot to other content, it's also a bit of a risk because there's a good chance that I put effort into making those sorts of videos in other things I'm interested in, or perhaps like the more popular things, and then the viewers are just not going to be there. Then I will put a lot of effort or time into making videos for something that doesn't really have a strong payoff. So it's a bit of a weird balance for me, and I don't really know or have a idea of what I want to do. Which is why like I'm mostly sticking with MapleStory. It's me sticking with MapleStory in general has already been sort of a gamble, but yeah, we'll get there. Oh, thank you, Peter. I appreciate it. Nah, I really do. Nah, like, genuinely, guys, like all of the support from you guys has been like huge over the last like couple of months, because I left my job, I want to say almost 4 or 5 months ago. I was actually pretty nervous telling people on stream that like I quit my job, basically. For the longest time, I still told people whenever people asked, like I was an IT consultant, but I quit a long while ago now. And yeah, I do genuinely appreciate the support from everyone. And I feel like really lucky to have a lot of people in my streams. I've told like some of my friends and family that I'm trying to make this work. And then some of them, obviously it's a bit of a shock, right? Because if they all knew that I worked in like consultancy beforehand and everyone else is working like, I want to say like pretty standard jobs. A few of my friends are like, they work as like in the medical field. Some of them work in like I'm drawing a blank, but the guys that I hang out with, they have like pretty standard jobs, right? Nothing like crazy. And then I told them I'm trying to do YouTube full time, and they're like, that is wild, because we all kind of grew up in the same sort of thing where the only jobs that we knew of were, you know, being a doctor, accountant, some IT consultant, you know, stuff like that. So it's, yeah, so it's very special. So I'm trying to make the most of it while I can. Holy lag. But yeah, I'll finish up this coupon, and we can have a look at the patch notes. The patch notes look somewhat interesting. We can all be disappointed in some of the patch notes together. How's that sound? I think I want to try to do a bit of a class overview on some of the classes I've played so far. Because I have played a decent amount of classes to like a decent extent. For example, I have my Battle Mage that has done well. My Xenon, this Wild Hunter that I'm working on. I also have my Cannon Master. Yeah. The only issue that I have with making those sorts of videos is like, it's more of like a personal like mental block, where I feel like I'm not really qualified to talk about some of these things, but I'm gonna try to put that in the back of my mind and then showcase some classes that I've got to play to some extent. And give people just a little bit more out of it. I would like to make some sort of a Battle Mage guide though. Maybe guide's not the right word, more like just insights and stuff like that. Just my general experience with the class. But we'll see what happens. I need to definitely plan it out. I have a few things on my plate at the moment, so we'll see what happens. Clear the arcane bosses is enough. I guess from like a more standard player perspective, yeah. I'm always a little bit worried about these sorts of class guides though, because I feel like I always forget something, but hopefully I can give the classes like a good rep. Put the thoughts in the back burner. People with less qualifications air out their thoughts all the time. Yeah. I've been better about it. It's like those sorts of thoughts were kind of always in the back of my head regardless of what content I made. I think it's just like a bit of a personal development. In the sense that like, I'm trying to tell myself that it's fine, just go for it. I think it's a bit more of a cultural thing here. Where this is one thing that I didn't realize was too much of a thing. But it's definitely more obvious in, I think, Australian culture compared to others. Where, or at least in the culture that I grew up in within Australia, well, the kind of I don't know what you would call it. It's like the support of like random ideas is just not as there. But what is it called? I don't remember what. There's a name for it. But anyway, like one of the things that I didn't really have was whenever I had these like random ideas, general support for it is like not really there. So people are like tend to be like more skeptical of like these kind of weird ideas, or in my case, like trying to do YouTube full time. I think that random people, like the general population, would probably like be a bit skeptical around it. But when I told like some of my American friends that I was gonna try to do this full time, they were like super excited about it and really supportive, and it kind of caught me off guard. For example, obviously not everybody's like that, but that was like the general feeling about it. So it's kind of weird. So I'm trying to like get better at it. Do shorts make any money? They don't make money, but they do like bring traffic, right? That's like the point of it. They're meant to be like quick videos to make. But I don't have that many ideas for shorts, and I'm not very good at editing. That's my biggest weakness when it comes to this whole YouTubing thing and making videos, is that I'm not very good at editing. I'm like self-taught, basically. Wild Hunter 261? Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we managed to get 260 on the Sunday. And then, over the last couple of hours, I guess, been pushing the EXP. I mean, it's a couple of hours, I mean like almost a day, but yeah. I haven't done Monster Park Extreme, but I'm kind of lazy. I don't think anyone's going to take a random 261 Wild Hunter. And that's okay. I'm not too fussed about the EXP for the most part. Fam rerolls are dead on arrival, yeah. 10,000 fam points is wild. And then I like how they try to make it sound exclusive in the fam shop. Limited time, once a month. And then it's not even a good price. Like, I don't know what they expected. I don't know what they're expecting. I don't think any of us were expecting very much. But that is pretty low by even Nexon standards. It's because 10,000 is just a ridiculous amount. You can just make your own uniques. Hello MZ, welcome. Would you rather make... Is that a Bowmaster or Battle Mage? I realize that sometimes people mix up the two acronyms. Just making sure. If we're talking about Bowmaster, Bowmaster is fine. I think as a boss mule, Bowmaster and Demon Slayer are probably both like equally as good, if equally funded, most likely. But I think Demon Slayer definitely has an edge because it has its own self-bind, which helps out with the nodes. So you don't have to worry about having to put that into your V matrix. Especially if you're going to Lomian, having a bind is quite nice. What about Marksman? Marksman is better for Lotus, for sure. At least this current iteration of Lotus. It's kind of hard to say because I don't know how classes will perform on the new Lotus. I want to say Demon Slayer will always be a safe bet. Like, just in general. Demon Slayer will always be a safe bet. Okay. With the 30% announced, should I just full send on 30%? That's the real question. I'm kind of tempted, but at the same time, 5, 10, 15 is not that far away. Because 30% is still pretty good for me. I don't have anything that's worth safeguarding, that's why. So like the 5, 10, 15 is pretty irrelevant. I feel like I'll just take any Star Forcing event at this point. Still feels awful? That's fine. You just keep clicking until it goes. I mean, 30% is not that much different from off eventing. It's just a cheaper off event. Event is event. Easy for you to say, you're seated. Only some characters. You guys weren't there when it was actually painful. I assure you, I have went through the highs and lows of Star Forcing. I assure you. I don't usually like giving my opinion on a lot of factors, but I will be pretty adamant on like my approach and telling people how I Star Force, because I can promise you I've seen some things in my time. You call me seated shows the bishop booming 80 belts. Why MILF Hunter? That's crazy. It's a resistance class that is pretty underrepresented, and I just wanted to give it a go. That's all it was. I wanted to play a resistance class in general, just because I have the VAC pet on my resistance like classes. So just wanted to give it a try. How do you get into making bossing mules? I think the first step is actually getting your main progressed. It's hard to make bossing mules if your main hasn't made progress. One of the easiest ways, because realistically you would want to try to make your bossing mules as cheap as possible, and one of the cheapest ways to set up bossing mules is just by dumping a bunch of nodes on it. Like, nodes give you a lot of damage without spending very much meso. So if you want to make bossing mules, you try to push your main further, so then you're more likely to have been finished with your nodes, for example. And then on top of that, your main probably can trade bosses with other people. So say you're 269 Phantom at the moment. Let's say you can do Hard Lotus or something like that. Hard Lotus, Hard Damien. Then you can find somebody who can also do Hard Lotus, Hard Damien, and you guys both take each other's characters through that boss. That way, both players get the benefit from the Absolab boxes, which is huge on mules, right? Getting like a free Absolab weapon is nice. It saves a lot of time. Obviously, you have to work your way to get the mule to do 5%, but if you're trading with someone, chances are you can also trade all the previous bosses, so you can take each other's CRA, and it definitely helps setting up new characters like that. But yeah, the biggest issue for setting up bossing mules, it is another resource sink, right? It will cost money to set it up, it will cost nodes, and if your main isn't that pushed, it's hard to invest those resources. Would there be another event after this event end? Pretty much. There will always be an event on. Whether or not it's a hyper burning event, you have to check, but there will be events on. Usually they'll give you like a bunch of EXP, a bunch of random rewards like node stones, coupons, you know, that sort of stuff. They'll always do that. Should I push Golix to 22 on 30% or 5, 10, 15? In my opinion, both are fine, because most of your money is going to be sunk into the fodders anyway, and the fodders are not going to be safeguarded. So when it comes to items that aren't safeguarded, 30% and 5, 10, 15 have like pretty similar EV. You have a higher chance of low rolling on 30% though, so it might be more expensive if you low roll. But in terms of cost, it should be pretty similar. If you're talking just like statistically, it's about the same. Another Hyperburn? No, we won't get another Hyperburn for a while. When I say a while, it's like probably like 3 months or something. What is low roll? That means if you get unlucky. Like, if you get unlucky on 30% off, you're more likely to get unlucky on 30% off because there's no increase in the chances of success, right? So you can still get like relatively unlucky. But 5, 10, 15 inherently is an easy event to Star Force well because you only need to hit 16, you only need to get to 17, 18, 19, 20, right? So you only need to do 4 stars instead of the 5 stars to get to 20. So you have a better chance of getting lucky on a 5, 10, 15. On 30% though, it's you don't have any increased chances, it's just cheaper. Got it? Yeah. I just use the different terminology, but it's just like high roll, low roll, you know, get lucky, get unlucky sort of thing. Just different words for the same thing. Any news on milestones? I don't actually follow updates, I'll be real with you guys. Like, a lot of the times I don't even follow updates. I kind of just do whatever. The new patch notes are currently out. I don't think that's the milestone patch, right? That's like the next major one. I actually like genuinely don't follow that far into the future. I feel like I get stressed out when I look at like patch notes too far ahead. Which is definitely the case when it comes to things like MapleStory, and a lot of games as well. 22 your Wild Hunter? I don't know about that. I feel like if I was going to 22 something, at 22 my my Battle Mage. Now, you're crazy. I don't have money. Do not have money to do that. There's so many coupons and buffs that I have to put on. I don't remember if I have everything on. Hopefully that's everything. Double priming eye patch. Double priming is so hard, man. It's kind of crazy to me just in general whenever people hit. Thinking of skipping 30% and going to 5, 10, 15. I think that's fine. Yeah. I mean, skipping 30% off is valid. If you're okay waiting to make gains. I personally would just take every event, but I know a lot of people genuinely do not like 30% off. This game is so different from other MMOs, it's kind of breath of fresh air. Yeah, it does play very differently. I think if you wanted to play a game that has a lot of grind, and you're okay with the grind, it's kind of like RuneScape. RuneScape has that similar, scratches a similar itch to me as well, where you're not really like expecting fast gains and like trying to do new content super quickly. It's gonna be a grind. Just made it through 6 jobs, just wondering where to spend my first fragments and Soul Erda. Is Janus level 1 but good for rates? It just depends on how strong you think your Soul Janus is going to be. Because right now, I am quite weak in Cernium here. Like, I'm basically 2-shotting. So my Soul Janus is actually going to be quite weak. It's going to be quite weak. So I don't think that I'm in a rush to get Soul Janus, but I would like to get it just to get another summon, right? I think most times, you'll want to try to get your masteries on your skills to help you with the basic mobbing first. I think most classes, like, first mastery is probably like a mobbing skill of some sort. Or it just gives you like a general upgrade to the class. Like for me, this Hurricane Wild Arrow Blast is quite strong. So I put that as my first thing, and then I'll come back for Soul Janus later. Phone stream sucks, I'm sorry. The worst thing about the phone streams is the fact that you actually get ads. I'm sure a lot of us have like some kind of ad blocker. Can you make a guide on making bossing mules without the 6 set? It's a bit tricky. I feel like the making boss mules is a little bit more involved. I can try to make guides like that. Oh, you can't read and watch. That's true. They don't have picture in, like the little what's it called again? Picture in picture? You can't have like a small one. It's okay, Swan. I'll understand if you prefer to read manga. It's not this gameplay from Maple Story is not exactly the most riveting. Yeah, the Twitch pop out. Yeah. That's one thing that YouTube streaming needs. It's just like the pop out. Do you need Abso gear for boss mules? I think Abso gear is like the perfect best in slot for boss mules, in my opinion. Unless you want to push them further, obviously. But if you just want to try to get like low min bossing mules or just really fast CRA mules, Absolab gear is like really solid. 17-star Absolab gear with decent WSE and like just fill out the rest of your accessories with whatever you can get. Solid. Very solid. I don't think it's mandatory, but it's definitely like a very achievable like gain. I don't think if your boss mule can do CRA, for example, and you can definitely find people to carry you CRA. I don't think CRA is something that is hard to attain, especially if you are able to trade it on your main. I don't think it's hard to attain anymore for boss mules. And then from there, you can definitely get yourself into some normal Lotus and normal Damien runs. I know it kind of sucks to do the weeklies, but like if you put in the effort to do that, your boss mules can get pretty strong pretty quickly. Especially once you can Star Force them past 10 stars. Like getting like the 20... Oh, sorry, not 20. Getting to like 16 stars Abso is huge. It's so much attack. I have 1.2 mil combat power. What's the highest boss you could do? You could probably like reasonably finish CRA, Magnus, like up to Vellum basically. I don't know if you can be bothered doing CPAP. I feel like CPAP might be a bit long. You can probably clear it, but I don't know if you want to be in there for like longer than 15 minutes. But yeah, you can definitely do 3 doors, maybe 4 doors pretty comfortably. Is the new pet vac pet or not? I think it's a normal one. Was Terry a normal one? I can't remember. Why stick with 21 Pencil when you do 21 Ranmaru? Not the 21 Ranmaru. The little Terry was Vac. Oh, I got left-righted. I don't know the terms you use. I think you might be strong enough to clear the first 3 bosses in Chaos Root Abyss. That's what I mean by 3 door. And then if you can be bothered doing C-Vel, Chaos Velm, then you'll be able to do 4 door. Usually people distinguish between 3 and 4 because the jump from like the first 3 bosses to C-Vel is like a little bit bigger. But I think with 1.2 mil, you should be able to comfortably clear at least the first 3 bosses of CRA. Yeah, Chaos Root Abyss. Hopefully that made sense. I do sometimes forget, like, I feel like I'm speaking a different language when it comes to these sorts of games, right? Especially with guild skills, yeah. If you join a guild, even like a mule guild of some sorts, it would definitely help it out. Your lens 4 mil combat power, clear up to end low min. Yeah, that sounds about right. Once you hit like 4 or 5 mil, that's when like your load of Damien runs like become pretty reasonable. Is it that queen chick? Yeah, it's like those set of bosses. It's the queen, the clown, and the chicken. And then there's that like the snake as well. But I don't know if you... That one might be a bit harder. Yeah. So you have to do the normal bosses 5 times before you can unlock the hard versions. But I think at 1.2 you'll be able to clear the hard versions. Probably with a little bit of practice if you haven't cleared them before. Judging by the fact that you're asking me about this, maybe it might be difficult. But that's just me making assumptions. Mystic fan cards end up being a waste. Yeah, unfortunate. Cannot believe that it's DOA. It's a bit disappointing. What can you do? You help girls prog, yeah, scared of men. There's a wild comment. You killed it on normal? Yeah. When you unlock the Chaos version, they drop these symbols. Like each of the bosses drop their own one. And from this, they actually give you some of the best gear in the game. These Trickster, oh, I guess it's Fafnir, right? I say Trickster, but that's the Archer one. But the Fafnir items that you get from those bosses is basically best in slot for most players. So that is definitely a good goal to aim for. The annoying part about those bosses, other than like actually clearing the bosses, is just doing the 5 days. You have to clear them 5 times total before you can unlock the hard version, which is really annoying. Thankfully they're removing that soon though. Hopefully they'll just put it at 0 requirements so we can actually run it in. How are you enjoying Wild Hunter 6th job? It's pretty fantastic. 6th job Wild Hunter so far, pretty impressed. I'm pretty impressed. Carried to C10, you promise? That's crazy. Is the next patch tomorrow going to remove the NRA requirement? I don't know if it's the next patch. I know it's coming soon, but I don't know which patch it is. Anyone know for sure? I know, all I know that at some point they're removing the prereq. Oh my god, I have no space in my inventory to pick up those things. Oh, I don't need them. Can't use these masks anymore. I don't have enough space. Oh, this is so doomed. What do I do? Oh, there's a meso bag here. I don't need that. Removed in the winter update. Unfortunate. I was hoping that would come sooner. $100 for 20 fam rerolls is crazy. Can you see my emotes? I can. I can see you mashing the hell out of it. Every time that you guys click those live emotes, I can 100% see it and it covers my screen. I don't know what it looks like to you guys. I don't know if you guys can even see them, but I can see them. Yeah, you guys gotta chill. I think there is a widget for me to like put it on the screen as well, but I don't know which one it is. Watching your cluttered inventory hurts your soul. It's just coupons. It's just symbol selectors and stuff like that, and just a bunch of cubes. Look, all of it's gonna expire eventually, so it'll be fine. Thank you for all the live reactions. I appreciate it. Limbo update, I see. Yeah. Really hoping that they'll remove it earlier, but I guess not. Look, I can clean my inventory after. After I use all my MVPs. They're expiring in about an hour. I have one more expiring, so I gotta get this used. Yeah, I'm up like super early as well, so I'm gonna try to make the most out of my motivation while I'm here. Gotta make the most out of it. But yeah, well, how is everyone though? What are you guys up to today? It's really early for me, but I'm sure it's like almost prime time for a lot of you guys, right? I can imagine it's like towards the end of work time, dinner time for North America. Is that the timing? I don't know my time zones that well. Keep your inventory full? Okay, Elisa, if you say so. If you say so. I stayed up for the patch note and you're going to bed sad. Oh man. Just crying yourself to sleep because these fam cards are trash. It's midnight in the Netherlands? Ah, right. It's still crazy to me that like I get to interact with so many people from around the world. Thoughts on the patch notes? I think we are all sharing a very similar disappointment in the fam system. A very similar disappointment. 6:40 East Coast? What's the time difference between East and West Coast? Is it like 2 hours or something, or is it 3 hours? Would rather donate 100 for DA series than 200 for 20 fam rolls. It's true. I don't know if I would pay that much money for that much stuff. I feel like, nah, ain't gonna be. I'm not spending my money on that, I think. 3 hour difference? I see. Time zones are whack. Yeah, 10,000 points is ridiculous. You're better off just making... You're just better off making more uniques. If you take more than 1,000 fams to make a new unique, then you just giga low rolled. It's just, there's nothing to it, right? You just got really unlucky, but in most cases, it's not going to take 1,000 fam cards for you to get a unique. It's probably closer to like 400 at most, 400, 500. Even then, I think 500 is like kinda unlucky. 500 is like 8 or 9 fails in a row. Like that's like about as bad as it gets for the most part. If you miss 12 rerolls, like 12 fails on the unique, then yeah, that's just unfortunate. Thank you for the live react spam. That has not stopped. Like, thanks Swan for like telling people about that function. Dude, you know how it actually is hard for me to read my chat because it's covering my chat. It's just a bunch of random emotes. You guys are so troll. I wouldn't put it past you guys to find new ways to troll me. $10,000 points is like 2 wealths. I think it's probably more. Because 10,000 points is that's 1,000 fam cards, 1,000 commons. How long does it take to get 1,000 commons? Oh wait, no, that adds up. That's about it. That adds up. 2 wealths. No, you're right. You're right. For some reason, I thought wealth as in like the half an hour ones, because I only use the small ones. What's the max amount of boss moves people make to bosses up to end low or CPAP? Usually about maximum of 12. It's a maximum of 12. You just hate MapleStory? Dude, we weren't asking for much. We weren't expecting much from the rerolls, but like 10,000 is like so obvious that the guys who developed the fam system have no idea what they're doing. Either that, or they were told to be careful with the numbers, and they were just like, you know, they told us like we gotta be careful and not accidentally break something, so we'll just put a stupid number. I don't know. Either the developers were told otherwise, or they just do not play the game themselves. But I am inclined to believe it's probably a mix of both. I don't know about you guys, but like I wouldn't play the game that I designed. I think I'd get sick of it. But yeah. At least for an MMO like this, it's kind of hard. This is where you need people to do QA. Like, people dedicated to QA. Like, if you're developing a game, you need somebody to QA your stuff. It's fine to not play your own game, but you need somebody to tell you that your game is broken. But we can buy 20 wealths and drops. You know, that's not bad. I'll take it. Do you see who sends the emoticons? I do not see who sends it. I just see a pile of them. But I can probably guess which 3 or 4 people are pressing it right now. It's not stopped. This is first disappointing update for Inkwell. Well, we don't know if it was him who pushed this update. So let's hold our judgment, shall we? Yeah. I haven't looked at the patch updates just yet, but I will say that that particular part of the update is a little bit disappointing. I think that the fact that they made it time limited and also once per month but didn't even give us a good price makes 0 sense to me. Like, if they were gonna time limit it, usually if it's time limited it would be like some amazing price or something like that, or something like... It's... I don't know, it just didn't make any sense to me. Look, I don't think anyone would complain as much if it was like 1,000 fam points. If you could only do once a month, 1,000 fam points and you get a reroll. It's not much, but that's something that nobody would complain about. It's like, everyone would be like, okay, it's not perfect, but it's something. You know, if they just made it 1,000, that's 100 fam cards for 1 reroll a month. People would be like, okay, it's not much, but I'll take it, you know? Nobody would have complained. Maybe slightly disappointed, but nobody would have complained. And they just jacked it to 10,000. Like, what? 10,000? That's 1,000 fam cards. That's crazy. As a person who's got kids called Quick, I'd like Power Crew. You're crazy, Swan. The SF events are so close to each other. I would have liked the 30% off to be not this weekend, but the next weekend. And I would have liked... And then the 5, 10, 15 being 2 weeks after is fine. It gives people an option. I don't mind them being close to each other, because you're not... Typically you don't like use both the events. Usually you go for one or the other. Or if you try to do both, then you have to budget accordingly, right? I just didn't expect them to do it so early. More than anything else. Would it be better if they didn't bother adding it? I think it being in the game is fine, even if it's not a lot. You can just kind of think of it like a bonus. I think the bigger issue, like genuinely the bigger issue, was people were expecting too much from it. I held off my expectations because I kind of had an idea of what they would probably do. I'm just kind of surprised that, like, clearly the person who implemented it didn't think of, like, the actual rates. Because 10,000 fam points is actually just way more than making your own unique fam. Like, the reroll aspect is, like, pointless if it costs more than just making a new one. It doesn't make sense. Like, straight up just does not make sense. What fam badges do you rec? I still don't have my 3rd fam slot. I would do all the Arcane River ones, and then the Cernium one. So how many of that is that already? So you've got like Asphera, Morass, and then the 3 Tenebrous areas. So that's already 5 badges, and then Cernium makes 6. So you just need to do 4 other badges. I would do the badges that have high spawn rate. I hate the snail one. I hate the Rian one. So I would probably do like the Edelstein mines That one's pretty good. I think that one also gives IED. So Edelstein. You could probably do the sand one if you can be bothered. There's 2 Edelstein ones actually, right? Because there's like the basic one, which is like super easy. And they have decent spawn rate. Then there's the mines, and they just need 2 more. You could probably do Lionheart Castle. Like the Von Leon one. And then the last one, you can do whichever. I can't remember which last one I usually do. I think I usually do the desert one. Because that one gives IED. I think. But if you just want like fast ones, just do Arcane River, Cernium, Edelstein. That's basically all of them. You just need two extra ones. Those are super easy. 30% off is scam, never doing that again. I like 30% off. I like just offer vending for cheaper. Even if you don't get lucky, it's just so cheap. It's just full send. You guys have to remember, 30% off is... I get to clean up my inventory. If you guys have like a hell of a lot of fodders for both earrings and belts, 30% off is your jam. You don't care about the booms. That's the thing. 30% off, you don't care about the booms. You just keep going. You just keep going. Keep clicking. When things break on 30% off, it's just a mild inconvenience. You just keep going until you either hit your stars or you settle. So that's the way you approach that event. You can't expect to make amazing gains off of 30% off because inherently you're just gonna blow up stuff. You gotta go in with the mindset that everything's about to blow up, but at least you get it cheaper. The same as the people who set the price of the flames in the event meso shops. That's exactly how I feel about it. It's like, I mean, it's nice that it's there, but clearly it's just overpriced. How does Chaos Circ work? I understand black circulators. Yeah, Chaos Circ just rolls your percentages, but you don't get to choose. Yeah, 30% off is pretty close. I think I'll also only have about 15 bill at best. I don't even think I'll hit 15 bill. I will probably still do 30% off because I do have my earrings that would be good to do. I wouldn't mind trying to like get my earrings to 21. I only have 2 spares though, unfortunately, so if I don't hit those, then I'm just back in spares waiting room, which is fine. I could probably try to do my CRAs to 21 because they're currently at 20. I'm a little bit worried about my spares though. My spares are not that great. Like, I don't know, if I blow up a hat or something, I don't know if I'll get it back to 21. So I don't really have much I can work on this character, unfortunately. Just no spares. Yeah. It's a bit of a shame, but I don't think that I can make that much progress on my Wild Hunter these events. So there might be the return of the Battle Mage soon, because my Battle Mage has a lot of things I can work on if I decide to. Either that or I cut my losses and then Star Force my mechanic or something like that. I could work on the mechanic. That can't happen, the mechanic is forever ignored. What's the goal on the Battle Mage right now? Oh, the goal for the Battle Mage is just wait for liberation. I haven't decided if I wanted to push that character yet. It's already in a really solid spot. Like, I can do most of the content and I can pivot into doing all the rest of the content if I want to. The only thing that the Battle Mage is missing is 22s and 280 or 285, right? Both of those are just, they'll go together. Like, if I'm pushing for 280, my 22s will eventually come. So, like, my Battle Mage is kind of done. Like, it's perfectly set up for an eventual push if I decide to go back to push it. And that's kind of where I like to put my characters. I want to put them in a spot where, like, if I want to push it, I can. I don't like leaving it halfway, which is exactly what happened to my mechanic, and because it's left halfway, I don't want to play it. How far into Liberation are you? I'm up to Lotus this month. So after reset, I need to go clear Magnus, because I haven't done it yet. And then I'll be able to do Lotus. And then I do Black Mage, and then I clear Damien. So next month I get to do 3 of my Liberations, because I slacked off. So yeah, halfway through the Liberation already, which is pretty cool. It's funny to me that my Battle Mage and my Cannon Master are both liberating at the same time. Oh, thank you, Christian, for the $2. I appreciate it. $2 to the new Battle Pass. We'll see what happens with the Battle Pass. The Battle Pass is quite expensive, isn't it? You get to do Remastered Lotus for Lib. I do. So maybe I can do that on a stream. On the reset. I can do Remastered Lotus on stream. What do you guys think? It looks like fun. The new Lotus looks kind of fun. I'll wait for the Liberation mission. I will say though, I think given how strong my Battle Mage is, I think the Lotus clear is going to be a little bit underwhelming. I don't think it's going to be longer than like 5 minutes. But at least we get to see the new boss, see how it goes. I think I'm more likely to have trouble with it on my bossing mules. I feel like my Xenon, I'll have to learn how to play that boss. Last hour for Go West, yup. Make sure you guys claim all your things if you haven't already. Make sure you guys claim everything. Claim all your rewards. It's about to reset. Will you clear Extreme Lotus? Nah, Extreme Lotus is way too hard. Like, the damage you need for that, like, it's only going to be attained by, like, the people at, like, literally the end game. How much health does it have? Like, a couple of quadrillion health. That's right. Not trillion, like all the other bosses is quads. It's in the queues now, I think. Yeah, and Extreme Lotus is pretty crazy, how much damage you need for it. I followed along your Battle Mage when I started. Now I'm lived doing end cards at 170 million. Oh, nice! Well, I'm glad that you enjoyed the series enough to stick with the game. Does make me happy knowing that I encourage people to push a character that far. How are you enjoying your class so far? Unless you're also playing Battle Mage, in which case, say less. We already know that's great. Even clear the bosses at the same time? That's great. That is part of the fun of doing like a series. If there are people who follow along sometimes, and the Battle Mage one was a lot of fun when people were telling me they were keeping up. What's the best way to improve professions? Honestly, probably just mine the rocks and flowers that you always see, just to always have the materials. Whenever I see the rocks and the flowers, I just pick everything up. And then you can kind of brute force a lot of the professions with just random ores that you find on the floor. Either that or you can set up threads of fate, but that's a little bit more involved. A certain content creator said X Lotus is going to be clearable by majority of the community. Yeah, majority of the endgame community. The endgame community has like 1,000 people in it. How many people do they think play this game? I think it's very easy to forget how many people, when you're at that point in the game, it's very easy to forget how many people actually play this game that are not that far progressed. It's very easy to forget. it wasn't until I started making more videos and streaming where I realized that most of the players don't even get past hard lotus solo. As crazy as that sounds. That is the stat that I will never forget. The amount of people who have soloed hard lotus is way lower than you would expect. Especially once you get like past 280 and then you started like clearing like black mage and stuff like that. It's easy to forget. You just assume everyone is in your same spot, right? That was me too. Like I used to think that. I thought, you know, if I could do it, that means everyone can do it. But that's absolutely not the case. Well, it's a lot harder to stick with one game and stick with the grind than you would think. How much combat power required for extreme lotus clear? Probably like at least like 300. I don't know. Swan, are you here by any chance? I don't know many people who could be able to solo it, I'll be honest. It's going to be something stupid. In Kala solo, yeah. So that's like 300 mil, 250 mil, right? The clear on that boss is only going to be done by the top. Like the best players in the best, not necessarily best, but like the strongest players in the server. Are you going to do 30% style or wait for 5, 10, 15? I'll probably do both. Also, hello Toast, welcome. Is it X-Lotus 2-man? It is 2-man. And it will still require a lot of damage. Just because you can duo it doesn't mean it's going to be any easier. You guys have to be basically like normal Carlos solo duo level to be able to do Extreme Lotus. How much combat power do you need for Chaos Gloom Party? Depends on how fast the run is. If the run is going to be 15 to 20 minutes, you can probably get in with like anywhere between 10 and 15 mil. If it's going to be a like 10 to 5 minute run, you'll probably need like at least 20 to 25. Otherwise it's too fast. Someone get that hard as their first pitch boss. Dude, if you get to that point where your first pitch boss is that hard, I would be very sad for them. Because they would have been playing for quite a long time. And if their first set is that hard, it's a little tragic. 9-hour stream today. We'll see how I feel. We'll see how I feel. This new heart temple perm. The new heart is perm. So you can still get black hearts, I believe, from the boss. It's not removed or anything. But Extreme Lotus can drop the permanent heart, which I think you can Star Force all the way to 22. Which is nice. It's nice that we have a better best in slot perm item. What it does mean for me though is my Cannon Master is no longer fully done with Star Forcing pitched. Unfortunately. So maybe that's something I will look forward to in the future. I feel Lin might be very viable in X-Lotus. Yeah, 100%. One of the Lin's best features is the fact that you can... Like an endgame Lin will be really, really valuable in that boss, but I can probably tell you that I don't know anyone who plays Lin to that level. I don't know anyone. Because again, you gotta be like N Carlos duo level, which is quite a tall ask for most of the community right now. Oh, congrats on your 281. Starting to practice Black Mage so you can liberate? Ooh, exciting. Good luck. 118 mil combat power? Probably not. Unless the person that you're duoing with is like really strong. I don't think you would be able to contribute. I think 118, I don't even know if you're blue dot. You guys have to remember, X-Lotus is huge. It's a huge HP bar. It's got like, what, 2 quad HP or something? 2 quadrillion? That's 2,000 trill. Isn't it that sort of number? It's something crazy high. What's 5% of 2,000 trillion? That's a lot of trillions. Yeah. X-Lotus is huge. If you can find that one guy at 94% Maple Scouter solo, you need to be female. That is a wild statement. But I unfortunately think that that is probably a true statement. But yeah. Even if I could like support somebody like that, I wouldn't if I couldn't blue dot. There's no point. That's just too much effort. Because if you support somebody and then you end up red, you also lose your clear. I would rather just solo Hard Lotus at that point, rather than red dot an X Carlos. Unless you're just like kind of done with the game, in which case then sure you can do whatever. Did you read the patch notes? I haven't read the patch notes yet. I'll probably go through them in half an hour after I finish this set of coupons. My MVPs are expiring. Did somebody actually post that? That is cringe. There's no way that's real. Our female is crazy. That is a crazy statement, man. People are weird. Glad free vac pet. Yeah. So little Terry is a vac pet then? I remember someone saying that you get one, but I don't remember it was a vac pet, so yeah. That is... What's wrong with people, man? We're not asking for much, we're just asking for normal people. Did Swan just advertise that? Well, look, I can make a good assumption that Swan is probably female, though. Just by the way that they've mentioned this sort of thing in the past. Probably. And before, I've assumed incorrectly. Nah, I actually know Swan. Not in person, but I do actually know them. So it's not... I think they're just being funny. Don't worry, if I see weird things in my chat, I tend to just ban the people. Don't worry. That's one of the nice things about being a streamer. I get to control my chat. But for the most part, people have been pretty nice so far. So I'll take that as a blessing. Currently a 43 mil combat powered dual blade trying to do solo prog. Currently at hard lucid. What are any points of advice? So have you cleared hard lucid? Like what bosses are you having issues clearing? 43 mil combat power is pretty good. I think you can clear majority of the bosses. Although I don't know much about dual blade, I'll say. It sounds like with 43 mil you probably are able to min clear most of the bosses, except Black Mage of course. What are you having trouble with right now? I think that like 43 mil is one of those walls that are a little bit annoying because my guess is you're probably like starting to work on your arcanes and you're slowly pushing the rest of your gear past 20. So I think you're just at that point where you're trying to play off of the star forcing events the best you can. So then you can try to get your stars past 20, 21 and whatnot. I think just general advice, try to get your spares and then try to get things to 21. Try to save as best you can for the star forcing events that are coming up. And then try to push your star force like that. And obviously your 6th job is pretty huge. I think at 43 mil you might be able to reasonably give a lot of the other bosses a go. I think if you can solo hard lucid you should be able to solo hard will as well with practice. Hard will is a bit of a mechanical check though, so don't be discouraged if you you have issues with that. Same thing with V-Healer. Both of those bosses are pretty big mechanical checks. Dark Knell is just, you kind of just hope for the best, but the new Dark Knell should be a lot easier. New Dark Knell won't have any meteors or anything. Farm seagulls and get 3 easy boss fams. If only it was that easy, man. If only it was that easy. That Xenon just just ate way too much. Just gotta be patient. Yeah. Just you sound like, it sounds like you're at a good spot. You're just hitting like the point where Maple Story starts to slow down a little bit. I think the pacing of the game is quite fast when you're going for 17 star 2-line legendary, but once you start pushing past the 17 stars, it does slow down a bit. And it's a little bit daunting, I'll be honest. Because then you start blowing up a lot more items, you need to prepare your spares and stuff like that. It's a little annoying. If you can burst Lucid in a test, doesn't mean you 100% guarantee damage to guarantee will. If you have barely enough damage to do hard Lucid, it's probably a little bit under for hard will. Depending on the class, of course. If you're a burst class and you can barely clear P3, if you're a burst class and you can barely clear P3 Lucid, you don't have the damage. If you are a DPS class that can clear hard Lucid, you can definitely clear hard will. It just depends on how much damage you can do in between your bursts, because Will is much more of a DPM boss compared to the others. Just because of the way that P1 is structured. You just waste too much time otherwise. If your P1 isn't able to be cleared within like 2-2-2 or 2-3 or even 2-3-2 split, it's a little hard. But the damage requirement for Will is a lot lower than people think. It's definitely a mechanical check for most players. It's entirely within P3. Like, if you put my Battle Mage as a reference, I cleared Hard Will as my first hard Arcane River boss. Like, I cleared Hard Will before I cleared Hard Lucid. I cleared that before Sea Gloom. Like, in terms of the damage, it's not as high as you would think. I cleared it before Sea Gloom and I cleared it before Hard Lucid. The damage is not as bad as people think. But it is very dependent on your hands in P3. If you can't stay unwebbed in P3 for longer than like 6 or 7 minutes, you're gonna have trouble. How much combat power do you think is comfortable for Lib? Probably, if you're just trying to solo all the bosses, let's say you're trying to do the entirety of C10E solo, basically V-Healer, right? You can probably do everything within 60 mil, or even less. Like my Xenon's like 52 mil, 55 mil combat power, and I can do my Liberation solo, assuming I can get the runs in for Black Mage, right? So yeah, I want to say at least 50 something mil, but I don't know if random Black Mage parties will take that low of a combat power. Usually people like to get out of Black Mage as fast as possible. So yeah, in terms of like doing your Liberation missions, 55 to 60 mil is probably more than enough. But to get into a Black Mage party, that's definitely up to the party. If you don't mind asking, how old are you? I am currently 28. When it feels like my damage is much lower. I don't think your damage is lower. I think Battle Mage just is a high DPM class, so I get all of my damage out way more consistently. And also, you might have to take into account that I've been doing Hard Will for like literally like 3 or 4 years now at this point. I've cleared that boss like almost 500 times, I feel. Probably not 500, but like, it feels like I've cleared the boss so many times, so there's definitely probably an experience gap in that sense. If I had to guess, like an actual number of how many times I've cleared hard will, at least 200 times. And then half of those are probably solo. Across like 5 or 6 different classes, so it's just like experience. Damage requirement isn't that high if you time your burst with Will's poison. Yeah. That is actually a really big one. Thank you for bringing that up. For anybody who's trying to clear Will, it's very important to intentionally use the poison. You have to be very conscious of the poison. You have to make the most of it if you're trying to min clear. What would happen towards the end of the fight is that there are times where you're going to be webbed out and your burst is coming up and you have to time it with poison. You have to. You have to make the most out of every little bit of damage. I think that's something that's definitely... I didn't really think about until just now as well. Like, I think it was just because it's a habit. Whenever I see poison coming up, or like, if I notice I got poison, and my burst is about to come off cooldown, I would actually just wait for the poison. Just catch it, I'll time my burst and then catch the poison and then bind. Even if I delay my burst by like 30 seconds, I will always just catch that poison. It's so much FD. Just the small things just add up. I'm gonna try to save up 15 bill for 5, 10, 15. That sounds good. I feel better about being 29 playing MapleStory. I think most of the players are probably mid to late 20s. I feel like I looked at my stats not too long ago on YouTube to see, just because it shows like who are watching, and I think most of the people who are watching are between 20 and 30. Friends in their mid 30s, yeah, I can see that too. Like the upper end would be like even 40s. I can imagine people in their 40s playing this. If they grew up with this game. I wouldn't say grow up with this game, but were around when this game was popular. I think saying like if you were 20 years old when you're when you first played MapleStory, I wouldn't say growing up is the right word. The Legion changes affect a lot. They're changing it so then it's not based off so much your star forcing anymore, like the raid power. It's going to be based off of the combat power. So if your mules are weak, you might take a hit on the Legion damage. You're heading out. Thank you for dropping by. Yeah, they're changing it to be based off of how strong your Legion mules are. I can expect most of us to probably take a hit on the Legion. Our Legion characters aren't very strong. All of my mules are basically in like either frozen gear or worse. I think all of us are probably losing coins. Speaking of coins, I haven't claimed my coins recently. I was running a little low. Did they say everyone will go up? I guess maybe they changed the formula. If they're saying that people will generally go up, then maybe they changed the formula. Who knows? I don't actually know. When does this change happen? Tomorrow. The new patch will be out in 24 hours, basically. A little less than 24 hours. The maintenance will be in about 12 hours-ish from now. About 13 hours. New weekly mission for 200 coins seems nice. That's reasonable. Enough for 30 minutes of wealth? Yeah. Oh god, I'm so bad at this. It's okay, I'll get the monster collection and I'll be happy. All good. Never mind. Haven't popped a single lap since? Yeah, that's fair. Try not to get too burnt out this. It's very easy to get FOMO from these sorts of things, but funnily enough, I think the amount of grind that I've done over the time on this Wild Hunter, I did the least on that Sunday. That Sunday is when I did the least. Yo, live reacts going off again. Yeah, the new event is just like, just standard stuff. It's just like free things if you can be bothered getting it. I try not to FOMO about most events, honestly. At the end of the day, it's all the same stuff all the time. It's just more symbols, more node stones, some extreme growth pots, that sort of stuff. Actually pay to win event? Yeah. I saw the 100k battle pass. That's kind of crazy. I don't know if I'll be paying for that. Very unlikely though. I think it's 100k because there's two 50k passes off the top of my head, if I'm not mistaken. How much was Fairy Bros? I'm not sure. 25k each would be okay by Maple standards. Even then, it's like... I remember the older ones. There was one where it was like... It might have been like $20, and you got like so much stuff from that event. I don't know if you guys know which one I'm talking about. Like the first time they introduced this battle pass, people were already complaining about it, and it was only like 20k. But the 20k rewards gave you so much. It was like an extra... Like, you doubled all the rewards. You got a bunch of event rings, you got a bunch of node stones, which was huge at the time. You got so much stuff. It was 10k, even better. I remember the first time they introduced it, it was so value. Like, every single person bought it. It was double for 20k. Whichever one it was, 10 or 20k, doesn't really matter, because we're just basing it compared to this event. For double the reward points, where all the rewards were insane already, because it was like at least a couple of event rings, a crap ton of nodes, so many like symbols, like so much of everything. It was like $10 or $20 and every single person bought it because it was so much value. Well, there was another event that a lot of people paid for because it was so much value. It was the Clover event. Oh, I don't know who was around for that one, but do you guys know about the Clover event? That was some of the best money I've ever spent in MapleStory. I've never been happy to pay the rare pay to win that was actually like super worth it for anybody that could afford it. That one was crazy. The Clover piggy bank, node stones. What else did they give? EXP node stones. That was crazy. Unfortunately, it was pay to win. Probably a little bit against the reboot motto, but at least in terms of what you were paying for, it was so much better. It was so much better. And now it's like, here, 100k and you get 20 fam rerolls. Thanks, I guess. Yeah, they're very expensive now. I think Nexon's being a bit greedy. 20 if you pay 100 is crazy. And yeah, Elisa, that's the one I think we're thinking about the same ones. I do remember the flower shop. There was a lot of those free NX events that were on at the same time. Camilla's flower shop. I hope they bring that back. That was a fun event. Were you guys playing when the Camilla flower shop was around? That was good. You basically like just kill mobs and they drop like the coins and you can spend the coins to buy cosmetics. It's a very cute event. And the cosmetics were decent too from what I remember. It was fine for what it was. I don't even think they're trying to milk from us. I think they're just copying pasting the numbers. Didn't the 10-20k reward also have maple points in it? I think it did. I think it might have. I think when you made it all the way down to the bottom, it refunded itself. Yeah, that was insane value, and everyone did it. You were basically just paying $10 for 10k NX, plus double rewards. They skipped them in GMS? Oh, that's unfortunate. I hope they bring them back. Those were fun. The real FOMO is when you had the Clover booster and you didn't want to miss a single day because the value was too good. That was the real FOMO. The one time for me. They skip Pink Bean Yeti. Yeah. I hope they bring that back for us. Would like some titles. Okay. Finished up with that. Let's have a look at these patch notes. Now I can actually have a look at them. Let's have a look. Shall we look at this together? Let me see if I can show this on screen somehow. Make a new scene. How do I do this? Here. Oh yeah. I did it. Now how do I add my chat back in? Which one's my chat? Give me a second. Oh, I did it. That's way too big though. Is that the same size? That looks about the same. Alright, let's have a look together, shall we? Alright. Well, we know about the new Lotus thing. Oh, they actually did. I wasn't sure, but they do have like a 10 set here, which is pretty nice. Actually, I should probably also have the chat somewhere on my screen, because I can't actually see the chat. So they added the 10 set, which is nice. Do they, do we get to keep the old ones? Do we know? Like these new souls, do the old ones get changed into it? Or do you just get to keep it? Interesting. Oh, this is a different one? So we get to keep the old one. I guess it just looks different now, right? Or is this just like the Extreme Lotus version? Ah, that's the Extreme Lotus one. That's pretty cool. No update then, I suppose. New achievements, sure. Right, quality of life update. That's pretty good. This is the true reason why I chose to main Wild Hunter, guys. Alright, it's just a... It's not much here, I think. Just some bugs that are being fixed. Some weapon aura stuff. Is there anything big that happened here? I feel like it doesn't really make much. Some small fixes here. Consecutive cooldown does not apply. And this is a buff for the paladins right here. Double tapping that Sacrosanctity would be very sad. Right, there's just a bunch of random fixes. I don't actually know anything about these things because I don't play any of these classes. We'll just go down here. You're keeping a bug that makes Bowmaster's mobbing worse? That is unfortunate. Yo, flag buffs. What the heck? What is this? Flag is free now. Everyone just has 300 each. And they made the windows bigger. Look at that. For more points as well. That's pretty good. Now nobody has an excuse to skip flag. Everyone gets 300 points. What else here? Well, 6,000 ranking points. Wait, is this just like Culvert score? That's pretty good. Like, if it's a static number, that's a buff, right? Or it can be a buff. That'll make getting guild buffs, guild skills a lot easier if you can just straight hit a static number. It's always 60, that's kind of good. Oh, wait, it's only 30 mil. I say only, but I think we were talking about this where you can reset your guild skills. I thought they were 50 mil each. This is a pleasant surprise, sort of. You can reset your guild skills for 30 mil. I thought it was 50. But that's 30 mil each. It's still pretty expensive, but it's better than what I thought it was. Okay, so there's no longer a quest, it's just this thing here. Can you do this multiple times? Wait, can you do this multiple times? So they still don't tick down when logged off? Unfortunately not. You still have to be logged in to get your guild skills, I think. 120 mil to run a boss that gives you 90 mil? Yup. I don't see anything about High Mountain being less laggy. That is unfortunate. Increased signaling delay for slime laser. Hey, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. So now if you die to the laser, it's 100% your own fault. That thing used to be that thing is pretty fast. It's like 1 second and you have to react to it like basically immediately. If you're like locked in animation, you're cooked. But this is a big increase. That laser is going to be really slow now. Alright, this is the dragon thing. That's nice. Now there should be no excuse to get hit by dragon. Fix the issue where players were not being hit by the laser during P2 even when standing still. Oh no, not something that benefits the players. You gotta get rid of that. If I understand that correctly. This is good though. They actually made like the tentacle like match the actual attack range. The amount of times that I've been hit by the tentacle when I think I'm out of it, and you get slapped by it. To talk about drop rate, I'll go back. I'll go back if I have to. Let's see. It's fine. Remove dialogue that appears on entry. That's good. And then there's the timer now, so we don't have to look too much about it. The bone wave pattern was used without a casting animation. Huh. Remove media pattern. Ah, there we go. Very good, guys. Very good. Oh, this is also good. I like this better than the meteors. This is when like the meteors hit the floor and they'll just roll. They'll just keep going. It always happens with the furthest two as well. They just keep rolling. This is bigger than the meteor. Like the meteor is one thing, but this is actually like so annoying. Because most classes can't deal with like too many things at the same time, and this is way too much. This is nice. This is the same as the Gloom. I don't have any input about Carlos or anything like that, so I'm gonna... Personally, I will just skip this. What does it mean by meteor pattern? That's the falling meteors. There will be no more of the stun, lock, darkness meteors. It's gone. It's just Darknell and the homies now. But this, though, is nice as well. This is the one where it's like the diagonal ones. Why does it move awkwardly? It's just like the diagonal ones just roll on the floor. It's like Black Mage rolling for no reason when it should stop. Alright. Items dropped in awkward locations. Okay. Change the attack pattern no longer occurring right in phase 2. I don't know what that means. Change the attack pattern no longer occurring. Does it mean that she just stops attacking? Huh. Alright, let's see. Improved some maps. These are just map improvements? Okay. Let's have a look here. Okay. More damage skin slots, that's cool. The moment she starts throwing hands, the moment you go into P2. Oh, is that what it is? Some zero weapon things. Oh, okay, look. This is nice. When they give us Infinite Soul Erda again, it will stack. And then all the things expire on reset instead of whenever you claim them. That's kind of good. Let's see what else we can get. Let's see. It's a bunch of fixes. This was like a lot of visual stuff. Wait, what? Wait, they're removing these. Oh man. They're just removing my flowers and my rocks. Not the rocks. How am I supposed to get Meister crafting now? That is doomed. But I guess they have this harvesting farm. Is this any good? I guess if this is good, then it should be okay. This is nice though. More confusion fragments. Now we can keep crafting dumb pendants. This is such a weird change. You can only get this achievement if you get a primal essence from Hyperion or Gloom. I guess they're because they're removing the flowers and the rocks. You can't get them from that anymore. Fix the issue where Inner Guard EX has a red pixel below its body. Wait. Inner Guard. There's a red pixel? They're talking about this button? No. Is this something that we might be able to not be able to unsee? Do you guys see it? Oh, I see it! It's like a little red pixel underneath his... right here. Oh my god. All of them have a tiny red pixel underneath them. That is crazy. Oh man, you can definitely not unsee that after looking at it. Guys, there's a... each of them have a tiny red pixel that is underneath them. That is crazy. You guys can't see it, but like, I can promise you there's a tiny red pixel that's just like underneath them. That is wild. Oh my god. How did you know there's a map that was on? It's the it's just like the scrapyard map. That is so funny. This is just such a... They fixed this, but they didn't fix the dead pixel in Commercy. Or at least I still think it's there. Anyway. Well, this is pretty disappointing. I like how it says here, owned 994, as if anybody would ever get that many. But yeah, we get to reroll potentials. 10,000 familiar points. That's 1,000 common cards. You get 1 per month. And you can only get 4 of them across the entire event period. So you get, for 40,000 familiar points, you can get 4 rerolls. Thanks, Nexon. Thanks, Nexon. I think with 40,000 familiar cards, I would rather just do something else. Alright. Some UI things. Okay. Fix the issue where the item drop stat displayed over the max limit of 400. So, does this mean that the cap has always been 400 and it's just been visually over 400? You know what this actually means? If this is if this is them confirming that 400 is the cap, like actually if they mean that this entire time it's 400 is the cap and you know we could only see it because it's technically a bug, there's no more cope. I don't need to use welts anymore. If you have 10 lines of drop, you just need the Legion wealth. No more coping using WAPs, which is nice actually. Thought familiar card was gonna be better. Nah, this is straight like disappointment, unfortunately. WAPs are good for mesos, but not for like breaking boxes. Because before, I don't know about you guys, but everyone was just using Legion Legion drop plus wealth. Like the WAP, sorry. Oh yeah, that's assuming you have a large drop. If you don't have large drop, then there you gotta send everything. Yeah. Now it's like kinda confirmed. Oh, I heard the mailbox. The mailman's here. I'll be right back. Alright, I am back. Whoa. Recruit for your cult. Ain't no way. I'm gone for like two seconds, man. Telling me I wasted a lot of meso trying to ruffle double line meso? No, not really. It's still always usable in like training maps. I guess if you really wanted to be lazy around swapping gear, then maybe, but I think it's fine if you ever train. So yeah, that's pretty interesting. Now we know, this is like them saying that 400 is the cap. Alright, let's see. What else? Oh, look at that. Now they contribute to combat power. Alright. These are probably just like some small fixes. All these things about Epic Dungeon High Mountain, but nothing to do with the lag. Sometimes the client's sometimes closing when being automatically moved from the map weather. That's such a specific thing to like fix. So if you had your nodestone menu open and you moved maps, your game would crash. That's pretty funny. Fix the issue of the client closing when using the tab key. So it says here, character selection screen. Pressing tab will crash your game. Doesn't seem to be doing anything to me. Ah. Oh, look at that. I never noticed this. The little leaf. That's me pressing tab, by the way. I guess this is that's happened sometimes. Ah, interesting. I never noticed the leaf. Happens to me when I alt-tab in. Ah, I see. I can see that being an issue. Delete character incoming is crazy. Also, reminder, 10 more minutes to claim your things if you haven't already. Adjusted the difficulty of bosses in the boss tab. Interesting. Can you show us what exactly the Xenon Hexa enhancements are making a Xenon? I can show it in a bit. The coin shops will be open for a little bit longer. Okay, Legion improvements. Legion is now based off of their level and combat power instead of the Star Force. And then they changed all of the coupons to go from 10 to 20, and then all the flames from 20 to 40. Or just the black flames from 20 to 40. That's pretty good. This is a good change. This is a good change. When you're at the late game, you don't have anything to use your coins on. This is good. This is nice as well if you just want to use the level 3s. And having 20 Legion Lux as well, you just keep buying the small ones. So whenever you clear your bosses, that's pretty nice. You also have a weekly. Wait, did they remove the daily, or is it just added a weekly? Okay, so they removed the daily and they turned it into a weekly. So you do the same thing once a week for 200 coins. That's way better. Because like when you needed coins before, it was kind of annoying. Because you used to get 30 coins a day to do this every single day. But now you get 200 coins, which is less, but you only need to do it once. We lose 10 coins technically from it, but you only need to do it once. I mean, I'll take like 90% of the effort. I mean, 90% of the rewards for like 10% of the effort. That's pretty good. That's good. This is a good change. That's actually worth doing if you want the coins. And then we get this Legion mount, which is nice. 20 coins a day based off those 2 events. 2 quests. Yeah, it's a little bit over that, yeah. But that's fine. Like, we lose 10 coins a week, but like, how many of us are actually doing this every single day? Like, it's got to be very specific to it. Okay. Story improvements. Let's be real. Nobody reads the story. They added monster collection to other things. Epic Dungeon has all the monster collections now, and you get a cube chair. That's pretty cool. You want that Legion mount? Is it time to hit 10k? Is it 10k to get that Legion mount? Does it say? Oh. If you want that Legion mount, you better get cracking. Alright. Express Pass. What's this for? You can now spend 900 coins, 900 maple points to finish your grandest dailies. Okay, they just added it. Okay, here's the Bug Cat event. Okay. So you just get a bunch of stuff. What are the rewards? It looks like a hunting event, so you basically just train. Oh, that's kind of cute. Look at this mount. Can you tell me when should I start Force? 30% or 5, 10, 15? 30% you just do it on things that don't need safeguarding. What is this? What's the point? Why? I don't know why they add so many of these chat emoticons, but they make it like... I am assuming this is the actual item, but these are never permanent, are they? What's the point of giving us these emoticons when we can't keep them? Petition for a Halley version of that emote. I can try. It's probably a coupon that lasts 7 days, but these emoticons are never permanent. They've given so many of these in the past, and they're never permanent. Yeah, 30% off and 5, 10, 15 in the grand scheme of things are very similar in price on average. But 5, 10, 15 is better for things that you would safeguard. Okay, that's the android. Look at all these amazing emotes that are not permanent. That is so tragic. Okay, this is pretty cool. This cat tower for the house. I would want that. And then you got the medal that actually gives stats. That's pretty interesting. 20 stat, 10 attack. This effect is kind of cute. All right. Now this is the event. Hey, how long is this event? Like a month and a bit. And it gives you points. And then once you get enough points, you can check in. Check in daily to give you 365 EXP vouchers and a daily reward. Check in on Sunday and you get 730 and 2 days worth of daily rewards. This is pretty good. 365 EXP rewards each day. This is pretty good. That's a nice bonus. They're giving us a little Terry. So if I'm not mistaken, this thing's a vac pet, right? Can anyone confirm? 510 to 15 is slightly better for 21. It'll definitely be more likely to hit 21 on 510 15. 510 15 will always be like a statistically better event for people. $11k EXP vouchers. That's pretty good. Yeah, that's not bad. It's not bad. It's just free. Free EXP for everyone. This is gonna rot in my inventory. Yeah, it's just gonna die. Prepared pendant. That's nice. We get some outfit. More Soul Erda, guys. More Soul Erda. More Soul Erda. Another 4x box that it's gonna expire for me. Node stones, what else? Symbols? That's a lot of symbols. What is this? What is this? Don't know if this is amazing or terrible. I'm not decided yet. More Soul Erda. 30 growth potions, that's pretty good. 300 node stones, yo, that's crazy. That's the cart rider game. Oh, I see it now. Okay, now that I know it's from other games, it makes it top tier. That's top tier. Okay, 300 node stones is pretty crazy. Oh, look at these helmets. Oh, you can only pick one of these helmets, guys. It's doomed. It's doomed. You're gonna pick one of these. Alright, which one are you guys picking? You guys have to decide now. You have 21 days to figure it out. It's over. Yeah, you get one. Personally, I am Team Slime. Personally. But the Rock Spirit one is pretty cute though. Look at the face on this thing. Oh. I zoomed in too much. There we go. That's pretty cute. This is racism in MapleStory. Chat doesn't have your boomer eyes. I'm just trying to zoom in for the people. Come on. Do patch notes like this. This is better. All right. This is how we do the patch notes now. This is actually the size of my chat in game, guys. Like I have my chat in game as maximum zoom. Lydium Heart. It's tragic. They give us a lot of these EXP node stones though. That's kind of nice. Oh, that's a nice chair. 30 monster blooms. That can't be right. What the hell? 30 monster blooms? There's no way it's 30. That's gotta be 3. What the heck? 30 monster blooms? That is crazy. So random. To give us another prepared pendant. Guys, you could use the prepared pendant at the beginning. You get a prepared pendant at the beginning of the event. You can claim it, use it, and then get another 30. That's crazy. Final check-in rewards. The cart rider mount. Okay, that's pretty cool. Wait, you have to pick? Oh, man. Okay, we got the cart. Oh, they're all different colored carts. Oh, that is so sad. 30 because of 30th anniversary? That makes sense. Yo, which card are you guys getting? Man, they gotta just give us all of them. Why do we have to pick? 30 years. Huh? Okay. I got really excited. I was reading it like this. Then I was like, that can't be real. And then I read the last part of it. That's just I got really excited, and then I read the last like 3 words. And this is fine still. 30%. That's a lot of extra EXP. That's a free pendant. That's pretty good. Still good, yeah, still good. But I just didn't read this part. I thought like, wait, this is just broken. But yeah, that's good. Alright, now it's too zoomed in though. This is kind of hurting my eyes. Yo, spoilers! Spoilers! Alright, this is the Choo Choo event. Is this the new event stats thing? It's a bunch of rewards. Ooh. Wait. We get one familiar card. You guys, we get one reroll from this event. Let's go. One reroll. One mystical familiar card. I mean, I guess we'll just see what happens with this when we get it. It just looks like a bunch of free stuff. XP vouchers from just killing 1,000 mobs. 200 node stones is a lot though. That's a lot of node stones. When does this event start? Right after maintenance? Okay. And then this is our event stats as well. Event buffs. So we didn't lose it for too long, thankfully. There was one time where we had no event buffs for like 3 months, and that was kind of sad. This is okay. We are getting a lot of nodes. Oh, and there's a new gambling. Item drop increase applies at a set rate. So you can gamble for, from what I remember for this, like you can gamble for the chance of like the things to tier up, right? Something like that. Okay, so my understanding is, yeah, so you get random stats at random stars, and you get 3 of them. Pretty interesting. It's just like free stats. I think you can just keep re-rolling these as well, because you can farm them. This is the remastered Lotus. Oh, this is the extreme Lotus thing. And you also get some rewards for clearing different levels. So for normal Lotus, you get some stuff here. Yo, look at this. Look at this unit damage skin. That's hectic. So you clear a normal Lotus 3 times, you get this thing. 4 times, you get this. Is that for just normal, or is it just Lotus in general? Oh, it's just clearing Lotus in general, you get these items. But for Extreme Lotus, you have to clear Extreme Lotus to get this one. That's not happening for most of us. Hey yo, look, this event's back. I haven't done anything event. It's just an AFK event where you just get a chair and you just get a bunch of EXP. It's a cute event. This is like a chill AFK event if you want to stay logged in. Lasts for about a week, 2 weeks. Alright, let's see. Rock Spirit Golden Giveaway. Is this just like a daily pass? No, this is the past that people are not going to be happy about. Alright, so you clear 1,000, that's fine. Then you get some rewards. Okay, that's the catch up. And then there's the Legion Pass and the Hyper Pass. That is 50k Maple points each. That is disgusting. That is disgusting. Wait, is that 30 VIP boosters? Yo, that's a lot of VIP boosters. But that's this is a lot of pots they give. Is this a Transcendent pot? What's going on here? Left is Legion, and Hyper is the middle. So you tell me that like people are gonna pay $50 for these? That is kind of crazy. So the basic rewards are just the ones at the end here. Let's see. Some random free stuff. Then here's the Legion Pass. 5 Mega Burning boxes. That is a lot of growth selectors. And then this is the thing that people are annoyed about. This golden giveaway special box. That's these. So for those ones, it's $50 for 10 rerolls and 100 Soul Earner. You're paying $50 for 100 Soul Earner. That is so expensive. Yeah, I think that this is so scam. $50 is way too much. This one seems pretty decent. I like this one better, but still for $50 it's pretty expensive. You get 30 boosters, 3 mag pots, a Transcendent pot, a Punch King, like the Tomato Punch King entry, and these. This is decent. Like this reward is decent, but for $50, that's way too much. And then Sunny Sundays. So this weekend we get a 30% off. Then we have a training one. Then a 5, 10, 15. That's pretty good. Like week 3, 5, 10, 15 is nice. Then a blank, blank, and blank. Yeah, the Hyper Pass, if they reduced the cost of that, I think people would actually probably buy it. Oh, okay. So the TLDR guys for this entire patch is accept all the quests in the event and then kill 1,000 mobs and then you're done per day. Everything is just a killing event. It's nothing to it. You're just clicking a bunch of things, checking in every day, and then killing 1,000 mobs. That's everything. Underwhelming? Yeah, it's meant to be underwhelming. It's not meant to be a big event. That's the thing you have to keep in mind, guys. Not every event is going to be like this hyper burning one we just got. That's actually a reason why so many people quit after Identisk. After the release of Hyperion, it came with the hyper burn and everything. And immediately after the event, everyone stopped playing because the event was boring. Of course the event's going to be boring. You just played the biggest event of the year. This is just a filler, basically, until the next big event in like 3 or 4 months. I mean, it's just a bunch of free stuff. I'm pretty excited for all of these node stones, though. 300 node stones is pretty crazy across a bunch. Yeah, you can't expect it to be like amazing every time, because then they have to one-up themselves. Yeah. So if you guys are like want to be chill, this is a pretty chill event. If you want to just log in for like 15 minutes a day. Not bad. They're decent rewards though. Actually a lot more node stones than I expected. I think I am definitely surprised at the amount of node stones they gave for this event. I do like this chair. I'm kind of happy that they brought this chair back. Yeah, not bad. Alright, let me just move everything back onto my other screen. Not bad at all. I mean, obviously some things are more exciting than others. But it is what it is. Okay. Goodbye all of our event buffs. It was nice knowing you guys. Actually, what I will quickly do is I'm going to go over onto my Xenon and finish my dailies. Because my Xenon is actually going to be done with Arcane River forever. Imagine a hyper burn every patch. People would get so burnt out. There's no surviving it. How much combat power did you lose? Let's have a look. I mean, I dropped gear, so I have no idea. It's probably like 3 or 4 mil. Okay. I just need to make sure I don't claim the EXP on this character. You up early today? Yeah. I've been up since like 6:30 in the morning. So, early stream today. Yep. No more event buffs is kind of sad, but they're seasonal, so you just gotta get used to it. Do I do dailies now? I think if you can be bothered, do your dailies now, on the off chance that they do a double maintenance time. And then you just get stuck with no dailies. Really like your progression series, keep going. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. How do you resist the urge to tap off event? For me, it just depends on what I need to do. If I feel like I need to make certain gains, I will just tap off event. For like specifically, I needed damage to clear hard lucid and hard will in a party. So I tapped off event. But now that we have like an indication that we have Star Forcing events, so this Sunday we have a 30% off, and in 3 Sundays time we'll have a 5, 10, 15. I don't have the urge to spend because I know I can just wait for the event. That's all it is. It's just like discipline, right? Like when I know that things are coming up, I just won't spend. I haven't slept, send help. What? Have you been up all night? There's no way, man. Oh no, not being awake now. Lost 40% monster damage? Yeah, that's a bit rough. Where are your emotes? What emotes? You mean like these reacts that are just spamming on my screen right now? Is that you? It's you, isn't it? Did you read the mystical fam card scam? Yeah. Nobody would have said anything if they just dude, all they had to do was price it at a normal amount. Like, if you put it at like 1 to 2,000, even 3,000 people would have probably bought it. And then why is it once a month? What's the point? Why are we excited about something for once a month that is like so expensive? If they were gonna do it once a month, that's fine. If it was cheap, like if it's once a month and it was like 100 or like 1,000, people would just be like, okay, it is what it is. I'll just take what I can get. But not only did they make it once a month, but they made it ridiculously expensive on top of that. Like, nobody's gonna buy it. Nobody's going to buy it. Again, you can realistically just make a new unique fam, maybe even 2 or 3, in the same amount of fam points as you would have spent buying that reroll. There's no point. I've heard some Giga Copium that the once a month is for a voucher that contains X amount. There's no way that that thing contains X amount. It's gonna be a single reroll. There's only one way to find out. Somebody, please, somebody in chat, farm 1,000 fam cards for us and then open that pack and see what you get. Because it ain't gonna be me. It's not gonna be me. Okay, making sure I'm not claiming the EXP. I'm gonna claim the EXP on the other one. I got 30k, I can do it. I'm taking one for the team, Swan. Look, if the copium is real, right, guys, there's a chance that the copium is real, and then somebody buys it and tells us it's like 20 rerolls. Dude, if it's 20 rerolls, everyone's buying it. 100% worth it if it's like 20 rerolls. One reroll though. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Okay. Alright, looking like today's the day, guys. Today's the day. I'm gonna finish up my arcane symbols on my Xenon, and I don't need to log on to this character for dailies ever again. Until I decide to play it, I suppose. Does the level of the mob affect the quality? Nope. It's all random. Everything's random. You are a streamer, you should test it? No, 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 no. I might be a streamer, but I'm also incredibly cheap. My inner demons say that will hit 40, boss. Hello JH, welcome. Good morning, did you just wake up? On the way to work, nice. Thank you, Swan, for the infinite amounts of emotes you just sent. You haven't slept in 40 hours, bruh. It's time for sleep. It's time for bed. It's time to close your eyes and wake up in like 20 hours. Looking forward to it now. Yeah, it's kind of doomed. We weren't expecting much, but come on, next one. You opened an 06 box for fun? Oh no, not the 06 box. Not 06. 06 pretty tragic. If you don't hit the the SPs or the leaders. Alright guys, how exciting is this? This is the last time I'll have to do anything Morris related. What's an OP6 box? It's a One Piece trading card game box of cards. Look, at the end of the day, when it came to the fam cards in the shop, all that they had to do... Happy birthday, bruh. All they had to do was, not make it complete garbage. The amount of complaints would have been significantly lower if it just made sense. But it doesn't make sense. 30,000, I mean 10,000 points, just does not make sense. There we go. 20. 2 more to go. Wait, 3 more to go. Spirit Savior. Thank you, Anil, for the $2. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it, but at the same time, why happy birthday? Oh no, Dusk is gonna ruin me in this thing. Happy birthday is not my birthday. They also didn't release new areas. Go high, what the heck? Anil, please. But thank you for the $2. Look, you guys are like, I know you guys are trolling me, but I do appreciate the support. You know, you guys are definitely making it a lot cheaper for my groceries. Someone's make a happy birthday. Guys, stop. No. Don't go bothering the server, guys. Don't go bothering the server. Oh, I can't run straight to the middle. How am I supposed to react to that? Oh my god, Swan, thank you. It's going towards the blaster fund, but... What is this emotional guilt tripping, huh? My last few dollars, that is crazy. Thank you guys for the support. Dude, this blaster might actually happen, but... There's no way I'd make a blaster. You guys are trolling me. The bar's not moving though, at the moment. I don't know how to make it move. I don't know why it's stuck. It's just stuck. I promise you I am updating it. Look, nothing would make chat happier than watching me suffer in-game. Every time that it comes to, like, MapleStory and me griefing myself, you guys just immediately jump on it. What here? 41. I don't know if you guys heard what I just heard when the text-to-speech was reading that out. I don't know how to make it play through the screen, but I can definitely hear it. It's so much worse when I can hear it. I need to fix it. One Piece has robbed you. Your stats are gone. It's okay, all of our stats are gone. Alright, how many times do I need? How much do I need here? Just need 12. This is one run. I mean, it's technically one run regardless. Okay, clock. Have you heard Inkwell got fired? What the heck? I'd be over 300, huh? What do you think of OPO9? I tend not to look too far into the future. There's no point. I'm about to enjoy a nice format of OPO8 with no lore and no Lucci. So it's gonna be great here in the West. Yo, where's this closet? I just ran around a circle. There it is. People want blaster funds, but I want a Kaiser fund. Guys, stop. What's with you guys and trolling me with these random classes? You guys gotta stop. You guys gotta stop. You gotta stop it with these funds. Thank you, Nat. But also, stop. Don't lie, you like it. Bruh, I'm not playing a blaster. Blaster is crazy. Oh, I just left the map. The worst thing about blaster in my mind is the fact that I would have to train the blaster. That sounds awful. I've seen people train blaster. That's just jumping around pressing buttons. Ain't no way I'm playing that class when I just stood in one spot on my Wild Hunter. Guys, you guys gotta chill. You guys gotta chill. Did you go luck on the Xenon? I went pirate. That's crazy. Why is mine not red? Even though I'm spamming your emotes. That is crazy. You are spamming my emotes though. I appreciate it, but at the same time, how have you done this to me? Time to quit the Wild Hunt. You guys just gotta chill. Did we refix the shoulder? We did fix the shoulder. Alright guys, you guys wanna see something stupid? We fixed the shoulder, right? Pirate shoulder. It's fixed. You guys like that there's a trace in my inventory here? That's the old thief shoulder that I blew up out of spite. Now, you see this? What does this say? It says pirate. Right? It says pirate. Pardon me. You see all those gloves on the right side of my screen? How many of those do you guys think are pirate? I have arcane pirate gloves. How many of these gloves on the right side do you guys think are pirate gloves? You guys have such little faith in me. Of course. You guys have such little faith. There's at least one. There's at least one. There's at least one. Thief. Thief. Pirate. I have 4 gloves, and half of them are usable. I'm actually so dumb. I'm actually so dumb. Look, it's not my fault that, like, the thief gloves are the first thing that I see. It's not my fault. It's the game's fault. Thank you guys for all your supers. But also, I'm in pain. Yup. It's actually incredibly Papega how I managed to get myself in that position where I knew that it was an issue and I still made the same mistake. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. That is actually insane. What is wrong with me? It's all good. It's all good. I didn't need the glove anyway. It's fine. Adil, you gotta chill with these donations. Y'all gotta chill. When are you gonna stop leveling this guy up? I'm already stopped leveling this character. I'm just doing this because this is the last bit of the Arcane River that I'll ever have to do. This will be max Arcane Force after today. With this choo-choo done, I'm pretty sure I'm max Arcane Force on my Xenon, so I don't have to do anything. It's the first time you've seen me online this time? I've streamed around this time before. It's only when I'm up early. Alright, so I need 42 here. 42. And there we go, guys. What a milestone. I don't have money. 50 what? 100 mil? Where am I gonna get 100 mil from? Oh my god. I don't have money. Some more super chats later. Oh my god. Oh, I have money. All good, all good, all good. There we go, max arcane force. Let's go. Alright, and now we can bench the Xenon forever. I hope I put my money back. Alright, good night, Swan. Hopefully you sleep okay. Appreciate the $8 that you sent me. You have a sack level on your Xenon. Will you just ignore that? I will ignore that because that is like 600 mil or something to level up. Yo, those arcane things are not cheap. I mean, the Sacred Force things are not cheap. Especially on a mule. Are you gonna spend 600 mil on a mule for it to gain like 100 stat? Not me. Not me, that's for sure. Crazy penny pinching? 600 mil is crazy. 600 mil is like a whole 17 star on my mechanic. Look, would you guys rather me spend 600 mil on my Xenon or 600 mil on my mechanic? All of you guys will say mechanic because you guys know I hate upgrading my mechanic. You guys know it. So you guys don't even need to answer that. $600 mil is like failing 14 star 10 times? Yeah, exactly. Yo, I lost like 1.5 mil combat power. Kind of tragic. What was I doing again? Why am I on this character? I was doing something. And I've completely lost the plot. Probably Golix. That's usually what I do at this time. Oh no, I remember. Oh, thank you, Anil, for joining MVP Silver. I appreciate it. I need to remember to add that to the bar as well. All these members. Alright, let's try to get some uniques, shall we? I think I have enough for a few tries. Let's see if we can get any of them to tier up first. Gotta tier up. Let's see him scam his way out of Blaster Series. I'm not scamming anybody. I just don't know how to update the bar. The bar doesn't like supers for some reason. It's a Twitch thing. It's not moving up. It just doesn't update based off of the YouTube supers for some reason. I don't know how to fix it. I'm not trying to scam anybody. If it makes you feel any better, I can see exactly how much has been donated, and I know how much the bar's moving, and I don't like how fast it's moving. Hey, we got one. Let's go. Not the 20 IED. It should have been boss damage. Which is kind of tragic because I have 3 30% already. So this 20% is kind of useless. So good. We'll get there eventually. Is the goal for a 260 blaster? The goal is to give the blaster a real shot. And you guys gotta chill. Alright, just for you guys, I'm updating this stupid thing. Look what you guys did. I now need to open Streamlabs because I can't update it. It doesn't update on YouTube. This is a Twitch thing. I don't know how to make a bar work with YouTube. What have you guys done? Alright. I have to redo it like this. I have to manually redo this every time. Look what you guys did. We're actually like 10% of the way there. That's actually... Can't believe you guys are doing this. I was actually gonna change the donation bar, but I'm a bit scared of changing it. I had an idea. I am sweating, because I was originally gonna change this bar into something a little bit more fun. But then you guys are actually asking for Blaster, now I'm scared to change it, because if you guys are willing for Blaster, there's a 100% chance I get griefed within 10 minutes. I can change it to DA series so I can fill it up quickly. Nah, again, Christian, there's a good chance I do make a DA for the Hyperbird. I'm not charging you something for something I might do. It's fine. Damn, are we gonna get 23 star? Look, if somebody, like... I'm not updating... Anil, I appreciate the money, but I'm not updating it until we make it a little bit further. Because right now, it's taking... I'm not manually updating it every time. You guys, there's no way. I've already made a mental check on how much I stopped that. Now stop it. I'm just... Dude, I'm just getting trolled. You guys, man. You guys gotta chill. Yeah, let's go do our... Let's go do Golix. Taking a long hiatus from April? Yeah, I understand. This is a chill event. Because this upcoming event is pretty skippable. It's just like random progress stuff. It's not that big. Blaster E Colossus Fund. You guys gotta chill. Oh my god. Blaster Liberation Fund, ain't no way. How's it been going with the Xenon? The Xenon is mostly done already. I can clear hard Vihila with it, and that's fine by me. Okay. Am I missing something? I am missing something. There we go. Wait. Ah. There we go. That was unnecessarily complicated. All that work for coins. Red dot. BM on Wild Hunter before month ends? I probably can't. I haven't cleared Vihila on this character. What's the damage skin? It's the one from the previous event. The one that literally just ended. It's the Dreaming Lachlan one. One of these days, guys, I will get a Dom pendant on this character. One day. Not today, though, by the looks of it. You know about Latrobe? You mean the university? I know of Latrobe. I don't know if anything's happened with it recently. Time to craft it? I'm kind of tempted. But I don't know if I have enough confusion fragments. I'd have to check across my characters. I've got 6 here. It's not a bad idea to craft them, honestly. What else am I using confusion fragments for? Alright. It's time to do all of our dailies again. Let's go. Yeah. I need Dom pendants, but I don't think I'm getting a Dom pendant anytime soon. How'd you get so much meso? Just farm, do bosses, and then yeah, that's it. Farm, do bosses, and don't spend your money. There's no trick to it. Sells fish for mesos. I wish. Do I do Maple Tour? Nah, I'm too lazy for Maple Tour. I know it's a lot of money, but I mentally am too lazy to do more dailies if I can't be bothered. Six job grenade seems so nice. It is quite nice. And it will just like randomly triple plat in so many maps. It's nice that I can mostly AFK though. Yeah, most classes will be able to AFK pretty easily. Thanks to Dusk and Dawn. Like, it's pretty good. You missed the event FMA already? The next event does have event stats. You just have to... It's a different event though. It's like 3 different events at the same time. One of the events has it. Can you share why you want to make a Demon Avenger? It's just another Resistance character. I think on Hyperion I'll probably just stick with Resistance characters for the time being. Just because of the Vac pet. It's much easier to like get out of my way to train if I know that I can make back my money. For me, I am definitely considering Demon Avenger. I am somewhat considering Demon Slayer. I'm not that convinced on Demon Slayer though. Because for Demon Slayer... Pardon me. For Demon Slayer, I think it's like, it'd be too easy. It'll be kind of like the Xenon. I mean, I've already done like a strong class once. Yeah, it was alright. I think I definitely preferred playing weaker classes because they felt like more of a challenge. The problem with the demons is the rune force shield, honestly. I would love to be able to have a rune force shield on my Demon Avenger, but unfortunately that's not guaranteed. Alternatively, what I can do is I just play a completely different class. Like, I could just play Pathfinder. Or something like that. Like, it doesn't have to be a resistance character. I just prefer resistance character because I can use a Vac Pet. But it's not that necessary. No, you're lucky you get RFS on your first H Davian. I have seen some RFSs on my Battle Mage, but unfortunately not in anywhere that's useful. You can make a Pathfinder right now. But it won't have Meso Gear, it's not worth it. And all of the EXP is currently going onto this character. Doing too many Arcane River dailies is gonna make me quit the game. Oh my god, these give no EXP anymore. I missed the event buff. It was nice knowing you. Symbols. The symbols used to be so good. Now it's back to normal. Give me back my 26 symbols. I only have one MVP. Do I have any in my storage? Nope. I have 5 MVPs in storage. Very nice. Guys, I have way too many of these cubes that I can't use on this character. Oh my god, my inventory is just full. It's just all these cubes. It's just cubes. I have 300 growth pots. What do I use these on? And all these black flames. I have an idea. Time for 8k Legion? I'm already 8.5k Legion. Oh my god, I have no space. I mean, should probably keep The shield recipes, maybe. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, I'll keep that. Why does this character actually have so much inventory space? What the heck? It's got more than my... it's got more than my Wild Hunter. Yo, look at all these cubes. The mech gonna be eating good today. Okay, first things first. Oh, I have unique... Oh my god. It's useful. I have event rings on this character. What the heck? It's 24%. That's whack. Oh my god, don't look at that. See. What are we looking at? The blaster bar didn't even let you see it? Nah, you guys didn't see what I saw. Don't worry about it. You guys want to see it? You guys ready? Look, you guys asked for it. It wasn't me. I didn't do that. You guys did that. No, it's just... my inventory is just cluttered. We're going for 21 or better. Otherwise I have nothing to use these cubes on. Ooh, 21. I mean, I might as well just keep going though. It's not like I'm using this for anything else. Because these are just the event cubes, right? Yeah. I think you'll have to show goal on YouTube. True. No, 3-line strength. Disgusting. Can you imagine if I hit hybrids with this? God, I'd be so mad if I hit a hybrid. Oh no, I should have kept that. That was Meso with 15%. That's what I get for just clicking. I saw 15% is doomed. The Fox set, you can still get it. I think the shops are still open for like another week. Unless you're talking about like from the game itself, in which case I think it's doomed. Are you ever gonna farm? Well, you know, 15% plus Meso is just a value line. On the off chance that I want it, it'll be there. Does my mech have IA? I don't think my mech has anything. I'll be real, I don't think my mech has anything. I'm pretty sure it has a farming inner. On the off chance I buy a foot pedal. I wouldn't say it's an off chance, it's a pretty high chance I buy a foot pedal. No, give me back my 12, my 15 in Meso. That was such a nice roll. It's looking kinda doomed. Oh, what the heck? 12 in on the bottom. That's crazy. Guys, the ring's bricked. Oh, don't make me settle on 15. No way. Should have saved 15 with the Meso. This is cursed. This is why the mechanic gets no love. You guys are watching it firsthand why this mechanic gets no love. How can I love a character that doesn't love me back? Alright, I guess that's just bricks for the time being. Let's see. We're just gonna roll everything, I guess. With these cubes. Alright. 100 cubes. Surely we get some uniques, right? This mechanic is more dominant than the Wild Hunter. It's true. I think I saw dominant like the second or third run. Something stupid like that. Alright, we're looking for either 2-line of attack or a tier up, I suppose. Oh yeah, that's 2-line attack. Right, give me a 2-line attack on the emblem. Nice, 15%. Oh, this is a frozen one. Why am I using this? I'm pretty sure I have... Yep. This one. I like the fact that I bricked this and then I'm now rolling this. Now, if this doesn't go to unique, then I just don't have a secondary. Mules never struggle? Yeah, sometimes. Sometimes they don't struggle. This one is kind of doomed though. Alright, yeah, just give us a fancy tier up and then I'll be happy. Go on, give us the sparkles. Isn't the Pinot best in slot? According to the mechanic Discord, it was this. I will trust the mechanic Discord. You can get boss damage on unique. This one's the evolving one. The one you just buy from the secondary shop. Evolving Magnum. Ooh, I'll take that. Okay, so that one's done. Alright, that's 12. That's fine. 6, 6, 7. Alright, so we're gonna try the 2... I need to fix this. That is so sad. Alright. Let's go around and 2-line things. This one is was 7%, so this is an easy 10. Hopefully. The shirts are double, so it's 3 and 3. It's fine. Low EV. It's low EV. That's better. Okay, that one is 6. We'll just try to double line these absos, I guess. Doesn't really matter which one. No, not the defense lines. I forgot they exist. This is defense line, man. The pains of playing a Dex class. Defense is real. It hurts real bad. Alright, this is what my mechanic's gonna do. All it does is eat green cubes. Just gets fed the leftovers. Yo, I'm getting 2-lined defense like crazy. Stop it. Alright. Oh god. Man, I forgot how bad this was. This is like an old trauma. Which event's better to push 21, 22 stars? Both of them are valid. Just depends on how you feel. I think typically people will tell you to do 5, 10, 15. So if you can hold off for 5, 10, 15, it'd be better. But if you want to spend money, 30% is also fine. Just keep in mind that like the 30% is only good for things you don't safeguard. And you have to be willing to like blow up a lot of items. I'm just getting trolled at this point. What am I looking at? I'm actually just getting defense. Oh my god, double prime HP. Please. This is cursed. Yo, it teared up. W. If we get 10% dex, that's a gain. Come on, 10% dex. Ah, double defense. Oh, never mind. Never punished. Alright, I'm gonna buy just a little bit of cubes to fix the this. Oh, okay, cool, nice. The nice thing as well with the mechanic is like, even if I do hit, I can put this back onto my my other characters because they're all resistance characters, which is kind of nice. Okay. These flames are a little sad looking. What is this? 12, 4, and 3 attack? Yuck. Yo, 68. Yeah, these flames are actually kind of gross. What is this? All these flames are so sad. Well, now I have something that I can throw red flames on. All good. Mechanic making gains. What was cool when item drops with plus stats before flames? Before flames, you mean like nebs? Was that what it was called? Like nebulites or whatever? Have the mech drink the pots, that is crazy. 300 growth pots, no way. I need to find a way to make the most out of that, but I don't think the mech's drinking those. Should I safeguard Dom Penance to 21 if I have 3 spares? Personally, I will always safeguard Dom Penance. Dom Penance, I swear to god, are more rare than Pitch Boss. I will always safeguard my Dom Pendants. I don't care if it's expensive. However, you can say whatever you think about this sort of stuff, but I would never not safeguard Dom Pendants. If the mag pot gets me to unlocking Moonbridge, is it worth to drink those to unlock it, or is it best to wait to a higher level? If you're not hyper burning, I actually know the hyper burning ended already. I think that is probably fine. Moonbridge rates are really good. Yeah. Now, Dom Pendants are just rare in general. Alright. We can do our daily 3,000 mobs as well. Back to the AFK. Boom 10 and they've never seen 17 stars. That's pretty rough, but personally, I also tend to safeguard my kindness treasures. Usually. I usually safeguard them. I typically don't touch a lot of the items that have like annoying drop rates, like Carnage Treasures, Slime Rings, Twilight Marks, like those ones with like annoying drop rates. I would always just safeguard them. And I usually don't touch them until 5, 10, 15. I hate doing those items on 30%, because they're just going to blow up. Holding 12? I mean, eventually you do have a stack of them. Pendants tend to be like some of the last items you work on in general, because of like the dumb pendants issue. And if you get lucky on the pendants, then you just end up having a bunch. My Cannon Master got pretty lucky on pendants. I think my first sub pendant went 22, and my first sub pendant went 22, so I didn't have to worry about dom pendants. So I ended up getting a stack of them, which I don't really have a use for. And then you just build it up. But I think I stopped doing dom pendants. I stopped doing Hyperion on that character. Yeah, this Wild Hunter is going to end up using this Mechanator Chaos on-tail pendant for a long time. Unfortunately, I would like a Dom pendant, but there's no way to get it unless I craft it at the moment. And has more Black Hearts than Dom pendants, it's true. Actually true. Mechanator agreed until Superior and Dom pendant? Yeah, pretty much. The only issue is the Superior, I mean like the Dom pendant is just takes so long to get if you don't get lucky. Praying every day that you see a Dom pendant. I just want to see one. Then I can have at least one damage pendant. Give me one Dom pendant, please. I mean, you don't need to go past 21 stat on temporary items. It's fine. I wouldn't push it either. Is it worth using Daybreak over Dom pendant? Only if you don't. Only if it has the set bonuses. If you don't have the set bonuses, I think the Dom pendant's better base stats. Contemplating switching mains at 285. How do you deal with the feeling of throwing away all that work or being left behind by friends? If your friends know that you're swapping characters, they'll probably just carry you, right? Surely. The last couple of times that I've made new characters when I was putting behind like my Cannon Master at the time, right? or my jet even, I just asked them to take me on bosses. I don't care. It's not like the main's progress has gone anywhere. You can still trade bosses. You can always go back to your main. Unless you're like really chasing very specific goals, you have to realize that if you're swapping characters, obviously people are going to get ahead of you if you are staying within like progress of each other, right? But if you're making a second main, the whole point of playing a second main is because you're okay passing that up on your main. If that makes sense. You have to come to terms that like you can't prog both of them at the same time. It's gonna be way too much effort. So whenever I made new characters, I just went in with the mindset was like, I wasn't gonna play my main anyway. So now I just have this bonus giant bossing mule that makes me money that I can trade bosses on, so then I can work on my other character that I will enjoy more. It's just like a mindset sort of thing. For me, I try not to think about people being stronger than me or anything like that. I feel like that's kind of like a pointless thing to think about. Unless you're literally chasing for first clears and stuff like that. Like this entire thing about being behind people is like kind of irrelevant. That's why I tell myself. Unless you're really chasing to be stronger than people intentionally, and like trying to keep up with people all the time, I think it doesn't really matter. Because at the end of the day, there's always going to be some guy who trains 16 hours a day that's going to be higher than you. So I say, just play what you enjoy. And if you have a certain goal, you'll get there eventually. Who cares if your friends are like a month ahead of you, for example. Or 2 months, or even a year. Like, them being ahead of you, or you stopping, is not going to change the fact that they're going to be ahead of you and stopping. So you're kind of like worrying about something that is out of your control. It's kind of hard to explain my mindset when it comes to these sorts of things, because I have restarted multiple characters. I was like one of the strongest jets in the server, then swapped to being one of the strongest Corsairs in the server, and I put that all behind it, and I deleted my class a third time to swap to Cannon Master. Like, I put a lot of things behind me, and I put a lot of progress behind me. I even chucked out my 3-line attack Genesis weapon, right? And that Genesis weapon also had a tier 7 attack flame. Now keep that in mind, I chucked away a tier 7 attack flame plus boss damage to re-liberate as a Cannon Master. That's basically like making a new character at that point. Because it doesn't get much better than that when it comes to the Genesis weapon, right? And I don't even care. I don't even think about, like, I could have been stronger. I don't care about any of that. Because at the end of the day, I wasn't enjoying the class. Then what's the point of being strong if you're not having fun? I'm just strong and then just do my bosses and then hating the bosses, and it's no point. It's no point. I just play what I enjoy, and I found what I enjoy. It's just playing new classes, experiencing progression constantly. Because it does slow down a lot when we get to the end game, let's be real. It does slow down. Especially after you like solo Black Mage, and then your next gap is just like Grandest bosses. You're just farming fragments and at that point, and farming Meso. It's... I mean, technically you're kind of doing that all the time anyway, but like for me, I liked the constant progress. Losing Dom, I went from 4 to 3 boss set, but again 3 set Dawn. I think they're pretty equivalent. I think at 17 stars it doesn't really matter. I'll be real. I don't think it makes much of a difference. Golix is pretty OP, yeah. Holy, it's windy outside. Guys, if my stream ends, it's because the wind blew out my my internet, alright? It's very windy outside today. I was kinda expecting it to rain, so it's nice and blue outside, but it's very windy. But yeah, just going back to the thing about Estella's, I think that the earrings are fine. It just depends if your class can take the loss of the IED. The boss damage is like pretty huge, but the IED is even worse. Just don't have friends. You can't feel behind your friends if you don't have friends. That's true. That's true. Yeah. I like to think that I'm really glad that I decided to do a lot of like weird things on my channel, like dropping my Genesis weapon and reliberating, dropping my Battle Mage to play Wild Hunter, I think that's the fun of this game, is being able to pivot your direction really easily. Sure, you have to do your dailies again, but it's not like your resources are lost on your account. Compared to a lot of other games, sometimes you just straight up lose progress, right? If you wanted to restart. I'm thinking a lot of the games like RuneScape, if you were playing Iron Man, you know, the version where you can't trade, if you wanted to redo your account and try a different thing, it's really hard. You gotta start from scratch all over again, do everything all over again. At least in MapleStory, we have links in Legion, and then we have the storage, so then if we do things on one character, we can share it with the rest of the characters. That is a nice thing to be able to pivot. And then it's not like the account goes away either. You're not deleting your main or your old main. It's still there. Maybe you won't play, maybe it won't make progress, but that's fine. You just end up playing what you like, and that's all it is at the end of the day when it comes to these sorts of games. Just do what you enjoy. Try not to think about it too much about like this whole FOMO thing, catching up, keeping up. It gets really tiring, trust me. As somebody who was like chasing for rank 1 jet for the longest time, I can promise you it takes a toll on you, and it's just not worth it. That's why you're gonna enjoy the Blaster experience, because it's gonna be new class. That's like telling me that I'm gonna enjoy running because it's going to be a new experience. I hate running. I like swimming, I don't like running. Yeah, you're putting down what... You're just pausing one thing to work on another. That's all it is. And at the end of the day, if you end up not liking like your new project, whichever new character you're playing, and you want to play back on your main, it's still going to be there. Sure, you might miss out on some like fragments, or if you... Or some like... what do you call it? Like symbols and stuff like that. But you gotta remember, like for symbols and for fragments, this is something like really important that I realize. For symbols and fragments and things like that, there is a cap on how far you can prog on that. And the only difference between you and other players is how much time you invest into those to get further ahead. It's not RNG gated or anything like that, right? So at the end of the day, at some point, you're gonna still reach the same point on your symbols. So it's like, there's no point worrying about those sorts of dailies. You're gonna get there eventually. It might take a while, you might pause it, but there's a cap to these sorts of things. So eventually, if you care enough, you can catch back up. There's no point worrying about that sort of stuff. Almost everything in this game has a cap. And eventually you'll catch up to people. The only thing that is annoying is like if you want to make progress in the newest content, then you're actually just straight time gated, and ideally you would want to try to keep up, right? Like if you really wanted to do Limbo and do X Lotus on release, you know, that sort of stuff, then yeah, you probably have to put in a lot of effort in the time to do it. But it is a lot of effort, right? It's a lot of time. And chances are, if you are considering doing those bosses, you're probably not considering pivoting at all. But you also gotta remember that content is like at the peak of MapleStory right now. You know what used to be the peak of MapleStory? It used to be CRA. So... Just keep that in mind. Everything will eventually be accessible at some point. Might take a while, but it's not like it's not like it's going to be the end game forever. That's the truth, right? It was only like a few years ago, like maybe 1 or 2 years ago, where most players couldn't even do like hard lucid, hard will. And now everybody who gets their Hyperburn just runs it down in hard lucid, hard will. The game's changed. I still remember the day that they changed the boss UI, and then people were just like... People used to recruit each other on Smegas, being like, hey, normal lucid, 25k stat plus. And people really believed that number. And now it's just like... Hey, you're 240. Come join my normal lucid. Don't worry about your stat. Just run it down with us. You know, it's completely changed. The game's changed, and eventually that's gonna be. It's gonna be Carlos. It's gonna be Limbo. Like actually, even recently, Carlos has been super accessible because what used to stop people was how slow Sacred Force was, and now there's like what 4, 5 areas, and you get like double or quadruple the amount of symbols that you used to get. It's crazy. Like, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Just play what you like. One day, the Eternal Gear will be the new CRA, right? Well, it is technically the new CRA, but more like what used to be half a year. Like, you gotta do E Carlos 20 times. That's half a year to get one piece of gear. Eventually, that's just going to be like a couple of weeks. There's no point having too much FOMO about this sort of stuff. Symbols were 4 a day. They were like 5 a day per area. When they released those areas, you know how long it took us to get 120 Sacred Force? And why is my fountain in here? Why did I put it here? Oops. Oopsies. What was the peak when you started playing? The peak when I started playing, when you established yourself as a strong player, was soloing Hard Will. If you could solo Hard Will, you were a god at that time. I feel like that was it. And majority of players could not solo Hard Lotus. And when I say majority, I mean like 99% of the player base, the active player base, couldn't solo Hard Lotus. It's just... I don't know, it's just the game just moves. It just moves. I think when I started playing, that was when Black Mage started getting cleared. Like, it was starting to get cleared. I can't remember. I feel like I was there for like the first Black Mage clear. As in like when it happened. I wasn't actually there, but yeah. And nowadays, look, Black Mage is a good example. Like, that used to be like completely inaccessible. Everyone needed like basically perfect gear to do that. And now like, I feel like every party clears it within 10 minutes. Like, how crazy is it? In the span of about a year, it went from Black Mage is only for the people with max gear to, oh, you only need one liberated person in your party to clear Black Mage. That's how fast it was. Like, within a year, Black Mage was basically impossible to becoming, oh yeah, just get a liberated guy. Easy clear. You just need one liberated guy. You're good. And now it's even easier in the sense that we have 6 jobs. 6 jobs is crazy, guys. 6 job is insane. If you ever feel like you want to make progress, guys, just level up your 6 job. I still can't do either of those things. That's alright. Everything is... You eventually get there if you put the time in. Of course, it won't be fast if you don't put more time than others, but that's just the nature of things, right? Like, if you don't put as much time, of course you're not going to progress as far. All these things kind of take time. It's like whenever anybody comes into my stream and then asks me how I level up fast, or how I get a lot of meso. It just comes down. I just spend a lot of time, I guess, playing this game. By default, I'm probably playing 2 to 3 hours nowadays, because of how often I stream. I'm obviously just streaming MapleStory. I actually don't really play that much outside of the stream. But also, my situation's a little bit different because I'm kind of trying to make this a job. Kind of. Like, I'm trying to make some sort of income off of this. So I'm literally playing MapleStory as a job. That's different for most people, right? You can't really compare that for most people. It'd be unfair to compare that. And that's also like something that we have to keep in mind. Like, you don't know what other people's schedules are when it comes to these sorts of games. You just only see their gear, you only see their gains. You don't really see the amount of time people spend playing this game. Hello Anil, welcome back. Yo, you gotta stop with these. You gotta stop. I appreciate it though, thank you Anil. Thinking about hyperburning a mechanic for your next hyperburn, can you tell me about it? First off, the bossing, pretty comfortable. It's a very Hurricane style boss, so it's very DPM focused. The burst is pretty okay. The burst is okay, but it's definitely more of a DPS character. Just keep in mind you will be pressing down the missiles button for majority of your time playing, so if you do want to properly play mechanic and make it comfortable, I would recommend a foot pedal. For the training, very solid training. It has a lot of summons that can clear the map. So that's pretty good. Can't ever complain about good training. Bossing is very comfortable, like I said. Hurricane class doesn't have that strong of a burst, but it does give a lot of support damage. Overall, it's a solid class. Solid class. If I had to give like one bit of advice, it's just definitely the foot pedal. The foot pedal, I think, is genuinely a really solid quality of life if you want to play mechanic and like main it. You probably don't need a foot pedal if you're just playing it like on the side, but if you want to main it, foot pedal seems amazing. The more I say it, the more it sounds like a joke, but it really isn't. Other classes, foot pedal might be like kind of troll. I know a lot of people say things about Xenon needing a foot pedal, but I didn't have an issue with it. Thank you for subscribing, CC. Welcome. Hopefully I said that right. I just said that and I was just like, that doesn't sound right. But regardless, thank you for subscribing. Welcome. Hopefully you guys are all doing well. Alright, just give me a second, guys. I'd like drop something on the floor. It kind of rolled off my table. FK mob gonna spawn and kill him, that's crazy. If that happened, that'd be pretty tragic, actually. Go boss earlier, go meso drop first. I think on my mechanic I went for the meso drop first. I think my mechanic actually has 20 meso, 15 item drop, or something like that. Which is kind of nice. Everybody is so sad about their combat power right now. Everyone missing their event buffs. It's all good, we're getting back soon, guys. It's fine. Have the rest of you guys figured out what hyperburns you guys are gonna do? Or are you guys still like tossing between a few classes? Moshuan. That is some cope. That is some cope. Blaster since it would make me FOMO. There's no way. Blaze Wizard because it's a Cygnus class. Blaze Wizard is nice. Do we get another Hyperburn in this patch? No, not in this patch. It'll be in the next one. The one in November. Is it worth to Hyperburn my Xeno if it's already 238? Just see how you go leading up to the event. If you're taking a break now and not really playing MapleStory until you come back to the event, then it might be still worth it. Because at the end of the day, you're basically treating the Hyperburn as a power level to 260, right? That's the way that I think about it. You don't think about the rewards. The rewards are good and all, but the main benefit is you get to 260 and you get your 6th job. So I say that if you are like anywhere below 250 and you really like your character and the Hyperburn is there and you don't plan on playing another class, I suppose, as seriously, it's probably fine to still Hyperburn, even if you're like 250. Because at the end of the day, you're Hyperburning something that you want to do 6th job on. That's the way you treat it. Sure, you miss out on rewards, but if you weren't... I wouldn't like have a 250 main, for example, and then Hyperburn a new character to 260. I would just feel bad about my main. And the new 260 is going to be my main. Because grinding from 250 to 260 is really long. It's one of the slowest grinds in the game at the moment. So yeah, if you're planning on taking a break and taking it easy, not really doing your dailies, not doing monster park, you know, that sort of stuff, and you come back to the game and you're Hyperburning something, I say go for it. So we get 2? Yeah, we get 1 for Shade or Aran, and then we get another one, just like a free one. Arc or Demon Slayer, not decided? Yeah, both of those are pretty good classes. Yeah, no worries. And also, if you guys have like any questions of that sort, feel free to ask in the chat. I'm very happy to just like help out with these sorts of stuff. Because I know like this game, I know it's like an old game. You'd think that like a lot of things are solved and it should be obvious, but despite everything, there's a lot of things in this game that is not obvious. There's a lot of things in this game that are just not obvious. I feel bad. The guy said hello to me while I was switching my things. Oh, yo, he hit me with no seagulls? Oh, somebody might make this, actually. These are my new seagulls. This is my life now. But yeah, for the passes, probably not. They're very expensive for what they are. There's only one reward that's worth getting if you don't already have like Absa weapon. Yeah. I mean, the main benefit from the Hyperburning is, in my opinion, the node stones. Those are quite nice. But if your main is already like reasonably progressed off of the Hyperburning, I'd say just stick with it. It's fine. We are just here for one thing. It's getting to 260 quickly. We don't care about anything else. Everything else is extra. Is that BS or did you mean DS? Unless there's another character with with acronym. Gonna feel exhausted burning 2 characters? Yeah. I think that would be the case for a lot of people. Two Hyperburns is kind of wild. Most people can't even finish 1. So 2 is pretty insane. Yeah. The rings and titles are nice. That's for sure. So the past rewards are pretty good, but like, if you aren't planning on playing other characters too seriously, I'd say you still just put it on your main. Bishop. Bishop, Night Lord, or Shadower. I feel like my gut instinct is telling... If I had to pick between those 3, I personally would pick Shadower. Night Lord, my main gripe with Night Lord is the fact that I don't think that class is that fun to play without a Raw 4. I know it's a bit like crazy to say like the class shouldn't be defined by a special ring, but honestly, Night Lord does not feel like a real class without a Raw 4. So that's why I would lean away from it personally. Bishop, as good as it is, I did not personally enjoy the solo bossing. I did not enjoy infinity stacking. That was one thing, like, why I swapped my Bishop to a Fire Poison. The infinity stacking was quite annoying. The class is really good. In a party setting, you probably don't care about infinity stacking. But if you're playing it solo, ideally you would probably infinity stack. And it's a little bit of an involved process where like you had to buff backwards. So a lot of classes would just like press all their buffs and then just send. But then Bishop is like, you gotta press infinity, then wait a little bit, then press your next buff, wait a little bit, press your next buff, and then right before your infinity gets to max, you bind AB, and then you blast the boss, right? The damage is really good, don't get me wrong, but it's kinda involved if you wanted to min-max that. Shadower is just like, seems like a straightforward class for somebody like me. Shadower grind seems active. I think until 6th job, it might be one of the more active classes because it is like a flash jump attack class. But you do get 20% extra meso, which is broken. 20% extra meso. It's kind of huge. Okay. I'll be right back. I'm going to go quickly to the bathroom. Okay, I'm back. Alright, what should we do here? I guess I could... I mean, I'm pretty chill. There's not really much to do while we're waiting for the event, hey. It's basically event waiting room. This is a good time to just, like, farm mesos. Do have another 2 more of these Legion Wells to go through and so much 3x coupon. Like, I haven't even started opening these yet. Oh my god, how many do I have here? 1, 2, 20... I have like 33x coupons. This is way too much. New cash shop. Did we already get a cash shop update? Shall we have a look? Hello, welcome. Let's have a quick look at the cash shop update, shall we? Let's have a quick look. Now, this is what we're in for, right? Oh my god, that's a gigantic banana. Yo, it's a new bug cat. This is a new one. It's different from the old one. Okay, there's a lot of like bug cat stuff. But this is my issue that I have with this event. Okay, then we just need to move the chat over because I can't see it. That's what she said. That's crazy. I don't like that they have this theme stuff here. A lot of theme stuff. But then they just added a bunch of random stuff in it as well. You just give me the bug cat stuff. I don't want these. I don't want any of these. I just want this. Just give me this bug cat. Do you know if the AFK event's worth anything on mains? Probably not on mains. It's more of a Legion thing. Alright. Little thought. Okay, that's just Wonderberry. Do you know what is an absolute scam, guys? Do you know what's absolute scam? They brought back these pets, but these pets are not permanent. Isn't that so sad? Like, why? Why? It's just rig. Oh my god, the booster pack's back. Oh my god. Bugcat familiars. That is crazy. We should have got something like this in Revert, but this is crazy. Look at these fams. This is crazy. They're so cute. But reg server only, unfortunately. Oh my god. Bugcat throwing stars. Bugcat throwing stars, guys. I'm taking a screenshot of this and sending it to my friend. I'm sorry if that was loud. It was very loud to me. And they're changing the hair and face stuff. I don't really have much of an opinion on these, I'll be honest. And then, that's it. They gave out legendary fams? Yeah, that's what I thought too, but it says here 3 random epic unique. Yeah, that's pretty bad. Considering the last time they did this, it was legendary. Yeah, it's been nerfed. The egg outfit kind of fire. It's alright. I don't hate it. But these though, these are great. Look at all these bugcat ones. I think, is this the cape? Sleepy cape. I think that's this. I think that's my favorite thing out of them. I think, yeah, that thing is just a weapon. This thing in the middle is just a weapon. There's a single item. Yeah. Bit unfortunate that it's in a box with a bunch of other items. So if you wanted to roll this item, like this weapon specifically, it might be kind of expensive. Long hat looking kind of sus. What do you mean? It's just a bug cat. Why are you hating? Why are we hating? I think it's nice. I think though it's pretty hype that they made the throwing stars. giant weapons to grief future jump quests and hidden missions. Yep. It is like that sometimes. Alright, what should we do? What should we do? We have a lot of time. I started my stream pretty early. I don't really want to grind the entire time. Should we do some bosses? I haven't done a lot of my Cronus bosses. Do the super chats do text-to-speech for you? Only after a certain amount. I'm still annoyed that you guys can't hear it. I don't know how to make it so that you guys can hear it. I don't know how to fix it, guys. I'm a failed streamer. Trust me, it does read it out in my hair. What's the amount? I think it's like 5 or something. I can check for you. Alright, just for you, Anil. Because yeah, I don't know why it doesn't read it out. I changed some of my settings, but yeah, it's kind of things are broken. Thank you, Joseph, for the subscription. Welcome to the stream. Alright, apparently for my super chats, the minimum is 2, which I think is USD. I think. I don't know things, guys. Streaming is hard. ChatGPT might help it. Yeah, I might have to look up and see how to fix it. Alright. It's 2 USD, yeah. This guy says strong, please. I don't think he'll take me. I saw this thing where every time that somebody like... I think it was like on one of the... what's his name? I don't know if you guys know Soviet Womble. He was playing a game, and every time that somebody like either subscribed or gifted something, they would just make his character jump. Enjoy the text. Alright, thank you, Anil. I appreciate that. Okay, I need to figure out how this is a perfect testing. Surely I can make this work so you guys can hear it, right? I'm so annoyed that you guys can't hear it because I don't know how to make you hear it. Any reason you chose YouTube or Twitch? I just have my channel here on YouTube, whereas on Twitch it's hard for me to reach out to my usual audience. Once it pops up on your screen, that's when I can hear it too. Right. You know what? I'm just gonna keep farming on my Wild Hunter. There's not really much to do. We'll just chill. Wants us to suffer with him. But it's fun to hear the text-to-speech. You guys don't like hearing it? Start Commercy? No. I'll give it one more day. Pen you ordered came in the mail? Oh, nice. This. Commercy is nice? It is nice. Oh, there it goes. I wish you guys could hear what I hear. It's not gonna stop, is it? I gotta really find a way to play the text-to-speech through because that lasted longer than I would have liked it. Commercy gains are a lie. I think Commercy is fine. Monocle is nice. I don't have a black bean mark yet. It's been like 3 or 4 weeks. I would like to have an item that I could use, but I keep putting off the I keep putting it off. Got 3 gold runways there. Yeah, that will ruin a day. I won't deny that. That's kind of sad. What combat power do you think is reasonable to party Black Mage? Anywhere between 50 and 70 is a good time to start. I think if you're anywhere between 50 and 70, you can probably start looking for a party. What's your plan for 30% off and 5, 10, 15? I think for 30% off, I might try to push some of my CRA pieces, maybe the earrings. We'll just see what happens. I don't have that many things that I can Star Force, unfortunately. So it's probably just going to be CRA or my earrings. What's your Legion grid looking like? This is what it looks like. Yeah, so it's just normal damage, EXP, and crit rate, crit damage, that sort of stuff. Nothing too interesting. Yeah. I think for Black Mage though, a lot of people prefer you to be a bit stronger because people don't like getting stuck in the party for too long or stuck in the boss for too long. But I'd say if you're good at surviving on your class, you could definitely join a party at 15 mil. Might be a long run though. But I think typically people would expect 60 plus. But I think it's definitely doable at 50. Maybe not a green dot, but you can definitely do blue dot and 50. And that number is also assuming you're 275. I think if you're 275 with that combat power, it's probably doable. I'm saying out of experience too, because my Xenon was able to green dot in a 20-minute run in at 55, 60 mil, and I was 265 at the time. So I was already taking like a pretty big damage penalty. So if you're 275, there's a pretty good chance that you'll be able to do more. What are these random 20s that are like popping up? Is it just like the... Oh no, there's a poison thing going on. It's probably my fam actually. Yeah, I don't know how strong that hero was. But he was 273, so that probably helped a lot. Honestly, for Black Mage, your levels matter more for your damage than most of other factors. Also, our 5-minute run is kind of crazy, not gonna lie. 5 minutes is so short. I feel like most parties won't be 20 minutes long though. I mean, won't be 5 minutes long. 5 minutes thanks to me? I mean, I didn't do anything. I literally AFK'd P1. You guys said go right, I went right, and then I AFK'd. It's all good. So yeah, I'm hoping to try to get a Black Mage run next month on my Wild Hunter. I have to see if I can get a key first though. I need a V healer run. And then I need to live. I was reading into like Guild Alliance chat right now and they're talking about Star Forcing events. One of my, I don't know, it's just a guilty pleasure just reading in it. Somebody's saying, can I, should I off event? And then I said off event is a scam, and then somebody immediately replies on event is a scam. It's a classic. It do be like that. You got your first ever Black Bean mark on your Night Lord? I mean, that's good. Black Bean mark is good. Is this class good because I had one and I deleted it from negative talk about it? I mean, it seems fine to me. I feel like I've played worse classes. The damage seems okay. I don't think that this class can be bad because I can almost solo Hard Lotus at like 25k stat. Like, there's no way this class is bad. This character's not even that strong. I feel like if I was playing other classes, I might have an easier time, but there's no way this class is bad. And also the training on this class is fantastic. If nothing else, this class is really comfortable training. Imagine you get into a B Empire and they ask you to buff and then leave. There's no way. They wouldn't do me like that. The hardest part about starting Black Mage is always V-Healer though, because Black Mage you can just get straight carried. V-Healer you still need to do 5%, which is the hard part. Thoughts on Hayato? I think Hayato's a fine class. Seems pretty strong. High skill ceiling from what I can tell as well. The thing you really have to know how to move on that class for it to feel nice. Otherwise I've heard that people complain that the class is clunky, which I don't think is the case. I think it's just a case that you need to learn how to play that class. Yeah, at the end of the day, a lot of people... This is what I have to say about like unpopular classes. The reason why they're unpopular is because people typically chase after classes that do better damage, right? And, you know, with a game with 50 classes, people only care about the top 10 at the end of the day. For most players, people don't care about classes that are not in the top 10 because they don't do as much damage. But that's true in every game, right? Every game, there will be characters, classes, you know, weapons. Something is going to be better than others. But at the end of the day, this game is an MMO that is PvE. You don't play against other people. You just play what you like. So who cares if it's not in the top 10? Obviously, it's okay to know that your class might not be in the top 10 DPS or burst or whatever. But that's going to be the case in any other game as well, right? It's no different from you picking like a weapon that you enjoy playing with. Just because it's suboptimal doesn't mean it's bad. That's my take on MapleStory. And for the most part, a lot of the criticisms for classes aren't relevant until you really push further into the game. But to push further into the game, you gotta be like anywhere between 5 and 10,000 hours into the game. Yeah, you gotta get to that point for it to matter first, before a lot of these criticisms actually make a difference. if you plan on playing that far, it might be worthwhile doing your research before going that deep into the game. But it's not like other classes, it's impossible for them to do that content, it's just not optimal. But then to be optimal, you literally have to play like the best classes. So this just comes back to the same argument where like, you're just playing something that other people call unoptimal or the numbers aren't there, but at the end of the day, everything can complete the content. You just probably have to commit a bit more time and effort into it. Best classes will always change unless it's bishop. That is unfortunately very true. You never know when the next best class is going to be something else. Corsair is pretty well known at the moment to be one of the worst pirate classes in the game in terms of damage. But the day that they get Brain Scrambler as a 6 job, I can see that class getting a lot stronger, for example. Especially if it can cooldown skip. Right? There's so many like, and that's just an example of one class. There are so many changes that they can do out of nowhere that will make a class that's towards the bottom to being a strong class. And that was what happened with Cannon Master. I think Cannon Master had a reputation of being like a pretty mid to low tier class. And then suddenly the second mastery just changed the game. And that can happen to any class. So I wouldn't worry about it. Yeah, it's true. Xenon and Mercedes was like, they were okay, and then they just kept getting buffed, and now they're like one of the best classes in the game. Yeah. Hope Iran doesn't get nerfed. I got some bad news for you. Iran does take a little bit of a beating on the remaster, from what I've heard. Hopefully they readjust the numbers. But I've heard bad things about Iran. Iran and Shade both took a bit of a beating on the remaster, which is a bit of a shame. So hopefully they like compensate for that a bit. How much mess do you make per hour? I think I make about 600 mil per hour on this map. This map's pretty small, so the rates aren't that good. But it's very AFK for me, as you can tell. Think a remaster would do the opposite? Yeah. You would think that they would make the class better, but unfortunately, that's it. Did you have many friends join you to the Hyperion? No, all of my friends stayed in Kronos. Unfortunately. But I made new friends. If you're not streaming, what do you watch while you grind? You see, I don't grind when I'm off stream. Not very much, at least. I tend to keep all my MapleStory either on stream or on recording. How much Besto drop rate do you have? I have 1959. So I think that's the max at the moment, if I'm not mistaken. Wealth acquisition, Legion wealth, and artifact. And of course 100% drop rate. Or Meso obtained rather. So yeah, about 600 mil an hour. Pretty clean for how AFK it is. Yeah. Wealth acquisition potion and Legion wealth. Must have both. Yeah, these elites are kind of tanky. Can't wait for the extra coupons. That'll be nice. I'm almost out on my Wild Hunter at the moment. Very almost done the 10-30 minute ones. Which is fine. But having more would be nice. At least it gives us more 30 minutes to work with, so we can get like better rates. Better mileage for our Legion coupons. Makes boss meals a little bit less appealing. Yeah, a little bit. But boss meals are also, depending on how fast they are, still pretty good. Like if you can do normal Lotus Damien and like all the bosses below that in like half an hour, it's like 1.5 build in half an hour. That's pretty good. Or even in an hour, it's still worth it. Like if you can do Lotus Damien and then all the bosses underneath it in an hour, you're still making like twice the rates you would if you were training. Back from uni? Oh, welcome back. Oh, pressing the wrong button. Oh, there we go. That's better. Yeah, 116 only. Yeah, the wealth coupon and the wealth acquisition potion really bumps up your Meso obtained by a lot. And of course Meso gear is pretty crazy. I think my base Meso obtained without any of the consumables is still like 13 something. If I don't have enough time in the week to do boss meals and train, I get behind on frags and EXP. Yeah, that's okay. I tend not to worry too much about EXP and fragments too much. It's just one of those things where it's like, you just get it, eventually. So I tend not to fuss about it too much. Thanks for the details. Yeah, there's no worries. Meso drop gear is not as self-explanatory as you'd think. The amount of times that people still have to check which items can even get Meso drop lines. You would think accessories, that's just everything that's not an armor piece. It's not quite true. There was a guy I saw on Reddit. He was rolling his belt, thinking that he could get drop Meso on it. Which I don't really completely blame if you were just told, you know, put it on your accessories. The belt's kind of an accessory, it's part of the boss accessory set. It's not really his fault. And then he happened to hit like a three line stat on it or something. And I was just thinking to myself, man, if he didn't hit if he didn't hit 3-line stat, I would feel so bad for him. Because the 3-line stat's fine. That's fine. You take it. But he asked, hey, can I get like drop Meso line? I've got this. Do I keep it or do I re-roll for drop Meso? And I was like, oh no. If you didn't hit that 3-line, that would have been kind of sad. You did that too? Yeah. It's not obvious, right? Because you just look... Like, I'm pretty sure it's part of this set. Yeah, look at this. Golden Clover Belt. Boss accessory set. And if people say roll drop Meso gear on your accessories, you're just gonna look at this. And you're like, oh, okay, I guess I'll put it on my belt. And then, yeah, you're just like, where's my drop gear? Where's my Meso gear? You just got straight scammed. The info is not quite there. Fix the issue where item drop weight displayed max limit of 400. I think they're implying that it has always been capped at 400. That's what I interpret it as well. But obviously because it was overcapped before, like you could see it being like over 400, I think all of us probably was like, we'll just get the number as high as possible and then break the box. We got nothing to lose. But now we will visually be capped at 400, so then there's like no copium, right? Now, if you have a large drop fam and 10 lines of drop, we don't need to use wealths anymore. Exactly. If I see somebody with 435, 436 drop rate, he's breaking the box. I don't care if the cap's 400. I will feel better knowing that that person has a higher drop rate. I don't care if it's capped. But now, it's going to be visually capped at 400. They're basically explicitly telling us it's meant to be capped at 400 and you guys weren't meant to see it over cap. Now we can peacefully not use our wealth acquisition potions when breaking boxes. And I'm all for that. No more copium. No more copium. Yeah. We would have been all at 426 for maximum drop rate. 435 or 436 if you have a Lin. But it doesn't matter. I don't care what the next one says, the cap is not 400. I mean, nothing's stopping you, right? But now that they said explicitly that the cap was meant to be 400 and the overcap didn't actually do anything, it was just visual. I'm inclined to be like, alright, I'm gonna save my wealth, so I'm not gonna pop them for breaking boxes anymore. I'm okay with that. No more copium. Did the same thing on Magnus Shoulder, kept rolling on it after getting Absols? Yeah. Yeah, that is it. That is just how it was. So, all we can try to do now is try to spread the right information. Try our best to spread the right information. Maybe I should make a video on drop rate. I do feel like there's a bunch of the videos already existing around, so I don't really feel like I can add much value to that though. So now drop rate over 400 is nothing? I think they're saying that it never was anything. I think that's the implication. Any progress on your 6th job? I've unlocked level 1 of both the masteries. Right now, I'm going to be saving all of my fragments for Soul Janus. Just to make my training so much easier. We're also allowed to go over the cap from what you know? Well, we'll only know after the fact, right? We'll just have to wait and see. Don't make me make more WAP so then I have to break boxes. Don't make me cope. Those wells are kind of starting to run dry on my character, and I don't want to do Threads of Fate again. Yeah, we're talking about the item drop rate. If you're wondering. I don't want to... Now that they said explicitly that 400 is the cap, I don't want to cope. Don't make the wealths overcap. If the wealths overcap, I want to be really sad. Yeah. Don't make me cope. If after the patch we put on a wealth and it goes to 420, we're back to copium. We're coping again. I don't care what the patch note says. If they said it's 400 cap and I press a wealth and it goes to 420, I'm using a wealth every time. I don't care. The number says 420. I don't care if it's 400. I'll take every little bit of cope. Yeah, the stat window does say it, but the thing is the number went above 400. So, I don't know. 424 is bigger than 400, so I'm gonna use that wealth. I'm gonna press all my buttons. I'm a believer. Imagine if it underflows, you put over 400 and then suddenly you have 1 drop rate. Doomed. That would actually be cursed. But knowing Nexon, I think there is always a chance that that can happen. There's always a chance. Yeah, it'll be hard to get a sample size. Why can't I catch this? Guys, this game's too hard. I guess I can't get in the middle. Okay, I just like completely missed. All good. Imagine getting a pitch drop while above 400 crashes the game. Yo, imagine. It's like, how dare you have more than 400 drop crash. I will not do my bosses after reset in fear of crashing. I will typically not do my bosses. Seems kind of scary. Oh, something on my desk just fell over. Give me a second. Oh, another thing fell over. Oh no, it's cursed. Okay, I'm just gonna leave everything over. It's okay. A bunch of things just fell over on my table. I do like that it minimizes the need for a large drop fam to some extent, because the difference is not as big as it used to be. Yeah, pitch boss would be fun though. I would like to see a book. Give me a book. Book waiting room every week. Oh. Left the map. Is it worth to reroll all your Meso gear to drop for bossing and only doing the dailies? I think just keep the Meso gear on the off chance that you do end up deciding to grind. I don't think there's a point re-rolling it off just because you're not grinding at the moment. It can be expensive to re-roll it, and I think if you wanted to make drop gear, you're better off just making new drop gear. So then at least you have the option for both. It'd be annoying to go back and make it if you decide to actually start grinding. And also, doing your dailies with meso gear will add up. You'll be surprised. It will definitely add up. There's this Road to Blaster overlay. I said as an off comment that if we ever get a total donations up to 1,000, I'll do my next Hyperbird as a blaster. I said it as an off joke, and people started donating. So I gotta stay to my word. Stay true to it. As bad as an idea as it is. Alright. You make 100 mil daily per 300. Oh, 3k daily, yeah. From just doing your dailies, you'll get a decent amount of money with the meso gear. Alright. Nope, not that one. Yeah, this one. Oh. Alright, let's see if we can hit anything. What should we flame? Still probably the Zerk. Alright, give us something better, please. Give me like 90 something and 6 so I can start flaming this item. Chances are not looking too good though, honestly. Flaming is so painful. Yellow number neuron activation, for real. I'm just waiting for the day that the number down here is yellow. It's been close to even a few times, but never yellow. I also have a bunch of black flames that I don't know what to do with. And I probably should wait until reset, I reckon. On the off chance that my battle mage is actually able to get something. On the off chance that we happen to get like a pitch drop or something. What will you do if you see 3 lines drop on pitch gear? I would re-roll it. If it's a done pitch gear, I just re-roll it. There's no point fussing about it. It sucks, but it is what it is. Alright. What were these bright cubes meant to be saved for? Oh yeah, potentially an arcane drop, I suppose. There's 2 more weeks. So tomorrow I get another 3 droplets. And then the following week I'll get another 3 droplets. That's not bad. How long did it take you to get 261? I think after finishing my 6th job, I was already like 60 or 70% in. So it wasn't that much to get to 261 from 260. You honestly get a lot of EXP just doing your 6th job. You wouldn't take them into Mourn Over the Lost? Not really. It's like when you see hybrids when you're trying to roll for 3 line. I think at some point you just don't care about it. At some point it just doesn't matter. Oh, how long did it take you? I think this character has been around for like 3 weeks. The previous event gave us a lot of ways to level up. For basically for free. They gave us a lot of EXP vouchers, which just straight up levels you. So I got a lot of it done because of that. it started off at level 200, and just from claiming the rewards from the previous event that just ended, I went from 200 to 238, and then I did a little bit of grinding from 238 to 240, and then I used a bunch of rewards and stuff from 240 basically all the way to 250. And then from 250, I trained from 250 to like 256, and then from 256 to 260 I used event stuff. It was just so much event stuff. I probably grinded a total of 10 levels. No burning. No burning. Ooh, I have enough. Let's try this again. Can probably do one fam and hope it tears up, I guess. Oh, nice. We got to actually hit the tear up. While I wait for that animation, let's put some stuff away for our mechanic. Now that I actually have space in my storage. Alright, let's see what we get. 5% magic attack. No. That could have been usable if that is attack, actually. I think 6% or 5 or 6% attack is like... How much is that equivalent to boss? It's like a little bit under 20. Could have been usable if it was attack. Okay. Give it to me, I can use it. I'm waiting to try and minutes Happy Meal. Yeah, it's just the playlist. Hopefully you guys don't mind the playlist too much. Oh. I don't know what to use these symbols on. Kinda don't want to use them on arcane symbols for obvious reasons. But sacred symbols, like, I'm in no rush. It's just... I don't know. 300 symbols is a lot. 300 arcane symbols is a lot. So it's very tempting to just use them. $60 sacred's a lot too. 300 symbols is 20 days of dailies. 60 symbols is 3 days of dailies. You know what I mean? You gotta think of it like that. 60 symbols is just 3 days, but 300 symbols is 15 days. You don't have to do Spirit Savior again. I mean, I like Spirit Savior. I don't mind it. Say what you will about Spirit Savior. I think that game is fine. We have arcane weeklies, but not sacred. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, at the end of the day, they're both dailies that get capped eventually. So I don't think about it too much. I mean, if you're pushing N Carlos, sure, but I'm not pushing N Carlos anytime soon. Right. Let's put some money in for the mechanic. I'll use the rest of the cubes on something. Wait, can I even? I just went back onto... You know, I'm not going to worry about the mechanic. I think all the stuff is fine. At what point would you recommend pushing past 17? If you want to try to do hard lucid and hard will, pushing past 17 on your CRAs is not a bad idea. It's like one of the easier gains. You will probably blow up a bunch of random items, but it's CRAs, so you should be okay. Just... If it blows up, it blows up. You know, just try not to think about it too much. Okay. Just gonna wait for 30% off to make some gains. Let's see if any of these things can be cubed. Because I do have a bunch of spare cubes. These are all good. I mean, I could start Commercy, but I'm kinda lazy. Commerce is kinda gross. Let's clean up this inventory a little bit. Ooh, reinforced belt. Didn't even know when I got that. Look at this fake belt. Why is it green? Why is it green? Time to get 10 badges. That's actually not a bad idea. I don't hate that idea. You know what? I will go do that. I will go do that. Are you going to do 21 Absol or Arcane set? Ideally, I would like to do Arcane set, but we'll just have to see how it goes. Okay, I gotta do this. Sandy badge. Let's go clear Dio a bunch of times. If we can clear Dio, then we can finish the rest of this one. Alright, let me make sure... Oh, not that one. Turn off item pouch, otherwise we're gonna pick up a bunch of crap. Let's go. The mobbing skill on this is not great though. It doesn't proc immediately, which is a little bit annoying. I only have 183. What's going on here? Ah. That. And that. That's better. Now this one you can get outside of booster pack. This one's worth trying because this badge actually is useful. It gives you IED. So I don't mind going for this one. I typically wouldn't go for the annoying ones, but this one is okay because it's annoying, but it gives like a decent badge bonus. And there's not that many other good badges. You haven't set up character presets? Well, it would cause my links to swap over. Because my drop links are on the training setup, so it would move my links and stuff around. Which would be annoying. So if after this one, I'll probably do the Cernium one. Because I haven't done that one yet. That one's a free bit of attack. Hopefully we get this one. But I'm not expecting too much. The 3% is not worth going insane. I mean, this one is just like, because it's only one boss that I have to go for, it's not too bad. And by the time that I remember to go back for this, I can probably just, yeah. It'll be alright. I can probably just go back to this and try again. Because at the end of the day, I either do this badge or I do one of the crappy useless ones. Why does Nixon hate mages so much? I was very surprised that the Cernium one was attack. That was so disrespectful to mages. Just bullying a random field boss for its card, hopefully. Hopefully we get it soon. Hope the next area is magic attack, honestly. Mages need something. Alright, looking kind of doomed. The Cactus Man is not dropping this round. Running out of channels. Cactus Man not looking too good. It's 5 o'clock. 4:30 in the morning. Yeah, take care, man. Thanks for staying around. Yeah, you should get some sleep. Okay. Man, my guild leader just messaged me. What a nice guy. He's basically said, like, feel free to join the Discord and chat. Because I'm not really in the voice chat, but it was nice of him to reach out. What a nice guy. I appreciate that. What I don't appreciate is this cactus not dropping fam cards. Please. One large channel. I mean, you don't have to skip 30% off if you just catch all the stars. It's all good, just catch the stars. Catch all the stars. Okay, it's a little bit of a rip angle here. It's all good. Alright, which other badges do I need? Labyrinth. Oh, that's gonna be annoying. And also Morass. And then Cernium. Oh my god, all of these are so many. Okay. I have none of them except this blue one. Great. Okay, now I can actually turn my familiar back on. Okay, that's one of them. I have faith, so I need to get the green one. Entangled. Nice. Now I already have this one, so I need the other one. Thankfully, these maps have like pretty good spawn rate from what I can tell. So, oh my god, that's crazy! You guys see that? Both of them dropped the fam. Was that both of them though? That might just be the same one, but twice. Nah, yeah, it's the same one twice. Sparing Blade. So I need the other one. Holy wind. Can you guys hear that on the over the microphone? I don't know how loud that is, but it's... I'm just watching the giant tree in my backyard sway. That's
That's crazy. What do we have here? Hopefully this won't take too long to try to get the rest of this badge. Does this one give anything? I feel like this one probably just gives like all stat or something. Some of these are pretty good though. It's kind of sad that arcane mobs don't have an etc. drop. Yeah, I guess it loses a little bit of lore, but at the same time, I'm kind of okay at not dropping anything. I'm already a little bit annoying. It's already a bit annoying when they drop pencileer items, I'm not gonna lie. I really did not like the fact that it had pencileer items. Flavor-wise, I agree. But actually, I'm okay not having it. Oh, that's right. The old dailies used to have etc. drop, didn't they? Like, you had to go to one of the areas to, like, get it. Oh, the worst ones where you had to kill the sharks. Oh, God, I do not miss that. Okay, the knights are done. So I need Watchman, Assassin. Are these the same? And then the 2 souls, okay. Okay, that's one of them done. Which one did I get? Assassin. Watchman next. Are you guys enjoying this riveting gameplay? Or are you guys getting some kind of PTSD watching me do this? Because I'm not gonna lie, I do not miss doing this multiple times. These badges really should just be account-wide. It should be like Monster Collection. It should be account-wide. It's keeping you sane from Damien. Just everything not for you. Give me the card. Okay, I got the card. Next one. And I think this might be the last one for this. Oh, well, there we go. Alright, that's this area done. And bonus EXP as well. Nice. Imagine if Hilla had a card. Honestly, all the bosses should have a card. I would like a gigantic gloom following me in bosses. Alright, what did it give? Nice, that's actually a usable one. Alright, what's next? I can do Swamp Badge. So the only ones I have are the 2 Shadows and Type B. Okay. Straightforward enough. Where's Type A? Is that it already? No. Should just leave my inventory open so I can actually see it. Which one's going to be the more difficult one to clear? I don't know. Oh, that one's that one. Okay, nameless cat next. It would be fun if every boss could drop a unique version of their card. That'd be cool. Especially now that we have the familiar reset thing. That would make it worthwhile re-rolling. There's some people in the servers that have a legendary Pinot card. Now that one is going to be worth re-rolling with the 10k points. 'Cause if you got a legendary, that's crazy. What did they do to this map? Did they change this map? Am I crazy? Okay, shadows are done. She can drop legendary? Yeah, there's a chance that Princess Snow drops a legendary card. It's kind of crazy, but it can happen. Okay. Experiment got wrong. Lotus and Pap have legendary cards. I know they have unique cards. I don't know if they're legendary. Oh, this one I got already. Nice. Yeah, I don't think they have it for legendary, but they definitely do have it for unique. Alright, got the guard real quick, I think. Now we need the other guy. The big guy. Hopefully they drop. This one's kind of awful because none of them have their set spawn. Wait, hang on. Warhammer Knight Guard. Oh wow, I was lucky. So now I need Wizard and Archer. Thoughts on the new fam card? That was a little disappointing. I was kind of hoping for something a little bit better. I will say, at least now people can re-roll their really cool fams if they have any of them. You know, maybe you have a legendary Pinot fam. That's pretty cool. Which one did I get? I got the Wizard. Oh wow, did I get both of them? Nice. That was a lot faster than I expected. Okay, this should be Morass done. Nice. What's next? Cernium. So I only have seagulls and the yellow ghost. So I need everything else. Well, I have foot soldier already. So that one's done. Are these all the same? Foot soldier, and these are archers. Okay. Oh my god, this one might be painful. There's a two-shot here. Okay, archer done. That's seagulls. We need some of these fire spirits. Okay, that's pretty cool. I can triple plat here. Even re-rolling epics is huge. Yeah, I wish they just made it like more accessible. You only get one a week. Oh, sorry, one a month for 10,000. That's just not worth it. It's just not worth it. Oh, nice, we did get the card. I wasn't paying attention. So that's all the Cernium ones. Now I need to do all of these ones. So we've got Foot Soldier, Magician, and then the 2 library ones. Oh my god. These guys are so tanky. Because I don't have Sacred Force. Okay, Magician done. Soldier next. Oh, I see a card up there. Oh, somebody's here. Oh, I don't need to worry that somebody's here. The beauty of Cernium. Nothing like sharing a map with somebody. Not have to worry about chaosing them. Okay, nice. Someone doesn't know it's instance and yells at you to CC and defames you. That is true. That is true. It still kind of happens, doesn't it? Some people do forget that this is instance, or they're just too stubborn to realize it's instanced. It's very easy. It's very easy to just like just pause for a second to realize your mobs aren't dying to somebody else in your map, you know? But, you know, common sense not so common sometimes. Or if you're like returning to the game, you don't know. It's just like a cop-out answer. It's like, oh, it's instant, it's all good. But is it though? Like, how would you know if you were returning? Bombardier. Last one. Nice, I think that was it. Need to make sure I claim at least one of these ones. Badges. Cernium. Nice. 2 more to go. So what's an easy one? I can't do Lionheart Castle because I don't have it unlocked in this area. So I might have to cop one of these ones. Is this snail time? Because Dio is just not dropping at the moment, so I might have to just cop the snail one. I'll just do the Lionheart Castle one on another character, like maybe my Xenon or something. Because that one... Oh no, I don't even have it unlocked on my Xenon. It have to be my Battle Mage. It's not that big of a deal. So it's kind of whatever. I would like to have Dio, ideally, but the card drop not... Oh, wow. Whoa! That's crazy. But the snails. That's crazy. Alright. Red Spore. I've already done Lionheart Castle. Or is it called Lionheart Castle? I've already done it on my Battle Mage. Streamer luck hack. You gotta hold those comments until we actually get the rest of these snails, because this might take a while. We might be here for a while. You have Janice? Not yet. Okay, there's the shroom. Now we just need the red snail. Alright, keep your eyes out, guys, for the red snail. Hello, Matthew. Oh, wow. Oh, it's free. Wow, must be nice. Being lucky, hey. Alright. You know, I'm feeling lucky, guys. I'm feeling lucky. What do you guys think of this? What do you guys think of this one? Thoughts? My favorite badge, the Rien one. Yeah, I'm really feeling lucky. This is how I know. Now this is more high roll than getting a 22 star. This is the true peak. This is peak luck. If you can get this card within 5 minutes, it's a sign. Alright, what do you guys think? You guys reckon I can get this within the next 5 minutes? If I get a fam card from this, I'll tap one of my Wild Hunter's gears to 22. It's already 20, so it'll be cheap. Actually, no, it wouldn't be worth doing the Wild Hunter. I think I'd rather do it on Battle Mage. I don't know. We'll see what happens. If we get the card, we'll decide. We'll decide. I'll 22 something. I'll figure that out. I'll decide what to 22 after. But it's been like already like a minute and a half. It's not looking too good, guys. It's not looking too good. This is our fail stacking. At XX3, that's when we'll stop. You got that card with Kishin? Yeah. Kishin would help a lot. Because this is kinda awful. This is how you know you're feeling lucky. After this, I'll probably just run through Dio again and see what happens. Pop a Legion drop? Nah, I think I would rather keep my coins. This isn't worth going for a Legion drop. riveting gameplay. Why do re-end badge? I'm just feeling lucky. Yeah, I'm just feeling lucky. $400 drop or bust. That is it's a little bit overkill for some fam cards, you know. And I got the snail one so fast. I just thought that maybe I can get this one quickly. But it's kind of doomed when there's like 3 spawn. If I told you I got on the first kill, I think that's a good sign that you're about to have a good day. That's what I think. Yo, look at the kill combo. 100 kill combo. Good sign you'll hit 22? True. Could you transfer fodder into existing equipment? Yes, you can. If you have 17-star equipment and you decide to fodder over it, you do get it. Alright guys, it's not looking too good here. I'm getting 9,999 combo. You know what? I could get to that number and I still might not have a fam. Please, you're begging? You really want to see me tap something to 22 that bad? It's not looking too good. It's not looking too good. We're at like 300 KC apparently. How much combo does it go up each time? 1. So I've done 300 kills already. Have I tried talking to who? It's doomed. Alright, XX3. That's what I said. I gave it fair and square. Alright, we're back to this one. Are you trying to get the badge? Yeah, that one was gonna take way too long. Let's go have some fun. This one's more exciting. This one's more exciting. Because this one's actually useful. Would you push 21 sub pendant with 2 dom spares, 0 sub pendant spares? Probably not. If I were you, I would just try to 21 the dom pendant and then just keep it. Pendants are like one of the last weapons that are able to really be pushed. Because the spares are so awful and you're like just straight up coin gated. Alright, give us the card. How much drop do we have? 303. Am I missing something? Huh. Oh no, so usually I have Legion drop, that's why I have 350. Right. No, I saw that little glove and I thought that was it. Hello, good morning. Anything new? Not really. Just trying to go for these familiars. I need one more badge to unlock my unlock the familiars, the third slot. So this one I'm going for just because it's an IED badge, it's somewhat useful. 3% IED, better than nothing. Hoping for the cactus guy, but it's not showing up. Oh no, hope I wasn't casing that guy. Do you speak any other languages? I do speak Viet. Mostly just with my parents. Like, I'm conversationally fluent in Viet. I understand a little bit of Korean. I can read very little Korean. I learned a little bit just to get around Korea a little bit easier. And thankfully Hangul is like pretty easy to read. And I knew enough to like sort of get by. Because we did spend some time in a city called Daegu, which is a lot less English speaking. So it was kind of fun. Oh, thank you. I do think my Viet is decent. I can't read very well though. I will say that I have issues reading. Self-taught? I went to Viet classes when I was younger, which is why I can read it. I can speak it as well, but I don't like speaking Viet. As weird as that sounds. I'm a little self-conscious of my accent. And also, like, I speak Viet kind of, like, weird. I don't know how to explain it. It's more my accent. I do speak Viet, guys. Guys, come on. You guys gotta take my word for it. If I can read you guys typing Viet, I can speak Viet. You gotta have to trust me. Is the lightning rune stopping me from CCing? Yo, this is grief. That's stopping me from CCing. I have issues reading. I do have issues reading, man. It's so tragic. Yo. None of that in here. Ain't no way. Not a fan of the camera glare? Yeah, it's kind of gross, isn't it? It's too real. Camera glare is too real. Nah, yeah, guys, gotta chill. Gotta chill. I want to start timing out people. Yeah. I think that part of the reason why I don't like speaking Viet is just because, like, I think that the language, I don't know how to explain it. It sounds harsh. It doesn't sound nice to me personally. Maybe it's just because I just grew up with it and I kind of got sick of talking in Viet. Alright. No Dio today. Alright, looks like I just gotta go get the other badge. Not even Viet, my friends teach me will get me timed out. Yup, it's true. It's true. Look. When it comes to learning another language, you always learn the swear words first. That's just how it is, right, guys? You never learn like nice phrases. You learn how to count to 10, say hello, and then all the swear words. That's just how you learn other languages. It's just how it works. Learning normal words first is cringe. What do you mean you don't want to learn the words for water and bowl? Yeah, but all seriousness though, like, I think it's just the tones in Viet that make it sound harsh to me. There's a lot of, like, tones. I think Chinese I have a similar issue with when I listen to it. I just find, like, the accent and the language a little bit harsh. I don't know. I hope I didn't offend anybody saying that. Sounds like they're always angry. A little bit. Maybe not like necessarily angry, but it's very dramatic. I don't know. I don't know what the right word is. It sounds very exaggerated. It sounds always like a mix of angry or like really expressive and just kind of loud. It's a mix of a bunch of things, that's for sure. But yeah, I think when you hang around with like in a really multicultural environment, you start to notice like the differences in the languages a little bit more. I feel like if you only spoke in Viet, you wouldn't probably care. If you only spoke in like one language, you probably wouldn't notice it, even if it's just two. But here, I hear like all the other languages all the time, just walking around, right? And I'm just thinking to myself, damn, Viet's kind of angry. Viet's kind of angry. Would always be kind of concerned. It's like that sometimes. So my best times with Maple was leeching at Crockies right here? Yeah, the old LHC leech. Okay, reindeer. Now I need blood reindeer. How'd your family end up in Australia? I don't actually know. I think they came here by boat, I'm assuming. As per all immigration stories, yeah. Most likely by boat. So anywhere but Vietnam. Selling HS at Crockies. Never finished 4th job, was he naked? Oh man. Alright. I think Vulture, Wolf, and Castle. Those are the last ones, I think. Don't need to do any other ones. There's only like 6 fams total. You reached 163? Damn, kind of crazy. I never really made it far in the older versions of Maple, to be honest. Okay, hopefully we get the card soon. We're almost there. Never past 60. I think I was probably the same. I don't remember getting very far. I remember getting excited at second job. And then stopped. Goals completed. Oh, there's a card. I see it. Alright, one more. Just need the bear wolf. That's done. I think that's all of them. First job advancement, I failed the quiz and had to do it all over again. Oh my god, I feel that. I forgot that was a thing. I was stuck in Sleepywood because it was too laggy to jump out. Oh my god. That is a throwback. I think I spoke about this before. Do you guys ever do the thing where you wanted to take the taxi from like Lith Harbor to anywhere, and then you didn't realize you were talking to the wrong taxi, and it sends you to the middle of Sleepywood? And you're just like, how do I get out of here? You would like climb up a few steps outside, any of the mushrooms would one-shot you, and then you would make it maybe halfway up, and then you just sit on your chair because you have no more HP and you don't want to spend money on potions. Yeah, taxi money. Unfortunately. Yo, look at all these fams. Looks kind of cool. Right, badges. Nice. Now we can unlock our third fam slot. Very cool. Extraction. Goodbye, everything. It was nice knowing you guys. Set up. Let's do this one. And now this one, I can put all the ID guys in. Look at all this ID, guys. How much ID will I have here? With no links and no legion. It gives me like 10% visual ID with all these fams. That's crazy. 6-hour speedrun to get off of Maple Island is crazy. Hitting miss on the Iron Pig, and then the Iron Pig running at you and running you over. I remember that. Okay, now we have all the fams done, unlocked on this character. That feels pretty good. Now it's just a matter of leveling up, I suppose. Now we're just in the long haul, trying to get more unique fams and just pushing levels. We'll get there eventually. And also trying to figure out what the hell to do with all these coupons. These 3x coupons, I might just put some in my storage because I might train my Xenon and I'm not gonna get through all these coupons. There's zero chance unless I train multiple characters. I'll leave the MVPs on this character, but the 3x coupons I think I can spare. Those 3x are gonna rot. I mean, there's 10 of them. That's 10 30-minute coupons on my Xenon. I could probably just AFK and just make 600 an hour, so that's like 3 bill AFK per week. It's not too bad. Yeah. I think though, might take a short break. Been streaming for a while. So, might get some food. Have lunch and then maybe come back. How's that sound? And then after that, I'll figure out what to do. I do have some leftovers from yesterday, so should probably eat that. Okay. I'll be back probably 10-15 minutes or something. Gonna head off. Alright, take care, man. thanks for dropping by, guys. If you guys decide to head off, I know it's late for some of the US guys. Appreciate you guys a lot. Yeah, I'll just be right back. Okay, I am back. Time for the green thing like last time? What happened last time? Yeah, just a quick lunch. Quick-ish. I don't know how long I've been. Probably like 10, 15. Eat so fast? Yeah. I don't have that much for lunch. It was just leftover stuff. Just a quick microwave to heat it up and yeah. Of course I'm at home, so it's pretty easy to just get food real quick. Okay. Now the question is, what do I do now? There's so much you can do in this game that isn't dailies, right? So I can try to push some more levels on this Wild Hunter, or I could probably farm on my Xenon too. Both of those options don't seem too bad. There is one more 30-minute here. Well, I could do some boss mules on Kronos, I suppose. Although the boss mules on Kronos are kinda low priority. Kinda low. And I also have very little money in that server, so I can't even do anything fun with it. I think let's just try to keep getting money in Hyperion. I'm just gonna just chill in the library. See if we can find some burning. You know what? That's enough for me to not look. See if we can get some more familiars. Just trying to power through all of these coupons as well. So many 3x coupons. Thankfully the training on this character is like super straightforward. I feel like if this was any more active, I'd actually get tired. Lost like 10 million combat power from event buffs? Yeah. The event buffs were pretty huge. I think a lot of us lost quite a lot. So I'm a little worried about the reset bossing. A little worried, but should be okay. But I do need the fragments. I would like to get Soul Jazz on reset. So I'm at like, how much do we get? We get 12 from the daily, so that puts me at 58. And then High Mountain gives us 40, that puts me at 98. And I need 125. So I need to farm another 28 or so fragments for me to get Soul Janus on reset. That's the plan. That is the plan. But I don't really see myself farming 30 fragments in one day, so maybe Soul Janus will have to wait. Guess I'm not in a rush because I'm out of 30-minute coupons. Oh, well, we get 30-minute coupons after the patch, I think. Put some more time and money in your Bowmaster? That's good. We love stronger bossing mills whenever possible. Do you guys reckon after the patch they will give us the extra coupons immediately, or will we have to wait for the reset for it to happen? What do you guys think? Because I kind of don't want to buy more 30-minute coupons on my Xenon if we're likely to get it here. I think I would probably prefer to train here. But yeah, tomorrow we get 52. So ideally, ideally I need 70 something. 73. So you choose them already out of wealth coupons. That's what I'm at as well. At least I'm out of the 30-minute ones. For flames, what damage percent is it worth? Is damage percent ever worth looking at? Yes. For weapons, damage percent and boss damage can be treated similarly. Obviously, boss damage you get a better ratio, right? Because boss damage is either like 6, 8, 10, or 12, or 14 if you get a tier 7. But damage, you go 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? So they're like, boss damage is twice as effective. But the way that you try to look at it is, you look at your weapon attack first. You're either looking for tier 6 or tier 7 weapon attack. And then between your boss and your damage, you want 10% or more. If that makes sense. So let's say like you hit the tier 6 attack or tier 7 attack or whatever. In most cases tier 7 attack you can probably just settle, but like let's say you get tier 6 attack and then you get 8% boss damage, which is lower than what people would tell you. People will tell you want 10% boss damage. But if you get 8% boss damage and 4% damage, that adds up to 12. So that's actually better than if you got tier 6 plus 10% boss damage. If that makes sense. Damage and boss damage is basically the same thing, but obviously damage applies to mobs as well, not just bosses. But that's how you try to calculate it. You just combine them. Yeah, no worries. Because usually people will tell you on your arcane weapon, you want to settle for tier 6 attack plus 10% boss damage. That is like a very clean settle. Very, very clean settle. But sometimes you hit 8% boss damage. But sometimes 8% boss damage is fine because you also hit like 6% damage, which puts it at 14, which makes it better. Yeah. Flaming is a little bit more convoluted than it seems sometimes. We're back in the mines, and honestly, this is my favorite kind of mines, where I'm just sitting in one spot and enjoying my time, just making money. Oh, I'm not making money, guys. I'm not in my drop gear. The first 7 minutes were not in drop gear. I was in my just pure drop gear, not meso drop gear. You have like 400 flames to go through. Yeah, just the main thing you need to keep in mind is what attack is tier 6 and which attack is tier 7, and then you can probably guess which flame is better. I think at this pace I might be able to level up in a few days. It's not bad. And then hopefully we'll be able to clear Hard-V Healer. I think that's the goal. You lost your 100% crit rate because the event stats went away? Oh man. The pains of playing a class that that needs crit rate. You rolled 90% crit rate on you. Damn, that's crazy. I want crit rate on my inner as well, but it's too hard to get. Made you check your stat window? Yeah. I think it might be a problem with some warriors, right? Some warriors have lower crit rate. Thankfully Artifact fixes a lot of it, but some classes are still lacking, hey. Pardon me. Don't have Marksman Legion? Yeah, that one's should probably get around to that. You've got a lot of growth potions, probably worth going for it. It's not too bad nowadays. Oh, we also have, don't we have... Oh, the Dreamer event literally just ended. Didn't we have like a 0 to 100 as well? There's so many things on that event that I didn't look at. You used all those instantly? Yeah, that's fair. Marksman Legion better than secondary stat? Only if you need the crit rate. Some classes have enough crit rate. I put it in anyway because I think secondary is a very small gain. But I'll take like a free 5%, 4% crit rate increase for basically free. Don't have a single character not on my grid at the moment. I see. That's okay. You'll get there eventually. Ooh, another fragment. Very good. Oh, I just put that in the corner. Well, that was sad. The classic place summon in the wrong spot and hope that hope it works out. I'm glad that this summon is a low cooldown. Some summons are very long cooldown, and it's just sad when you place them in the wrong spot. Also have a lot of luck characters? Yeah, that makes sense. I think the hardest part about the Legion is that at some point, you just have to make everything because you have too many character spots to put in. So you just have a bit of everything. Right now for me though, I don't have to worry too much about my Legion. I think there are probably some characters that I am actually missing, which is a little bit annoying, but I kind of don't want to go through and figure out which ones I'm missing. I have 300 growth potions to use, but kind of lazy. And he yelled at you for not having Shade Legion? That's crazy. Hello Leona, welcome. Hopefully you're doing well. And also welcome to everyone in the stream. Good to see everyone around. Yeah, Legion building is like kind of annoying to start off with, but once you get the ball rolling, it's a lot easier. And your characters level up a lot faster. It feels really nice. One of my favorite things about Legion grinding is that once you get to a certain point in your links in Legion, your characters will just one-shot all the way up to like 100. And then after 100 it's like super easy, because the EXP curve is a lot lower. Like the early Legion levels, of course, are very, very rough, unless you have events to carry you through it. And as you move on though, it's not too bad. It's not too bad at all. All the major events give us like so many good things. How far away from Soul Janus? If I do High Mountain tomorrow and tomorrow's dailies, if I really wanted to get Soul Janus tomorrow, I'll need 70 fragments by the end of the day, roughly. Right now I'm at almost 50, so I need like another 20 something fragments. It's because I spent 50 on my mastery. I spent on my mastery hoping that I could clear Hard Lotus, and I kind of griefed my run. I think you were there. Did you end up getting the Hard Lotus clear? Nah, I just cleared normal Lotus. I just ended up clearing normal Lotus. I was too lazy to do another 30-minute run. Next time you got it for sure? Yeah, probably. I think at least after the Sunday it should be okay. Full opacity gaming? No. Oh, that's crazy. At least my battle mage I can move around while not seeing anything. For my wild hunter, I think I'm a little bit more glued to the floor. Debating if you should go back to fam farming. I mean, it's probably fine to go back to fam farming. Unless you have like a hyperburn you want to work on, or like another character. It always feels kind of bad sacrificing your EXP. That's kind of the reason why I didn't want to play on my battle mage. It's like I would want to go back for fams. I was really hoping that they will give us new area of fams in this update, but unfortunately, no new fams yet. I think if they released it in Odium, like in Arcus, I would probably have went back. Arcus is not too bad. Burning Cernium is a bit far. But I'd say though at level 280, I think your level's probably still a more reliable gain, right? Probably. Root of Darkness. Interesting. I don't know if those mobs will ever die. Yeah. I'd say if you can be bothered farming, it's probably fine. But you do lose a little bit on EXP, which feels kind of bad. I got lucky in the sense that like I did all of my farming while I was training in Cernium. And obviously if you were already above 275 by the time that the fams got released in Cernium, it's just a feels bad. There's not much you can do about it, right? Because you lose out on EXP no matter what, and then you're still playing like the RNG game, which is a bit rough. No control over your gains, as opposed to just leveling up and getting fragments, which I think is also fine. You can still at least get fragments while farming, but it's just does not feel good just working on fams while losing so much EXP. Not ideal, that's for sure. Not ideal. I'm also kind of hoping that I get lucky on the fams. I'm really hoping for a large drop fam soon. Ideally, I would be spamming epics right now, but I have so many epic fams already. I kind of want to get them all to unique first, and see what happens. Watching my stream, makes you think they're gonna get lucky with boss fams? He is hoping. Like, I hope everybody on my stream gets lucky. Every once in a while, there will be somebody who says, yeah, I hit something. And that makes me happy. I like it when people come by and tell me that they managed to hit something. I want to encourage people to be able to share their luck and their achievements without being flamed for it. That's what I like to think. Nothing's worse than like you wanting to just share something and then people just being mean about it. It's not nice. Let's be happy for each other's gains. That's why, guys, if you ever happen to hit an achievement, no matter what it is, feel free to share, because I love reading it. It's one of my favorite things. I still can't forget that one day, there was like 4 or 5 people in my chat saying that they got an eye patch and hit 22 or something. And I was just like, god damn. And then I blew up my eye patch immediately after, which was kind of unfortunate. I wanted to be part of the club. That eye patch did C21 though. That was kind of hype. It didn't stick the landing though, unfortunately. The Halley effect. Yeah. Just want to be happy for each other, you know? It's the best kind of feeling. Is this level 5 yet? Nice. God, I missed training multiple fams like this at a time. Holy. This is the dream. I am back. That was the same day you got an eye patch? Yeah, Christian, you got an eye patch. I think a couple of people in my guild hit a 22 eye patch. I think at least 2 other people in the chat said that they got an eye patch. It was an eye patch day that day. It's kind of exciting. I think actually after I blew up the eye patch, I got another eye patch. I don't remember if I got the eye patch on the same day, but I did blow it up, and then I got it back from Damien immediately. So it was a wild week, that one. A lot of eye patches that week. Feels good sometimes getting pitch boss. Bit of fun. Bit of dopamine in the week. We don't expect very much out of it, so when we do get something, it's very exciting. Did anyone get any pitch boss this week? Hit 22 on your eye patch after you boom yours. Took one for the team, it's all good. Oh, so I did get another eye patch on the same day. Yeah, that's crazy. You got an ET hit 21 this week. Hey, congrats. 21 ET is huge. It's so scary with ET as well because it's like it's 1 star away from 22, but we all know that 21 is perfectly fine. Such a scary star. You have no idea what class to main? I think if you just want to try to get into the game and have a feel for it, I would recommend either Cygnus Knights or Explorers. I think a lot of Cygnus Knights and Explorers you can't really go wrong with. They're all very solid classes. Although I will probably mention that TB is very active. I think out of those classes, a lot of them are pretty chill, but I think Thunderbreaker is a bit on the active side, so just be a bit wary. Who's the best mobber pre-5th job? Pre-5th job. Pre-5th job. I'm trying to remember which classes I enjoyed training pre-5th job. I haven't trained pre-5th job in a long time because honestly I don't do too much. I think Lin was really good pre-5th. Lara was up there. Yeah. I'm trying to think who else. Pre-5th job. Maybe Hayato, Demon Avenger. Both those classes were pretty okay. You're gonna make your first boss meal, can you suggest some? Can't ever go wrong with Demon Slayer, can't go wrong with Hero, and can't go wrong with Buccaneer. I think those classes are all very solid, very easy to set up. In the same lines, you can also probably get away with Dawn Warrior and Marksman. Although, now that I said it, I still rank Demon Slayer #1 for boss meal. I think that class has just got everything going for it. Oh my god, Anil, thank you for the 10. But also, I'm gonna have to listen to this again. I haven't figured out how to play it over the stream to put everybody in the same boat as me. Only I can hear this text-to-speech. This thing is gonna go for like the next 2 minutes. Can you guys... You guys can't hear this. Oh god. This is... Was it worth the $10? Was it worth the $10? Maybe it was for you. My disappointment is probably worth the $10. Any boss fams yet? No, no boss fams yet. We're still working on it. Can't go wrong with Blaster. That is crazy. That's a crazy statement. Demon Slayer nodes are rough for new accounts. I think just in general, if you have no nodes, I still think that Demon Slayer is one of the better classes. Just because the 5th job, it does have it. It has its own bind. It has pretty reliable iframes. Has high crit rate. Has high IED. Like if you really wanted to make a bossing mule early, I think Demon Slayer's got to be a solid pick. If we disregard like nodes and stuff like that, like investment, I think just standalone is pretty crazy. Oh, thank you. I appreciate the donation. You guys are too nice. No, but really, I appreciate all the support, you guys. You really didn't have to. See, this is a nice text-to-speech that I like listening to. It makes me feel happy, as opposed to what Nils just put in. I should count myself lucky. There have definitely been streamers in the past who have been trolled by text-to-speech to a pretty difficult extent, if you can say that. What do you think of Sia? For Sia, that one's a Maple M only class. I don't play Maple M, so I don't know. If I'm not mistaken, right? Because it might be... Is it Maple M? Is that what it's called? Yeah, because I'm pretty sure that's a Maple M class. Is current Lotus going away completely? Yeah, I believe so. It's just getting straight up reworked. So all the difficulties are going to be the new Lotus. So everyone's going to have to learn how to play a new boss. Yeah, I haven't played Maple M before, so I don't have an opinion on Sia, unfortunately. I was like, for a second there, it's like seems familiar. What is Liberation going to be like? I mean, you only need to do Hard Lotus. Hard Lotus hasn't changed. As in, it's still going to be roughly the same difficulty. We don't have to worry about Extreme Lotus, unless you're like within like the top 1000 in the game. More than 10% of the way to Blast the Eternals? That is true. That is true. Unfortunately. Yeah. Nothing has changed with the Liberation. It's just, a new boss, basically. Instead of the old Lotus, you're just doing the new Lotus. reviews about Cannon Master? I kind of want to make one. I think my general consensus, like my general opinion rather, of that class is that it's pretty solid. But my main, before I even talk about the class, I have to say though that the class is very solid, but you really can't notice it until you have Ring of Restraint. I feel like the Ring of Restraint Ford really makes the class like amazing. Without a Ring of Restraint, it's okay. It's okay. I'm acknowledging Blaster to Eternal. I don't know about that one. I don't know about Blaster to Eternal. It's a little crazy, a little crazy. Battle Mage, yay or nay? Battle Mage as a main, very yay. Very good class as a main. Battle Mage as a bossing mule, it's okay. It's okay as a bossing mule. If you're planning on pushing Battle Mage past 6 job, it's quite good. Pre-6 job, it's alright. Pre-6 job, but Battle Mage is nothing special. Post-6 job though, the Origin really does help a lot. One of the biggest weaknesses of that class is the fact that it doesn't really have burst. It's a very DPM heavy class. And even the burst, with all the buffs, 5th job skills and stuff, still not that great. But with 5th job, or rather with 6th job Origin and all the masteries, pretty good, pretty good. Time to clip it? Ain't no way. Okay. We are finished up here. Pardon me. Let's see. We might be able to get maybe one try. I'm just like making these uniques as I go. So it's an endgame class? It depends on how you view the game. I think 260 is like, you're kind of entering the mid game, in my opinion. Alright, I don't have enough for another try, unfortunately. Definitely just depends on like how you view the game. For me, I don't feel like the game really starts until you hit 260. When I say start the game, I mean like you start really progressing in the game. The build up to it is very important, of course, but once you hit 260, the game like opens up way faster. Because you get so much damage from just your 6th job. It's pretty crazy. Okay, how much are we on now? 8.6 bill, pretty good. Pretty good. Alright, I don't think I'll train on my Wild Hunter anymore for the time being. I'm out of the 30-minute ones. Let's see. Put the Vac Pet away for the Xenon. Excited for 510? Yeah, I think 510 would be pretty exciting. My main issue with this class is I still don't have that many spares. That's like genuinely an issue for me right now, where I just straight up do not have any spares of a lot of items, so it's hard for me to progress. So there is actually a pretty fair chance that we get to 5, 10, 15. I have very little amount of spares on my Wild Hunter. It might be better for me just to Star Force other classes. I'm enjoying my Battle Mage, but people won't start trying to get me to swap onto it full on. Yeah, people just want that support. They want that huge support class that Battle Mage provides. You're gonna utilize 30%? Yeah, probably. There are definitely some items I would like to push. I think the first one that comes to mind is the CRA gear. I have 3 CRAs that are sitting at 20. I would like to push them to 21, but even then, I'm a little bit skeptical of it. Time for fishing stream? No, we're not doing fishing stream. Not doing fishing stream. I still need to farm node stones. Insufficient funds. Not again. There's also probably a few more things on my Xenon that I could also Star Force, because this character is like pretty close to done, but there's still a few things. Still a few things in here that I haven't done yet. The first thing that comes to mind is actually... Where is it? A lot of my equipment is still not quite there. Like my superior earrings are still at 17. So on the next 30% off, I could also consider Star Forcing these. I have a lot of reinforced spares, so I could just send one of these to 21, transfer it over for an easy 3 stars. I could tap some other items. I have this. I have these. I could probably get them to 19, and that seems pretty reasonable. And then this character's actually done. I wouldn't mind trying to get a Dom pendant to 21, and then just transfer it onto this and leave it at 20. It's like some easy stars. Like this one's not too bad. I have 4 of these, but I think that one may be better off on 5, 10, 15. It's palliative support or DPS? A bit of both. A bit of both. I think it's widely considered as a support more than a DPS. Alright. Let's see what we got here. Oh, actually, I can still buy some of this. When are you fixing the shoulder? I've already fixed the shoulder. The shoulder is currently a thief one. Oh, pirate one, rather. It's all good. We fixed it. You didn't get an android? Nah, I put it on my Wild Hunter. This character does not need the extra damage. My Wild Hunter, I just got it there. My favorite kind of content. Sitting in one spot and farming. Let's go. I wish I put this on my other character, but it's okay. Fishing? No. It's time for us to just do our usual. There's the regular heart though. That's true. I could get the regular heart, but it's okay. I don't mind it too much. I think for the most part, I'm just happy just chilling. This Xenon is already quite strong. It's quite strong. I don't really need it to be stronger than what it is at the moment. There's a few stars left I can get, but for the most part, this character is pretty done. What are the chances that you get one call from Damon 2 weeks in a row and I don't get an absolute weapon? That would be so tragic. I hope that won't be the case for you. I hope that you actually get your absolute weapons. What's the better star event? 30% off or 5, 10, 15? Depends on what star you're looking for. If you're not safeguarding, they're about the same. If you plan on safeguarding, 5, 10, 15 is significantly better. Just be aware that 30% is still technically basically off eventing. It's just a cheaper off event, right? In terms of the stats. So you have a higher chance of probably blowing up a bunch of stuff on 30% just because of the nature of the event, right? You'll just be tapping a lot more because it's, you know, it's cheaper. So the way that I think about it is that 30% is really good for items that you have a lot of fodders for or a lot of spares for, because you will be blowing up items, but you also get it significantly cheaper than if you were to Star Force off event. So my opinion is, if you guys have CRAs that you want to push, or you have fodders that you would like to put into like the superiors or something, 30% is a valid event to do. Don't be afraid to blow up your items on 30%. Because you're going into the event expecting to blow up your items, right? You gotta look at your CRA pieces and say, okay, I have 20 tops. Hopefully one of them goes. Hopefully one of them goes. Yeah. Sam got a 1 call twice in a row, which is kind of sad. Happens though. It's just RNG. But yeah. Hopefully you guys get lucky as well on your star forcing events. The star forcing ones are always fun. It's good use of money to play on events as well. Just gotta hope for the best. What are you guys gonna be aiming for star forcing wise? Do you guys have any goals in mind now that they've released the star forcing schedule? What are your guys' aims and goals? Still grinding? Ah, if you can call this grinding. I spent a lot of time just doing random things. I also ate lunch. This has been chill. You need to touch some grass? Well, for what it's worth, this is kind of my job. This is kind of my job. This is not much different from what my day-to-day was like working as an IT consultant. I just sat at the computer the entire day. This is a little bit better because I am still chatting with you guys. That's how I try to think about it. I don't usually also do streams this long, but I was up early today and I didn't want to go back to sleep. I felt like if I had went back to sleep when I started my stream, so like instead of starting stream that early and I went back to sleep, I would probably have woken up now. And that honestly, that's probably worse. That's probably worse. I would have felt worse. I mean, obviously it's not the greatest just playing MapleStory the whole day. Like, I feel like there's definitely other things, but I you know, it's fine. Your goal is to get 2 of your Sierra to 21. That's a pretty good goal. 22 KT, very good. Good luck on the 22. 22s are always so spooky. 5, 10, 15 to get 16s or 17s on mules. You know what? That might be a good idea. I do have a few characters that are definitely missing 16s and 17s. Off-evented and lost 8 stars. Oh man. Not like this. Finish off 21 sup. Yeah, hopefully you hit. 21 sup is good. Is it Xenon or Xenon? I think it just depends on where you come from. I had to pick how I was gonna say it, because knowing how I am, I would probably have said it both ways. But I wanted to be consistent, so I asked around, asked all my friends to see, just at a glance, how would they say the name of the class, and a lot of them said Xenon. So I just picked that, we stuck with it. Zerkt and ET if they boom, Twilight Mark and Slime Ring. Yeah, that's fair. How old are you, if you don't mind asking? I am 28. I worked as an IT consultant for like the last 8 years. And I kind of got burnt out, so now I'm trying to make YouTube a thing. A bit ambitious, bit of a pivot, but I'll never get to do something like this again. I won't have that chance. So I'm gonna try it out, see what happens. If it doesn't work out, then that's fine. Learned my lesson off inventing Sierra hat. Boomed it 6 times. I mean, that might still happen on a 30% off. 30% off doesn't make it much easier to hit stars. It just makes it cheaper to Star Force, right? Again, you gotta treat 30% off as just like a sale on Star Force. I don't know if that makes sense. It's not really a Star Forcing event. You're just kind of getting the same treatment but cheaper. Do you recommend tapping Reinforced to 22 or 21 sub transfer? I would typically just go 21. I think going for 22 is really risky. And I think just statistically, you're better off just going for 21 transfers. I think the only item I would ever 22 transfer is for Source of Suffering. Every other item, for the most part, I would just 21s transfer. Hopefully Sierra and Sub Pendants, Sub Hearing 22. Yeah, that's good. To tattoo people for a while? Oh, you work as a tattoo artist? That's pretty cool. At least I'm assuming. That's pretty good. I have a lot of respect for people who are able to do most kinds of art. Because tattoo is basically your... What's the right word? Like, you're like basically drawing on somebody. That is, and then it's like permanent as well. That is crazy to me. Like, I can't even draw on a piece of paper by any measure. And just like somebody doing that with that much confidence with a permanent mark on somebody else is crazy to me. So much respect. "21 is free, 22 is risky, but 23 is super free." Hang on a minute, something's gone wrong here. My highest boom streak is 16. Yeah, some items just don't want to go. I easily blew up like over 30 pieces of CRA, each CRA piece, easily. Probably have 15 to 20 bill for 5, 10, 15. Yeah, that seems pretty reasonable. If you play it safe, you might be able to do quite a lot. Could even draw stick figures 3 years ago. That's me now. That is me right now. Yeah. I feel like this Bear One person, I've seen them a lot. I feel like I always train on this map and they're always here. Always happen to be on this channel as well. Yeah, for sure. Drawing is definitely like something that you can always improve on. That's why, like, it's just another skill when I see people in like that sort of profession. It's just insane to me. Because I know nothing about it. And I can't do it at all. And then seeing people doing that, drawing things, tattooing other people, it's insane. They're secretly watching your stream? Maybe. I mean, that's fine. It's pretty chill to like farm with somebody else. If I come to the show, I can get a tattoo for free. I'm not interested in tattoos personally, on myself. Like, I have no issues with it, but I'm not one for tattoos personally. 25-star tattoo is crazy. Yeah, I personally don't have any interest in getting any tattoos. I have been like, I've had some people basically ask me if I would ever do it. I was like, I don't particularly have an interest in having it myself. Spend 5 bill to tap my eye patch to 23. If it passes, I continue AB. If it booms, I swap main to Pally. I feel like you're just saying you want to swap to Pally. Is that crazy? What do you think is the most painful place to get a tattoo? I have seen some people, or I've heard people who have like tattoos in their eyes. That is maniac behavior to me. You want to get a Zerg tattoo in your face? No, 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 no. getting a Maple Story tattoo and they implement Meso cap changes the day after. Oh my god. That's a fast way to book for a laser removal. Had a guildie, that would be in my Seagull map every time I grinded. He hit large drop Seagull. Where's Wild Hunter? My Wild Hunter is currently out of Legion coupons, so I'm farming Meso on my Xenon right now. And there's also my hands were getting kind of tired, so this is a really chill way for me. Inner thigh, bicep, behind the knee. Damn. Are those areas just like generally more sensitive? Is that Iran? I think this is an Iran. It's either Iran or a Thunderbreaker. Oh, it's a Thunderbreaker. Oh yeah, we had this conversation the last time this person was on my screen. I said it could be Iran because bears, you know, Iran, bear, makes sense. I know. Somebody else said it's a Thunderbreaker. And they're right. Boom, slide. Deja vu? Yeah. I feel like we've had this exact conversation before. Because I also thought it was Iran, because I saw bear. Yeah, Iran's use a bear. But this one's just... it's sliding all over the place. I feel kind of bad. Like, I'm literally AFK, and they're going zooming back and forth, clearing everything. 2 types of mobbing, exactly. You got this Thunderbreaker working their ass off, and then there's me. It's not painful at all since it's technically an injection, not a tattoo. Oh, I see. Still crazy, yeah. Hit 100 mil on your Xenon a few days ago and lost 8 mil. No, now you're back to being a 2-digit pleb. Imagine. I have a question. I got a weapon jump ring 3 today. Do you swap rings mid-fight pre-burst? Do you have any other rings? Or do you only have a weapon jump 3? That's my first question. Do you have any other rings, or is that the only one that you're currently using? I have so many VIP selector coupons in my inventory. You only have weapon jump 3. If you only have weapon jump 3, I think that the best way to use it is just simply leave it on. I think it's weapon jump 3 by itself isn't worth the effort to swap in and out of another ring. There's not that many classes in the first place that would want to ring swap as well. Like, you have to have a pretty obvious mini burst for you to want to ring swap. Usually it's like a 3-minute class that has a 90-second burst. I'm thinking something like Cannon Master is a good example. It has like a burst every 90 seconds. So you would ring swap for that. But for most classes, you don't really see that much of a benefit outside of really strong rings like Ring of Restraint. Maybe a Weapon Jump 4 for some classes, but Weapon Jump 3, I think you're probably fine just leaving it on. You play Bishop? Yeah, then just leave it on. Make it easy on yourself. Bishop with a Weapon Jump 4 doesn't really ring swap either. I think you're just better off just leaving it on. Losing event bus always hurts? Yeah, always hurts. Can you update the goal bar? I did actually update it before, and then people started donating more things. It's so annoying for me to update it too. Look what you guys have done to me. You guys are trolls. And the best part about this, I can actually do this while farming, because my farming is so AFK. Some of you guys are just very very enthusiastic about the blaster. I mean, I appreciate the enthusiasm, but guys, why blaster? Okay. I don't know how to make it automatic, guys. They're gonna ask you to update again so they can donate again. That is so big brain, and I'd believe it. Just want to see where it's at now. Yeah. Also, watching solo prog gave you motivation to prog as well. Oh, I'm glad to hear. Yeah, solo prog is a lot of fun. I feel like if you're willing to do an extra challenge, I feel like solo prog is very satisfying to do. I found it to be such an interesting way of playing because your resources are significantly more limited and you're playing within such a weird restriction where you can't progress unless you have like decent planning and decent discipline. You know what I mean? Like you're trying your best not to spend off event because every cent, every meso is important. And then at the same time, you're trying your best to mitigate your risk so your gains feel better. Because right now, on my Xenon and on my Wild Hunter, I can just jam my gear to 21 because I know that I have somebody who will be willing to help me do bosses regardless. But when you're playing solo, you can't afford to just full send your items because if you go backwards too far, you can't do the bosses that you did before. It's a very interesting way to play. Because you said you didn't want to play Blaster. Guys, I really do not want to play Bishop. Actually, no, that is actually true. Guys, I really do not want to play my Battle Mage. Do you have a Discord channel? I do. Just type in exclamation mark Discord. I do have a public Discord. Feel free to join. I think we're at 95% now. That is crazy. Watched some Blaster gameplay the other day. It looks really fun. It does look good. It's very flashy class. I will admit that. But that's a lot of effort to be flashy. We all know that's false. You know, the only way to find out is to vote for it. Time for the Blaster. God. At this pace, it's actually going to end up being a Blaster Hyperbird. You guys think you're so slick. You guys think you're so funny. Whose idea was this anyway? It's probably something I said, honestly. It's always my fault. Little did I know he was planning hyperbirding a Blaster all along. This is free money. I don't know. This seems like a really roundabout way of getting money. Said only play Resistance. Look, I'm not gonna lie, guys, alright? I said 1k as kind of a joke. I didn't actually think people would donate to the cause. You know, if somebody actually just straight donates like 1,000, I'll play whatever they want me to play. Straight up. I'm not gonna say no to $1,000. That wasn't an invitation though, right, guys? Right? I don't want you guys to give me money like that. I appreciate the support, but $1,000 for me to play MapleStory, a specific class, is a kind of troll. I'd rather you guys keep your money for yourselves. 2 blasters. There's no way. I'm Asian? Yes, I'm Viet. Even fishing? No. We're not fishing, guys. Guys, you guys gotta stop with the fishing. There's 2. Why is fishing and blaster like the 2 memes on my channel? And both of them are my own my own fault too. Gives you a taste of fishing and never brings it back. What do you mean, guys? You guys are here for Maple Story content. I actually am just lazy with the fishing right now because I'm getting frustrated in the game because I can't catch some of the fish. And I legit could not find like one of the catfish or whatever it was called. And it was very frustrating. Someone will donate to watch Blaster solo. Somebody would donate to watch Blaster solo. Look guys, it could have been any class. It didn't have to be Resistance. Look, they'll bring back Cash Shop Transfer, I'll move my vac pet across, and we'll be chilling. Either that or just buy a new vac pet. I'm Australian born. Say 1k for Blaster, but how much for Blaster solo? Like solo prog? Bro, I'm not doing solo prog again. That is too much effort. I can't. What game for fishing? It's called Fishing Planet. It's like a free-to-play game. Oh, free-to-play, pay-to-win. Free-to-play, play-to-win. Pay to win, rather. If you're just playing casually, you just want like a chill fishing game, it's pretty good. It's because it's free. It actually looks pretty nice as well. Pay to win fishing is crazy. It is pretty crazy, but it works. I can see the business model working. Ever plan to visit Vietnam? Probably not. Mostly because, like, even though I am Vietnamese, I don't really like Viet food. And I find that the food is a really big part of my interest in another country. So unfortunately, I actually don't really like Viet food. It's probably because I grew up with it and I kind of got over it. I just had it too much. And being in Australia, we have access to pretty much every single cuisine. Like, I can go down the road and pretty much find anything. Anything I feel like. So, it feels odd just eating Viet food, if that makes sense. What's your favorite type of food? Right now, I'm a big fan of Korean food and Malaysian food. Those are my two at the moment. Right now, if I could have any meal for dinner, yeah, I haven't had Korean barbecue in a bit. I would really like Korean barbecue. That sounds nice. What Malaysian food? It's on the tip of my tongue. What's it called? It's in a. I was gonna say it's in a bowl. It's like, oh, everything's in a bowl. What do you mean it's in a bowl? Laksa, that's what it's called. Right, I hope that's Malaysian, guys. I'm sorry if it's not. Look, every restaurant sells everything. Every restaurant sells everything. Every Malaysian restaurant just sells every Chinese food. Every Chinese food sells all the Viet food. Look, guys, I'm sorry if it's not Malaysian. I'm just trying to cover my ass here. What about sushi? I don't mind sushi, but I'm not that big of a fan of fish, especially raw fish. For me, I don't like raw fish that much because of the texture. Like sashimi, it's alright to me. I'm not that big of a fan on it, but like if I went to a restaurant that sold sashimi and then we were getting a share plate, I might have one. But I am definitely... I prefer red meat. I liked cooked fish. like, you know, smoked salmon or something, I can deal with that. But like a lot of the sushi items, they tend to be either raw fish, or it's very vinegary. I'm not that big of a fan of wasabi either. Like it just doesn't work for me. I do like seaweed sometimes. Not seaweed, sorry, sushi sometimes. I gotta really feel it to want to eat sushi. Also, did you guys know that apparently Australian sushi is like its own thing? I didn't realize it was its own thing until like maybe a year ago. It's a little bit different. That doesn't sound like being a picky eater. I don't know about... I definitely feel like I'm picky, but I can eat most things. I just definitely have way more obvious preferences. I used to be pretty bad with eating a lot of things, but nowadays I can eat most things. I just probably won't steer towards certain items. Yeah, I just know what I like. Pretty much. But I used to actually genuinely be picky. Like, I wouldn't eat certain things because of certain ingredients. You know, for the longest time, I couldn't eat something if it had onions in it. Isn't that crazy? Imagine living your life as an Asian. Specifically, probably in other cuisines as well, but like, you can probably get... I don't know too much about other cuisines, but in Asian cuisine, I feel like onions are in literally everything. Imagine not being able to eat anything, man. That's so sad. So I taught myself to learn to eat so many new things within the last like 5 or 6 years. It's because like when I was younger, all the onions were served more or less raw. I don't know if you guys know, like in pho, you have like the bits of onion. It used to, you know, it's like mostly raw and then it slowly cooks in like the broth. But like when you're a kid, you don't know any better. You're just gonna eat whatever's in front of you. It's just, you know, raw onion is just raw onion. It's just like kind of sad, you know? I didn't know that onions could be sweet. I didn't know you could caramelize them. I didn't know you could cook them out, you know, sweat them down, fry them. You know, there's so many things you can do with onions. It's so good, but I didn't know. Because I thought that onions were just raw onions in whatever form. And I was like, why? What's this thing about onion? Why you guys like onions? It's terrible. But I learned. I see the light now. I see the light. Do I speak Viet? I can speak Viet. I am conversationally fluent. I don't know like a lot of jargon. I don't know a lot of like very specific words, but I can carry a conversation pretty fine. What about miso soup? Miso soup is alright. It's not my preference. I'm a picky eater when I pay for food. That's fair. Like, why would I buy something that I might not like, right? It's different if you're being adventurous or you're sharing with other people, but like, when I go to a restaurant and I know what I like, I'm just gonna buy what I like. That was the cleanest pronunciation of pho I've heard in a while. Yeah, that's how you can tell somebody's Viet, right? The way that they pronounce that word in particular. Have you tried durian? Durian is okay. I talked about this on stream, and some of the guys in my guild make fun of me. I used to have a lot of durian cake when I was younger. Every celebration was durian cake. And because of that, I now do not like durian because I had it way too much when I was younger. God, the amounts of durian cake that my parents bought for every celebration. Oh, man. Never again. No more, please. No more durian cake. And actually, one of my friends, he had a baby shower. I think it was a baby shower. Or like a gender reveal party. I forget which one it is. And we went there. Oops, wrong map. We went there, and one of the things they served, because he is like a Viet family, was like these durian cake like slices. And I was like, oh, it's been like 20 years, you know, should be alright. I bit into it, and I was like, nah, I still don't like it. That trauma ran kind of deep. You have the coriander gene? Oh, that is unfortunate. My friend also has that. Like the coriander tasting like soap, right? It's kind of doomed. should visit Malaysia for the food. Yeah, it's definitely a place I would like to visit. Like, when it comes to international travel, I've only been to Japan, Singapore, and Korea. Singapore was mostly a layover. But like Singapore is kind of hard because like it's a bit of like a pot of a lot of different cultures, I feel, like of the neighboring cultures. So I didn't really get to experience too much in Singapore. In Korea though, I enjoyed Korea. Korea was fun. The one thing that I didn't expect that I would have issues with in Korea, actually. I love Korean food, but one of the things I didn't realize going there was that beef isn't that common in Korea. And if you do get access to beef, it tends to be expensive. And coming to Korea expecting beef to be more common as an Australian was a shock, honestly. That was like one of the few culture shocks that I had, where I was genuinely surprised that there wasn't that many beef options. And I was talking to some people about it. I was like, guys, where's the beef in Korea? And then somebody was like, where they're gonna grow cows in Korea? It's all mountain. I'm just like, whoa. Whoa. That's true. That's a lot of mountain in Korea. Whereas like Australia's kind of flat. So there's plenty of area to grow cows. But yeah. I didn't realize. And I was in Korea for like 2 weeks. And when I got back from Korea, I ate nothing but beef. I missed it so much. And Australia has pretty good quality beef as well, so I hella missed it. I hella missed it. Viet barbecue's not an Australian thing? I think it depends on the family, right? I personally don't know what Viet barbecue would be, but I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it had certain components to it. Do you eat a lot of beef in Australia? Beef it's like the main meats here are beef, pork, chicken, and lamb. Those are like the four that is basically everywhere, like in probably equal quantities. I think lamb is actually pretty popular here. I'm not that big of a fan of lamb because it's a bit gamier compared to the other meats. It's alright. My fiance does not like the smell of lamb though, so we don't eat lamb that often. Which is fine by me. I don't really care too much about lamb. I'm definitely more of a beef person. I like beef. I like chicken. Pork's alright in moderation. Have you ever tried Brazilian barbecue? I want to say that I might have. I'm a little uncultured when it comes to South American cuisine. South American and European, I'm a little uncultured in. I'm definitely more of like an Asian cuisine sort of guy, or just like white. So I might have been to one, but it wouldn't have been for... It would have been for like some kind of event. Maybe I've had it. If they have mountain goats, there should be mountain cows. If only. Do I cook? Sometimes. When my fiance comes home from work and she's tired, I will cook. I'm not very good at cooking. The list of recipes that I can cook with some form of confidence can be probably counted on one hand. It is what it is. Sometimes though, it's just nice like coming home and not having to worry about cooking, so I try my best. Just go to Malaysia for better food experience. I will say that Singapore is like it's on the more expensive side. But that doesn't really surprise me too much. I kind of think of Singapore in the same way that I think of Sydney. I don't know if that makes sense if you're not Australian. But like coming from Melbourne and you go to Sydney, the quality is about the same, if not maybe a bit worse, depending on your taste. Because obviously I'm more used to other things. But it's like more expensive for like kind of the same thing. And I can kind of see you guys having a similar experience for Malaysia and Singapore, right? Singapore will definitely have a higher cost for what might be similar quality, if not worse, compared to your home. Makes sense. Korean food where I live is better than Korean food in Korea just because of the quality of meat. I feel the same way here in Australia. I think that the Korean food here tastes better than it did in Korea. Mostly because of the quality of food. of the ingredients. In particular, the beef.
Especially too, because of how multicultural it is here in Australia. There's a lot of families that came from Korea and they took with them their family, their family recipes that you would have probably had been served in like a Korean restaurant, for example, right? Or like a family restaurant. But now they're here, and now they get to cook with higher qualities of beef. So by default, it's gonna be better here. Obviously, you do have to kind of go out of your... Oh, I placed that sum on the wrong side, but I can fix that in 20 seconds. Obviously, it's going to be different, but... Yeah, it's pretty interesting to me to think about it like that. Does your fiancé play Maple Story 2? Not anymore. She used to. I think she quit sometime after COVID, like the whole pandemic sort of like eased up, and we started being able to do things that wasn't like just at home. Wasn't just stuck on the computer at home. I think she hit like 250 and then quit the game a long time ago, which is still crazy to me. She hit 250 when like most of the player base was stuck at like 220. For somebody who just like was very casual, quote unquote casual, she got pretty high up there. You guys get married in game as well? Nah, both of us have female characters. Can we still do Tomato Punch King? It's not. It's no longer part of the event's over. No reset here today. No Tomato Punch King. Unless they bring it back, but as of right now, you can't. Just gonna stretch a bit. Ugh. What do you think of the new patch notes? I think it's fine. The events seem pretty chill. All the events are just basically kill 1,000 mobs, daily check-in sort of thing. So that's easy. I think for most players that's just bonus. Not really anything too special. They actually have a lot of node stones in these events, which is kind of nice. I think we can all pretty much agree that the fam improvements is a little bit disappointing. It feels like it didn't do anything. It's just a random expensive feature that nobody's going to access. And what was the other thing that they did? The pass. Oh yeah, the passes were pretty disappointing as well. Like 50k maple points or whatever it is for basically nothing. I want to say basically nothing. Yeah. It's just a chill event. I'm just ignoring all the paid parts and all the familiar parts. They're just giving us a bunch of node stones, a bunch of coupons, and a lot of soul odor. we just don't think about this. We just claim our node stones and call it a day. Japan 7-Eleven is a dream. Yeah, it's pretty good. I do like that 7-Eleven in Japan is pretty cheap and like accessible. I do have a fond memory of Japan when I went the first time. When I went the first time, I think I was either 19 or 20, and I went with a bunch of friends. And I remember this one day when we went to the 7-Eleven, and we grabbed like some beer or something, right? Some alcohol, and the age of isn't there like the age of consent? Not age of consent, like legal drinking age, like 20 or something like that. Something like that, right? It's like some number. Whatever it was, I was younger than that. And I just like paid for it and walked out. And it wasn't until I came home from Japan when I was just like, oh, I was technically underage. Nobody checked my ID. Nobody cared. I do remember that. I was definitely below the age that was like technically allowed to buy alcohol. But they just don't care. And I found out about it because on one of the last days of the trip, we went to a Japanese barbecue place that was run by a guy who could speak pretty fluent English. And then we were ordering beers. And he said, oh, are you guys like 20? And we're like, no, are we supposed to be? Because like, we've been buying like alcohol the entire trip and nobody has cared.
And the guy's like, oh yeah, technically you have to be 20 to drink, but you can get away with it by telling people that you speak English. And I was just like, that's wild. Nobody cares. You press yes, I'm 20. That's exactly what I did. I couldn't read the Japanese. I just clicked the green button. Just clicked the green button and called it a day. That is definitely a memory for me. You know, actually, I have a funny story about alcohol in the second time that I went to Japan. We went to like a nice restaurant, and we saw on the menu, we wanted to get something to drink for the table, right? And we saw on the menu that they sold, I think it was like soju or sochu, something like that. I forget what the drink was called. And then it was like $20 or something. Now, if you know the prices of alcohol in Australia, $20 is like, it's kind of standard. But when we ordered it, the guy says, "Are you sure you want to order it? It's a lot." And I'm just like, "Yeah, it's fine. It's $20 worth of alcohol, and it's for like 4 of us. Like, it'd be fine. Like, it won't be too much." And the guy was like, "Oh, okay." So we paid for the $20 or whatever. He comes back with like a liter of like this lychee soju. And I'm just staring at it like, bro, how'd this cost $20? This thing would like, be like easily triple that in Australia. I just completely forgot that here our alcohol is expensive. So we were drinking that like giant bottle of alcohol, which was like what, 20 to 30% alcohol over like the next 2 weeks. Yeah, I do not remember being very sober across that trip. I'll be honest. It's a little bit of a haze. Which month did you go in Japan? It would have been during autumn, winter, like in that time. I would never go to Japan during summer. I think I would die. I am not good with the heat. Whenever we have summer here in Australia, I just do not exist. I'll be real. I had to go through a layover in Singapore. And when I went with my friends, we also stayed in Singapore for like five days or a week or something, because, you know, we've never been to Singapore. Let's go around it, right? That was miserable. It was miserable. I could not stand the heat. I was struggling so hard in Singapore. I spent so much time just trying to find aircon. Wherever we went, I was just looking for an aircon and just staying inside like some kind of a cold area. Just like the shopping malls, train stations, wherever. We had to walk here and there outside. Oh god, it was so rough. I do not survive. The Malaysia does not suit. I can imagine. Like, I would love to visit other countries, but when it's warm like that and humid, it's rough. It's rough for me. And you know what the best part was too? A week after I got home from Singapore, you know, it was like still kind of warm because we came back from winter in Korea, I think. So here it would be like summer. And I was like, summer in Australia, no big deal compared to Singapore. At least it's not humid, it's just hot. At least Melbourne, it's usually pretty dry heat, which I can deal with a little better. The humidity is kind of a struggle. And then the week after I came back from Singapore, I flew up to Sydney to go play, I think in a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament actually. And I will never forget that day that I got off the plane, because for our domestic flights, they just drop you on the tarmac and you walk into the terminal. The moment I walked out of the plane, it was 100 times worse than Singapore. I didn't even know that was possible. I thought Singapore was bad. Somehow that one day in Sydney was 100 times worse. And it felt worse because I walked off the plane onto the tarmac and it felt like dying. I just genuinely did not want to be there. It was terrible. That was the day that I realized that Sydney is extremely humid. Because every other time that I had been to Sydney, it wasn't that bad. Fly over to Japan tomorrow. Hopefully the typhoon doesn't cancel your flight. Yeah, here's hoping. Hopefully everything will be okay. Hopefully you have a safe trip as well. If you go to Malaysia, whenever you go, if you want to go back in and shower. I feel like that was the feel for me when I was in Singapore as well. That's how it felt. But yeah, that's enough about me. What about you guys? What kind of cuisine do you guys like? I think that's what we started the conversation with. Like, do you guys have any preferences for food? We had a few people agree with some of the things I said, but I'm curious too. Do you guys prefer certain foods? So you guys are also from all over the place too. Japanese? Yeah, authentic ramen is so good. That's for sure. I am a big fan of like a good ramen bowl. Thank you, Caleb, for subscribing. A Korean Filipino, so Korean Filipino. That's fair. Sometimes home is best, right? Typically all Asian food? Yeah. I'm a big fan of Asian food in general as well. What a surprise. We all play this Asian game, we all like Asian food. No surprises here, honestly. What food is Melbourne known for? I think Melbourne is actually probably known for like cafe stuff, right? I think like just in general Australia is not really known for any particular foods. But I think like it's more like coffee and cafes and stuff like that. Croissants probably. I don't know. It's hard to say. Because of how multicultural it is, it's kind of hard to say what it's known for. I think if I had to pick, it's more likely to be coffee. I can definitely imagine like people being very snobbish about coffee. You like unagi? Yeah, that's fair. Vegemite. Oh god. I'm not a fan of Vegemite. I have one friend though who's a massive fan of it. And has it like basically every day. You know, there's a small chance that he's in the chat right now as I'm saying that. He knows I'm talking about him. Meat pie? You know what? That actually might be valid. I don't know if Melbourne is well known for it, but definitely an Australian item. Meat pie. A good meat pie is quite good. Never been to Australia? Do you see big spiders? Sometimes. You kind of have to go out of your way to find these big spiders. Most of the spiders are pretty small. Like, if you happen to find a huntsman spider, you're probably in an area that you got yourself into that has huntsman spiders. You don't just see them in the city. You found one in your room? That is tragic. Oh, Tim Tams are pretty good. I think for me, Tim Tams are a little bit too much sometimes. They're very good up to some point, and then you start to feel a bit sick. That's how I feel with Tim Tams. They're great until they're not. Like all burgers except beef. It's just because you don't like beef, or have you just had too many beef burgers in your life? But yeah, I'm a big fan of meat pies though. Meat pies are nice. When you get to go to one of those like award-winning pie shops, that's the stuff, man. That is the stuff. A good meat pie definitely hits different. One of my friends, when they came down from the US, there were a few like things that we got them to try that doesn't really exist outside of Australia. I wouldn't say exist is the right word, but it's just not so common in some places in the world. One of them was the meat pie, and I think since that day, I think every time that we've mentioned it, they've wanted to come back specifically for the meat pie. Just don't take beef? Yeah, that's fair. Can't be helped if you don't like the meat. Makes sense. I kind of wished I liked certain foods a little bit more. I wish I liked fish more. But unfortunately I do not. I did give it a try though. I tried my best to like fish more. Because there's so many varieties. I like some of it. Food is so much more fun when you like things. Do you like seafood? I like some seafood. It's so much more fun when you have money. That is true. Up to some point. I think my issue with like expensive food is that, let's say that you had like, let's use like a what's a baseline? Let's say like McDonald's, right? Let's say you have like a burger from McDonald's, and then you get a burger from a proper burger place, anywhere between $20 and $30. I feel like that's a pretty standard price here for like, you know, a burger and chips in like a proper place. It's anywhere between $20 and $30. So obviously you can probably tell the difference between McDonald's and that. But then for me, I probably won't be able to tell the difference between like a $20 to $30 burger and a $50 to $60 burger. You know what I mean? Maybe if you go higher, I might be able to tell the difference in the quality of the beef. But at that point, I'm not gonna afford it, right? I can't afford that. I'm not gonna pay $100 for a burger. But then if I went a little bit higher, to like 50 or 60, I still don't think I'd notice the difference. That's my issue. So I end up just like buying cheap stuff. Yeah, it's fine. There's me being allergic to 90% of the ocean. That is a little tragic. I do like some seafoods though. I do like shellfish, like crab, like lobsters. Scallops are nice. I'm a big fan of scallops. I like some of like the mollusks, you know, like mussels. Oysters are okay, depending on like how it's seasoned. What else? What else is a common like seafood item? I think for me, fish is the one that is like a bit more iffy. I do like fish, but not all fish. The $50 one made from Australian Wagyu or something? Yeah, like something like that. I feel like you can still get like a Wagyu burger for like $20 to $30, right? But then if you were to put a $20 burger and a $50 burger in front of me and I had a bite out of both, I don't think I'd be able to tell the difference. That's what I'm saying. So for me, I would never go out of my way to get something too expensive. Like if I pay for something that's expensive, it'll be because of accessibility, less about the quality, if that makes sense. Because you can't really get Korean barbecue for cheap unless you do it yourself. Right? Unless you get the meat yourself and then you bring it home and then you have it on a grill. Something like that, right? So Korean barbecue, and I think to some extent also like ramen here is like an accessibility thing. It tends to be a bit more pricier than some other foods, but it's just because not really something you really make at home. I mean, obviously you can, but yeah. $60 Australian burger sounds wild. Yeah, as an Australian, it sounds wild too. That's why I'm saying like I would never try it. That's a little bit too premium for me. Have you ever tried Dominican food? I haven't actually. I haven't. Again, outside of like Asian food, I'm pretty uncultured. I'm very uncultured in like other cuisines. $60 I can eat omakase in Malaysia? Yeah, exactly. At some point, you're just like, is this burger really worth that amount of money? Sometimes it's, you're better off just eating something else. Sometimes you're just better eating something else. It's like next on but food. That is a crazy statement. But it's kind of true sometimes. It's just Malaysia money rates but bad. Yeah, it's hard to compare like currencies and foods and stuff. What's considered expensive here? It's hard to compare. Which is why I had such a fun time going to some other countries, because I would always compare the cost of food in restaurants to here. And I always felt like I was having a good deal. For the most part, when I was in Korea and Japan, even to some extent in Singapore, it felt really nice knowing that I was spending that amount of money versus how much I would have gotten for the same amount here. It's quite nice. I think food just is expensive in Australia. No matter where you go. Yeah, actually, speaking of expensive, one thing that I didn't realize was going to be expensive in Korea was actually milk. Milk is expensive in Korea. Probably for the same reason that beef is expensive. If you were to go out to dinner, what's the average cost? If I was to go to just like a standard dinner, no special occasion with my fiance, we'll probably spend anywhere between $20 and $30 per person. It depends on like if the restaurant is like a, you know, just a simple one to go to, or like we wanted a specific cuisine. I don't think our usual dinners, if we were going out to a restaurant, would be more than $30 for the most part. And that's like $30 is on the upper end as well. I think more realistically it'd be anywhere around 20. Definitely just depends on what we eat. Food is expensive in Australia because it's one of the countries that pays chefs a livable wage. That would make sense. And also I think I would like to think that we pay our farmers well. Hopefully, I hope those guys are being paid well. Those guys deserve to be paid well. The quality of our food is like quite good. So hopefully they're also being paid well. But I get the feeling that they might not be. Just substitute with banana milk. But even banana milk is kind of expensive. Like, how much does a Big M cost here? Just like a little carton of milk. It's probably like $3 or something. It's probably the same price in Korea, actually. You win in life, you have fiance. Yeah, we try not to eat out too much. We actually like eat in a lot. We usually like buy a lot of the stuff for groceries and we just cook at home. We usually just eat at home. Saves a lot of money. And sometimes, honestly, the food that you make is not that much worse than the restaurants. It's not going to be perfect, but some things I just stopped eating in restaurants because we could just make it at home. Yeah, I think milk in Australia is just cheap. How much is a gallon? What's the gallon to litre ratio? Yeah. Speaking of like just eating at home, one of the things that we made early was that we found a recipe to make beef bulgogi at home, right? A pretty standard Korean dish, I'd say. And then when we had it a few times at home, I'm just like, yeah, this is like $6 a head. Like, for both of us, that's $6 for this bowl, giant bowl of like beef bulgogi and rice and vegetables. It's $6 per person. I'm not gonna pay $18 to $20 per person for the same thing I can make at home. That's what it kind of ended up being. Bro, make a goal bar for a cooking stream? Oh, you guys gonna make fun of me using the wok because I don't know how to use the wok. I only figured out how to use my stove like a year ago. I'm trying my best to help out, okay? Now that I don't work as an IT consultant, I'm trying my best to help out. I'm trying to make it as easy as possible on my fiance. It's time for a cooking stream, ain't no way. Sounds like steak would never buy restaurant steaks. Yeah. Once you learn how to like cook steak to your liking, you're basically going to be paying the same amount overall, but you're going to get way more doing it yourself, right? How much are steaks? I want to say the last time I've had like a steak, I've seen steak in a restaurant, it's probably anywhere between $40 and $50 a steak for like 300 grams of like a porterhouse cut. You can definitely get way cheaper than that and make it taste better for yourself. Let's grab some more of these. I'm having a good time grinding, which is kind of crazy. I usually don't like grinding like this, but that's fine. It's just easy money. No, I keep going to Library 5 because that's where my Wild Hunter was. I wouldn't even know how to do a cooking stream. Like genuinely, I wouldn't know how to do it. How to set it up and all. Sounds complicated. Forgot to do one of your boss mules, no event boss, struggle was real. Yup. That's why I did my mechanics bosses yesterday. Because I knew that I was going to be sad without it. Yo, Bear 1's back, let's go. It's like my training buddy. I wonder how they feel about me training in this map. They probably see me just sitting here like an idiot. They're like, what is this guy doing? Why is this guy AFK? If I just saw somebody on my map just AFK like this, I'd be mad jealous if I was doing what they were doing. Oh man, they left. That's you right now? Yeah. It's pretty cool to see them around. I think it's fun that we can see other people training. It makes it feel a little bit less empty. Alright, speaking of empty. Let's have a quick look at the Zen on Discord real quick. I want to see... What do I need to level up next? Triangulation 19. Damn, that's a lot of triangulation. I think the mastery at level 10 is already pretty expensive. It's like 100 fragments or something. Yeah, 100 fragments. You know, just halfway there, guys. All good. All good. So how many of you guys are also doing other bossing mules? Given the fact that we have no event buffs left, how many of you guys are sad? Is it better to grind plus or minus 1 level or almost 10 levels lower but you can one shot? I prefer one shot. I mean, the only way you really know is if you do a BA, but for me personally, I feel better training when I can one shot. You recommend leveling soldier as 10 or try 19 first? Just definitely depends on how much you train and how lazy your training is. I want to think, obviously the EXP difference for leveling up Soul Janus is like respectable. Like every level gives you like 2% or something like that. So level 10 probably gives you like 20% extra EXP at least. It probably scales even a little bit higher. But at the same time, how much do you actually need that EXP? So if you're training a lot, sure. But for me, I was very focused on clearing bosses, so I spent just the bare minimum to train. If you're not a Night Lord bossing mule, just gonna try 220, then slowly push it. You want the Bugcat shurikens. You know what? The Bugcat Shurikens by themselves is already a valid reason to make a Night Lord. I can completely understand that. Especially if you're a fan of Bugcat. As a Night Lord bossing mule, I think it's okay. The main thing about Night Lord is that it is a very, very burst-oriented class. Meaning that off burst, the class probably doesn't feel that good. It probably doesn't feel that good. Which means that, like, if you go into a boss, you burst it, and you clear the boss, you're probably gonna wait. And that's the main issue I have with burst classes. If you're okay with that, then it's fine. If you don't mind really waiting, or you don't mind going into a boss and just DPSing the boss very slowly and waiting for your burst, that's fine. So worth going for unique fams if I'm trying to aim for 3 boss fams? Yeah, unique will give you a better chance of seeing boss damage overall. It's a little bit annoying because it can fail multiple times trying to get to unique. But it's worth it if you want to try to get boss damage fams. You just have a better chance of hitting them than against Epic. You get better temp stat in the following week? Yeah. We'll get there eventually. Did level 10 soldier answers 300 fragments? Yeah, that's the thing. You are delaying your masteries. But again, it just depends. If you're a big grinder and you want it to be lazy, if in the event that you want like both the dawn circles, I know some classes like the double dawn circles, or you just want a stronger dusk, that's fair. For me personally, I was happy just leaving it at 1. We'll make a Nightwalker, but that has too many node slots required. Yeah, I don't actually know too much about Night Lord and Nightwalker to have a strong opinion on it. Though I do feel that Night Lord off burst might not be the most pleasant experience. I think that class is very, very strong on burst, but off burst is quite underwhelming. But if you're okay with that and you just want to have a throwing star class, that's fine. I just want you to be aware of it, that's all. You can just buy pre-made bulgogi in the supermarket if you really want it. Exactly. Even that would be cheaper than going to a restaurant. I would only buy bulgogi in a restaurant if I was suddenly craving it. Like if we sat down in a Korean restaurant and I was gonna pay like $20 anyway for any meal and I was really craving it, then I would buy it, right? That's fine. Because I'm already there at the restaurant with people. I'm not gonna just like be snobby about it. Holy, it's windy. The power lines are going crazy outside. I hope my power lines don't snap. That thing is... Guys, if I DC, it's the wind. It's so windy outside. Holy. That is a little worrying that I can see the power lines droop that far. I did not know that they could droop that low. Alright, here's hoping I don't DC. You ran a boss. Mule forgot to equip Cont 3 and blamed the lack of damage on the event boss. Yeah. And it's so annoying too, because the continuous rings, you have to charge for 2 minutes, so when you finally do realize it, then you gotta put it back in. What class do you think is very strong with little funding? Demon Slayer. Buccaneer. I want to say those 2 classes are the first ones that come to mind that are very strong. I would almost put Hero in that range as well, but the problem with Hero is that it does have some issues with crit rate. That is one reason why I think Hero is a little bit jank as a boss mule, if you don't have good ways to supplement for the crit rate. But yeah, I think generally you can't go wrong with Demon Slayer or Buccaneer. It's just solid classes. Thanks for the opinion, no worries. Glad I can help. Hero needs attack speed +1 in him, which can suck. The attack speed +1 only really matters if you're planning on using green potions. I tend not to talk too much about inner abilities for mules, because you can also argue like a similar thing for most other classes, right? But that's assuming that you even use green pots. I am on the side where I don't think that my mules deserve green pot, and I would not give them green pot to do their bosses unless they're doing hard lotus. So characters like my hero, my paladin, my luminous, they're gonna attack really slow no matter what. So attack speed +1 is like irrelevant. Half the time I don't even press speed infusion because I'm lazy. I just overgear them to the point where I just accept the fact that they're slow. But for my marksman, when I do hard lotus on my marksman, I will pop green pot, so then the attack speed +1 does matter. So harsh to your mules. I told you guys, my mules, I just rob them on a weekly basis. What's the most important thing you've got in your mind for the next patch? I think the thing I'm most excited about for the next patch is the fact that we get so many node stones. I'm looking forward to that. They give us a lot of node stones and a lot of EXP nodes, which will really, really help me get my Wind Archer up to speed. Wind Archer? I think Wind Archer's a solid class. Wind Archer. Oh, I said Wind Archer? I meant Wild Hunter. I've said that multiple times now. Wind Archer, Wild Hunter. It's just, I don't know. Leaked? No. I'm not making a Wind Archer. What's your marksman stats? I think it's like 30 something mil combat power. I think. I don't remember. I don't remember what stat my marksman is. It's been a while since I've done last. Hard lotus last. Wild Hunter main. It is my main. I'm just out of Legion coupons. I'm farming Meso for my Wild Hunter. I'm farming Mesos, guys, I swear. There's no secret project going on, guys, I promise. No secret projects in this household. But hypothetically speaking, if I had a secret project, it'd probably not be a resistance character. Hypothetically speaking. Thought you're preparing for your next Hyperburn? I haven't even decided what class I want my next Hyperburn to be yet. I'm not looking forward to doing more Arcane River dailies, I'll be honest. You'll be done with the Wild Hunter Arcane dailies the moment you burn DA. Oh god. Want to see you get my main in 2 months? I don't know about that. We'll see what happens. Let's see if we stick with the Wild Hunter. I will know if I want to stick with the Wild Hunter after a couple of Star Forcing events. Because the thing that really puts a damper on my mood is whether or not I'm just waiting for spares. And that's definitely what seems to be happening right now. I'm just in a waiting room the entire time. I don't know about you guys, but it doesn't sound that fun waiting, just waiting for drops. So, what I can see happening is that I get my Wild Hunter to the same EXP as my Xenon, like what it is right now, yeah, like 267. And I'm just going to pivot entirely into Absolab gear. I can see that happening. Because this wait is kind of painful. It's hard to progress because I'm just waiting for spares. I can't Star Force anything, for the most part. It is difficult. But that's going to be the case with whatever character I make. So I try not to think about the spares too much. We try our best. Realistically, if I don't get that many spares, but I can start clearing Hard Lotus, Hard Damien on my Wild Hunter, I might actually just do 21 Arcanes. The same way that I did on my Xenon. Because it was so easy to do that on Xenon. It was so easy just to do not Arcarium, Ranmaru every day, grab some spares, some capes, some shoulders, some shoes. And just hope that they go to 21. If they go to 21, we just hope that the Absolute goes to 21. It's just so many stars for free. I say free, but more like accessible stars, not stuck behind spares. Because fodder is very easy to get. And you can't grab the wrong class this time for shoulder and gloves. That is true. That is very true. 21 Absolutes be enough for H. Lomi and mules? I'm gonna try to get my Wild Hunter to C10. That's my goal. Oh wait, guys, I just realized something. Darknail gets completely neutered on the next patch. Oh, my Xenon might be able to clear hard Darknail next week. Oh, I can finally clear hard Darknail. I won't die out as many times. Copium. I don't have to fraud out of anymore from Darknail. Yup. I didn't fuss too much about the V-Healer timer, but it is nice that now we have like an exact timer. Because like I usually could guess when I had to cleanse. But now having an actual timer is kind of nice. It's kind of nice. Knowing when you can actually just go catch some strings, quickly go for a cleanse. Have you used the 17 star scroll already? I did. I used it on my Wild Hunter's weapon. My Wild Hunter's Abso weapon. I used that as soon as I got the weapon. Because that one just gave the most amount of attack. I do part of my voice. I think because I've been streaming for a while, my voice is starting to give way a little bit, so I'm trying to talk a little quieter. Got a little bit too enthusiastic talking about food earlier. Yeah, there is a maintenance on today. You're right. I think the maintenance is in like 6 hours or so. So if you haven't done your dailies, might be a good time. Just transpose your dual blades Katara. Oh, nice. Farm until maintenance? Ah, probably not. That's too much. I'm probably gonna end my stream relatively soon as well, because I can definitely feel my voice kinda giving up. The rare stream when I start really early, but it's also a long stream for me. I'll be alright, I just need to just rest. Yeah, congrats on your transpose. It definitely feels good, so then you don't have to spend so much commercy. Going playing your stream at my work computer in the break room? That's crazy. I appreciate the support though, Christian. I appreciate everyone's support, like everyone who's here in the chat, even if you guys are lurking. It's all good. It's nice knowing that there's so many people here. You don't have to do the awful boat ride. Yeah, Commercy is quite tedious. It's quite the tedious one. Welcome back from uni. True. I think he's been back from uni for a little bit now. Just lurking and wapping? Yeah. I think that's it's probably a lot of people here. How long does Commercy Preaks take? Actually not that long. I think it probably takes like 5 minutes. And then you can already do like the Commercy things. Most of it's the cutscenes. 5 to 10 minutes probably. 5 minutes of cutscenes, 5 minutes of killing mobs, and yeah, you unlock it. Because what happens is that you do all the Commercy stuff until you get to the main area. Then once you can get to the main area, there's a quest. I forget which one of these tabs it is, but there's a quest called Get Rich Quick. Once you can accept that in one of your light bulbs or your star, that's when you can start doing the Commercy boat voyages. So you don't have to go very far in it at all. Do you find that holding down the beam 18 seconds is annoying? It's a little annoying until you realize how much damage it does and the fact that it's fully iframed. You're just paying a slight down payment of holding the button for about 20 seconds. But god, that damage is nuts and you don't need to think about it. Like, you just let it go and it just blasts the boss. Especially on Origin. It's even better on Origin because it becomes a summon. And then you just spend the rest of your Origin burst just flying around dodging things for free. It's crazy. What do you think is the top 3 best solo prog classes? So like, what I would swap out for my battle mage, basically just do what I did on my battle mage, right? If I had to redo what I did on my battle mage, is what you're asking? If I had to redo what I did on my battle mage, and I wanted it to be a comfortable clear across all the bosses, I gotta say, I think Paladin, I gotta say, I said Paladin because I read the comment now. I do want to say Battle Mage is definitely, in my opinion, a top pick now that I got to experience it, because one of the biggest hurdles in the solo prog is hard will. Hard will is kind of a breakpoint for a lot of classes, in my opinion, because I feel like a lot of classes can do hard will before they can do hard lucid. If I was playing like Nightwalker, I would have the opposite problem, where you'd have to be good with the class to be able to clear hard will. Because if you're just going to brute force it, every class can do it. If you're just going to brute force every single boss, it doesn't matter what class you're playing. But if you're trying to do a min clear, 30-minute run of hard will to get that clear, you need something that's mobile. And Battle Mage is 100% one of the better ones, because on top of like having very high DPS uptime, it also has a very easy time dodging will P3. I don't trust myself to know how to teleport properly to dodge P3 in will, if I'm to be honest. So my first pick is probably still genuinely Solo Prog Battle Mage. It seems pretty reliable. The second one is just whatever class can burst. A class that can burst, and ideally with decent DPS. I think Mercedes is probably a really strong pick. And honestly, if I solo prog this Xenon, I think I would have a similarly easy time. I don't know about Night Lord so much, but the DPS is kind of low, which is a problem again for hard will. Like hard will is the one that I'm taking into consideration the most. Every other boss can be brute forced with burst, but will can't be brute forced with burst properly. It has to have a good mix of the two. Buccaneer. Oh, Buccaneer is a good pick as well. Buccaneer has like a very similar vibe. Actually, it's probably better than Battle Mage because it's super mobile. You can advance dash out of your attacks. You have a lot of ways to dodge most things. The burst is really good. Now, Buccaneer is a good pick. Now, you're right. Buccaneer is really solid as well. It has very similar, like, I can see the gameplay being very similar to like Battle Mage in the sense where you just dodge everything and you're just constantly just attacking the boss. We're talking about the mix. When I'm talking about like solo prog, I take into account both decent DPS and solid damage, right? Damage at the end of the day is just something you can always supplement. So I try not to think too much about the damage. I'm more thinking about like the damage spread. When you're solo progging, the first things that you want to try to think about is how are you going to get your arcanes as soon as possible. That is the hardest part about solo prog. If you can't figure out how to get your arcanes reliably, or you're not willing to, or if you want to go 21 Absols, which is absolutely fine, but typically you want to get to arcanes as soon as possible, because the arcane weapon is such a jump and it unlocks so much more content, right? In my opinion, when I think about that, I don't care about hard lucid. Almost every single class with 6 job can clear hard lucid at some point. But for hard will, a class that can clear hard will early is a good one for solo prog. That's my view on it. After having done all this, you're not going to clear Sea Gloom that early because you're typically going to be gated by Arcane Force, and it has a similar HP ratio to Hard Will. So if you can clear Sea Gloom, you can clear Hard Will, and you can do it the other way around, obviously. I don't know. I think that like a class that's good at Hard Will is preferable. Mihal's the best, you don't even need to dodge. I mean, you gotta learn something else. You gotta learn how to get hit correctly. Because if you press it wrong, you just die. If you don't play Mihal well, you don't catch the right attacks, or you're trying to tank something that will kill you and you press it too late, you're just dead. I'm sure there's a lot of different classes that I could have replicated my Battle Mage's journey on, but I don't know if it would have been as easy. I think Hard Will was definitely the trickiest boss. Pally's supremacy. Yeah, Pally's alright. The only thing that's sad about Paladin is the fact that you lose so much damage when you're not linked to an ally. You can see Night Lord soloing Sea Gloom before H-Will? Yeah, absolutely. But the thing is, in theory, if you can solo Sea Gloom, you should also have the damage to solo Hard Will. You want to be able to clear as many of those bosses at the same time if you're trying to push for your arcanes, because I think between Sea Gloom, Hard Lucid, and Hard Will, the damage requirement is very, very similar. So the best solo prog classes in my mind are the ones that can do all of them at the same time. And that's basically what happened to me. Like, I cleared Hard Will, I had to wait a little bit on the Hard Lucid because my burst wasn't quite there, but I was kind of rushing it. But for Hard Will, I was kind of glad that I got it out of the way, because I knew that I could do Gloom, and I knew that I could do Lucid. I just needed to wait. There's also there was another thing off the top of my head. I forgot what it was. I also did all of those bosses with full Absolab, right? So I think that was like the most important takeaway. Like your class needs to be able to do those bosses in Absolab, because you're not going to have any arcanes. Yeah, well you could, but it's going to take a long time because you're probably getting like 2 cores on normal every week. You want to try to get into hard as soon as possible. How about Kayn? I actually don't know how Kayn plays, so I don't have an opinion on Kayn at all. I think I feel like the burst from what I saw from the class seems pretty good. It seems reasonably mobile. Two-minute burst classes have better time progressing bosses such as Luwil. I think it just depends. Some classes are still fine. It just, honestly, the only thing that stops people from clearing Lucid is P3. The burst is kind of irrelevant. Alright. Well, that was a decent amount of grind done on the Xenon. Lots of money. It's probably 1 bill or so. Yeah, nice. 964. Lots of node stones. Very low effort. What we like to see. And most importantly, we don't have to do our arcane symbols anymore. It's beautiful. Arcane symbols are done. Feels good. Get tilted by P1 Lucid when he teleports you into a column. Yeah, it will happen. That will happen. Off burst is mid? That's fine. Mid off burst is fine. Okay, there we go. Almost 10 bill right before bossing reset. Let's grab all these familiar cards. We can probably try to do a few more, hopefully. This is the nice thing about being able to train in the same map or like same mob between the two classes. It was by design, of course. It was all planned. So then I can do my familiars here. We might be able to get 1 or 2, hopefully. Probably have enough fams to do at least 1 more, hopefully. Hopefully it doesn't fail too many times. Can probably get away with like 2 or 3 fails. Five, 10, 15. Next month I'm zeroing out. That's fair. Ooh, that's already better than expected. Let's do 50 of these. And then 50 of these. I have enough fams to do 1 reroll. Hopefully it will just tear up. Okay. I have enough for 1 more try. Damn. That's okay. Managed to get 2 uniques. Let's see if we can get anything. Percent HP and increased jump. Don't worry, we'll get there eventually, guys. I'm kind of surprised I haven't seen a large HP yet. I would like a large HP. I have yet to see one on Hyperion. Large HP for party, at least. I feel like I should be careful. I feel like some of these actually have like HP fams, but I might have run them over. There's a few HP fams here. That's alright. I've still got a few more to go through, so hopefully we hit something. One sacred symbol, let's go. Surprised you haven't seen a large drop. I mean, I haven't done that many epics. I've done like 80 or 90 epics, I want to say. I mean, what's the rate? It's like 1 every 100 and something. So I mean, I'm getting there, but I still have a chance of hitting it off of these uniques. I've decided that I don't care too much about large drop on this character, just because 1, I'm lazy and I don't want to spam epics, and 2, I don't want to have too many fams. I want to finish all these epics all these into unique first, and then I might go back for epics. So that's my plan. I want to finish this entire row first, and then clear out my fams, and then make a new set of epics and just spam them again. But I want to try to get all these to unique first, which isn't too crazy to do. There's still like what's another 10 or so. And yeah. Ooh, this is expiring. 6 arcane symbols. 6 sacred symbols. I don't really care about sacred symbols. I want arcane symbols. Alright, look away, guys. Oh. Ooh. How much do I need here? 130. I could put all of these like all over the place actually, just to even them out. What's 80 divided by 5? 1, 6, 16. 16 of each except Lachlan. Okay. There we go. I'll trade you a 10,000 fam reset for that. Oh. That thing is such a meme. I cannot believe they did that. Wait, this thing's expiring too. Wait. Okay, it's just this one? It's just this one. Oh, do that again. 5 for each. I'm too lazy. I'm just gonna leave it there. They don't even level up. Oh. Might be able to max some of my nodes here actually. Nice. This one just needs one more. My boost nodes are almost done. Jaguar Storm's almost maxed. I think I would like to max Jaguar Storm. I hate that it's like slightly off sync with everything. I think I need 2 more. One more like 30-minute training session, this should be maxed. Hopefully. And then I can start working back on probably the rest of them. Oh yeah, nice. got a few symbol selectors that just hit 260. Which one should I pick? Arcane or Sacred? Probably Sacred. I only pick Arcanes because I'm not pushing any later content at the moment, and I don't plan to anytime soon. And I need the Arcane Force as soon as possible to be able to do certain bosses. If you're in no rush, just go for Sacred. Me picking Arcanes is kind of maniac behavior, I think, for most people's liking. I wouldn't recommend it. Yeah. I think though, I'm starting to actually feel quite tired, so I might end my stream here and take it easy for the rest of the day. I've been streaming for like almost 9 hours, right? 8.5 almost. So I am feeling a little bit tired. And yeah, we'll see how we feel tomorrow. Tomorrow will be boss reset too, so I'm looking forward to that. Hopefully we get some drops, and yeah, start getting some huge amount of money from our bosses. Hopefully we have a lot for the 5, 10, 15 and the 30% off. Anyway guys, thank you all for watching and hanging out with me. Hopefully you guys had a wonderful day as well. I'm sure some of you guys woke up and slept to certain parts of the stream, so I do appreciate you guys being here. And yeah, if you guys haven't already as well, consider checking out the Discord if you haven't. It's open to everyone, and I try to be active in there wherever possible. And if you enjoy the stream, please consider as well giving the stream a like. It helps me out a lot. And with that guys, take care. See you guys tomorrow. Maybe not this early, but definitely gonna be around.